https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
24/7 Flat Earth Politics Channel Part 2.
What else would you like?
I'd like a photo of it, like from space.
Yeah, but
like
your
when
photos could be CGI.
You'd like a photo from a violation of natural laws? That's a bit weird.
I find it weird. I have a telescope. Telescope
gravity,
shows me Mars
everything
is
that
round.
we know as far as flight, everything that we know as far as
Flight
flight.
requires flat and stationary Earth, kid.
So
What?
you tell me
What?
because you look through your telescope and you see round objects, that must mean you live on a
Oh my
round
god,
object.
dude! I feel like I just walked into like the dumbest room.
Is that true? Well, go away, bro.
You're
You don't have to be here
projecting
talking
about the
about it,
dumb
man.
part.
What's the point of talking about the room? Why not actually present evidence?
Nah, he doesn't have it. He's gonna say,
Oh,
you
ain't
dumb.
got shit.
So how do we take a photo from a violation of natural law?
It looks like it's
Sure. Why not show us a photograph that you know of, an actual photograph that's not edited, that's not CGI, that's not admittedly got artistic
Oh
embellishments?
my god, I'm
What's
losing
the
brain
photograph?
cells.
No,
I
show us a
believe.
photograph then, bro. Why keep
I believe
pointing
that
at your
if
fucking
one of
thumb?
you flat earthers was stuck on a rocket and shot up into orbit, you would believe that every single
That's a
was a
violation of
CG
gas laws.
fucking
Don't you understand that? It's a violation to go there. You can't go into the vacuum of space.
With a
Who will be dumb enough to put themselves or their family members in a rocket? Who will be that dumb?
How can we possibly
Darwin
be a
Award.
pressurized system enveloped by this fucking near perfect vacuum? It's impossible, man.
This
It
entire
breaks not
room
only
deserves
entropy,
a Darwin
second
Award. You
law,
guys are so
multiple gas
stupid,
laws.
except
I'm not
for
really
Well,
interested
then
in
present
things,
some
but
evidence if
I
it's
think
so
this is what I do.
stupid. Give me three
No,
evidences
I'm just
that
saying
you
you
live on a
people
spinning
are
ball.
complete
But
morons.
it doesn't have
Three
plural,
evidences
does
you
it?
live on a
I mean,
spinning
English
ball.
is not my...
If you have
So this is
only-
what the best part is. You like strap yourself on a rocket and disprove flat Earth, and you guys don't even know how bad rockets were last year. It was a record number of incidents of rocket failures, rocket explosion, and it's breathtaking that you guys would say trust the science when you actually looked it up. This they're talking. The ESA shut down for a while because their rockets were so bad that they were all blown up in the launch pad. So why would you do that? Why would you get on the rocket if you know the failure rate last year was about 30%? If you
Hey,
got on
Flatbread is saying, hey, you flat earthers, we're gonna put you in a rocket. You trying to kill people, bro?
Here it is. I got the exact details. 24% were total failures. An additional 11% were partial failures, with additional 6% were launch aborts. That's how bad rockets were last year. And you want a flat earther to strap themselves onto a rocket and trust that 41% or 60% of the time it works every time.
What?
What?
No, I was saying, even if I got you in space in a rocket,
you wouldn't be able to do
still
that.
believe.
Your rocket
Is that like a
100%.
fantasy thing? Is that like a fantasy idea that you have in your mind?
Rocket
Like
would have
some fantasy?
100%. Your rocket would have 100% failure rate. I wouldn't even be anywhere near a rocket that you designed.
Flatbread, I wouldn't even trust you to make me any like toast bread or anything.
I wouldn't trust you.
That.
Exactly, I wouldn't even trust you to operate a fryer station.
CGI, bro. It's CGI.
How are you going to get them to space when, again, it's a violation of natural laws?
I think the violation of natural laws is just a fake comment.
Everybody's lying to you, dude. We're all in on it. We're all just we just want you to say.
Can you demonstrate a violation of natural law?
Seriously, how many people do you think has to be on it?
Once you demonstrate your thing, I'll...
Not fucking very many, man.
I mean, you guys are making the claim. You should be demonstrating flat Earth
without a container.
Well, we're not the one.
That's a violation of natural law.
Like we all
If you
experience
say
the same
so.
thing as you, but you claim all the claims that go along with the globe. No, us, like we're not sitting saying, "Oh, this happens, that happens." Most of the things we're saying, we don't know, mate. We're not sure what it's comprised of, its medium, the fucking distances, and all the logistics involved. So we're not making claims and all that stuff, man.
Yeah, you don't say.
No, what else can we say then, bro?
No, it's okay. I get a check every month from NASA.
No, you don't.
It incentivizes me to lie to everyone about the Earth still being,
You don't get
sphere.
shit from NASA.
I'm in on it.
You know what, Flatbread?
You coping now. Your coping is to just give in. That's good.
I'm not
Hey,
giving
You're
Flatbread,
almost
I will
there.
take your bet. I will take your bet. Just I'll give you my address, my crypto address. You send me the money so I can buy the ticket for the next space launch. Okay? You said you're gonna send flat earthers to space. I'll be the one.
No, I was coming up with a scenario that
A
even
meth
if
fuel
you guys,
symposium.
even if
Just
one of you
straight up
guys
meth hit, sniffed glue, meth filled symposium.
were put in a rocket and that rocket was
Why
in
do you
orbit,
care?
you
Why
would
do you
believe
care?
that every window was CGI.
Okay, why
That's
do you
how
care?
dumb this
Why
is.
do you care what I believe?
Oh, why do you keep talking about it, man? Why not either present evidence or fucking stop rabbiting
Well,
on
you
about
guys
it?
present
This is
evidence.
dumb. You guys are so retarded. This is the most retarded
I
thing
just
ever.
did, but
So
everyone
what?
ignored it.
No,
You think
This
that?
you
guy's
didn't.
really
So what?
worked
Well,
up right
you
now.
think that, man? Why
Your
waste your
6%
energy?
rocket fails is 94% rocket success, but that's just math.
That's just math.
Just.
So is he done coping? Are you going to present
I'm
anything?
not coping. I'm
Are you going to
good.
present any
I'll live on
tangible
my
evidence of
round
your
Earth.
globe?
I'm
Any
happy.
tangible evidence of your globe?
Yeah. Objective reality.
Give us the science.
That's my tangible
Where?
evidence.
Where though?
Objective reality.
Where though? Where's the motion or fucking convexity, bro? That's the thing.
This guy's not even hearing himself say what he's saying, and then he goes outside to the ocean, sees it's flat, and says, "No, it's really a ball."
Bro, my table is flat. How can the Earth be round?
He has to lie to himself to believe it.
Please stop being retarded.
You know,
Have an argument. Reduced to that, my table's flat. How can the Earth be round?
Flat earthers might be the dumbest people I've ever heard speaking.
You know what?
Well, then let's have a
Flatbread.
discussion then, and we'll
Why do
see.
you have to sit here, man? Why, if we're that dumb, why sit here and say, you guys are so dumb, this place is so dumb, this is dumb. So what? Some people actually want to have the discussion.
Flatbread's argument is like he's going to a girl and he's telling her, "You are my girlfriend," and she says, "No." He said, "Yes, you are my girlfriend. If you don't tell me the name of my girlfriend or who else can be my girlfriend, then you are my girlfriend." It's like convince himself that he has to be this girlfriend. He's like in an emotional romantic relationship with the globe that he doesn't know, he never experienced, but he's saying, "Yep, he has it for sure, 100%. It's his. He's holding it. He's like actually experiencing it."
Okay.
That's the globe for him. Imagination.
Mental fucking delusion.
Yeah, that's the best part. He couldn't think of one reason why he cares, but he cares anyway. It's like, dude, like, try to just follow your worldview. You seem to care that somebody's wrong on the internet, and they entertain you, and you think it's harmful, and you think it's stupid, and you think all these things, and you can't even give some sort of logical framework for why. Inside your own worldview, I can say I like, dark coffee because I can give you reasons why. I don't like sweet things. I like kind of like the bitter taste. I just want to drink the coffee, add some more if I want some more, and I have my mixture be out. I could go through and articulate the reason why I've got these different preferences. But he can't even do that.
If it's truth, it's so easy to just for it to fall out of your mouth because it is blatantly truth. You're not accessing the part of your mind that deals with creativity. Like if you're dealing with truth and honesty, it should be easy enough to just spew it out, man.
Gemsy, in that metaphor you created, I would just assume that the girl was CGI.
Yeah, you're arguing with the CGI girl and telling her, "You are my girlfriend." If you can't point out who my girlfriend is, oh, the CGI girl cannot point it out, so that's your girlfriend, right? Because
yeah, she's CGI. She's not real.
Yeah, but she's still your girlfriend, CGI. And you still want to make love to her, even though you can't, but you still believe it.
I don't know what to tell. Oh, it's like we're going backwards.
Oh fuck it, definitely.
We're fucking going backwards.
Well,
You're saying like you guys are
back in time, that's for sure.
You say your guys' life is sad. You're in Discord talking about this. Why you here, bro? Like talking to us. That means your life is even sadder than people talking about
I
this.
swear, I thought this channel was a meme. I swear to God, I thought it was a meme, and then I started listening.
You sound like a meme,
actually
actually.
real. You guys are actually real.
A meme. Where else?
So you're a walking fucking meme.
I'm CGI, bro. I get money from NASA. I already told you this. I'm in on the big lie to lie to you.
So check it out. He came in here thinking it's a meme. He was listening in, right? He got so fucking triggered that he had to just say something and say, "This, you guys are just crazy." And I have a telescope and I can look in the sky. I can look up in the air. And now the Earth is a ball. He sounds like a fucking clown.
I see the girlfriends out there. Therefore, I have a girlfriend.
I'm not a clown. I'm very interested. I'm CGI. I told you this. Actually, I'm in on the lie with NASA. I get money every month.
Joke. Hold on, you got a telescope, brother. So I'm very interested if you could use your telescope to validate that the Earth's a globe.
Can you validate that the Earth is flat? Do you have any photos of it?
Photos of what?
Have you ever been to the edge? Has anybody been to the edge?
What's the edge, man?
Or is the edge the Antarctic?
Shape, bro. We're not claiming Earth to be a shape, bro. Flat's not a shape.
It's not a shape? Then what is it? An idea?
Oh boy.
No, sticking to that, because his argument was, his claim was that he looked through the telescope, and therefore the thing on his feet is what he's looking at through the telescope. So yeah, you actually did that.
Yeah, but yeah, let's just answer. Let's answer his question. He said, "Is flat not a shape?" Yes, flat is not a shape. Just so you know, like go to a third grade book, or actually go to a kindergartner book where it says shapes. You won't find flat there.
That's how bad we have to do this for you. That to really break down adjectives and nouns.
What shape is the Earth?
We don't know.
You don't know.
No one's
It's
claiming
relatively flat, isn't it? I mean, most of the surface is covered in water, bro. So obviously we know that water's trying to find level. And
it's a topographical stationary plane.
Yeah, listen, check this out, and don't trip out when I tell you this. Don't have a heart attack when I tell you this. It's also, space is fake, and it's not floating in space.
You spelled.
So don't mix up the cosmologies. Like, we don't think we live on a space pancake.
So.
But that is quite a common. Most people think that flat earthers think this, bro. But there's the people called the Flat Earth Society. They're not anything to do with flat earthers. They are controlled opposition as far as we see it, and they push that idea, the concept of a space disk, and they say it's accelerating upwards at the 9.8 meters per second squared, and then they say all the other planets are round, but we're on the only space pancake.
Look,
so
I get it. You guys are scared of the whole round Earth.
Scared
ideology.
I would be scared of it.
No, we were all brainwashed like you at one stage, but then we went and
you saw the truth. Everybody's lying to you.
Keep telling yourself that. That's cool, man.
Flatbread. You don't know what flat means. You just learned it today. You just learned it today from flat earthers. You don't know what round actually means. Like, what's going on here? You think we live in a cartoon? What's happening?
No, it's CGI.
Oh, CGI cartoon. Okay, so are you trolling or LARPing? Are you serious?
I'm just giving you your own arguments back here.
Gemsy, he's shut down, and now all he can do is giggle.
Yeah, that was like 10
That's
minutes
the best part. Like, look how we just did there. He told you if
if Globetard, there's no flat Earth arguments. Then, if Globetard, he can give you back your flat Earth arguments as his proof of the globe.
Well,
so you broke your worldview there because now you've adjudicated flat Earth proof and flat Earth arguments as your proof of Globetard.
I believe that we actually have launched rockets into space, and we actually have seen photos of the Earth from space. I believe that right now there's a 24-hour camera on the space station that you can look down and you can see that even though it's a fisheye lens, the Earth is clearly rotating. I believe in all those things, and I also know for a fact that I can objectively buy a telescope. I can look up in the sky, and I can see that everything up there appears to be round, so it makes no scientific sense why the Earth wouldn't be like that.
We don't live in the sky, brother.
Fucking hell, man.
No, we live on Earth, and the Earth is a sphere.
Why would the Earth be what you think you see in the sky then?
When I get on an airplane and the airplane takes a path, it takes a path based off of the idea that the Earth is a sphere.
You're running from your own claims, dude.
They chart straight line. The courses are charted from point A to point B. They take off, raise to altitude, whatever altitude they're cruising at, into a slot. Like they all get different slots if it's like transatlantic or whatever. So they all get their specific altitude, their specific fucking travel that they go in, and then they descend and land.
Like if I look at a flat Earth map,
what's a flat Earth map as well, man?
The distance to go from South America to Australia.
Post this flat Earth map you're talking about.
What the fuck?
What's a flat Earth map?
Yeah, I predict he's going to post a globe projection using math, then think he's debunked the flat Earth.
Well, you don't have a map
all
of
the flat Earth maps.
All you did was use a globe.
All the flat Earth.
No, I just
maps.
used the internet, and it showed me what you guys think of the Earth.
Right.
Must look like.
Let's see it.
If you fly from Africa to Australia on the flat Earth map.
All right, I'll be back in 10 minutes. I gotta walk my son to school, or maybe not. I don't know.
What's the
bro? They're amusingly dumb.
Tell your son that
they're all amusingly dumb.
Hey, brother. Don't forget to chart your course to school by accounting for the Coriolis and Earth curvature.
Yeah,
Use a telescope to look in the sky to see how to get there.
I bet you he's not gonna mention flat Earth to his son because he might be scared that his son might turn into a flat earther.
I think his son is more smarter than him, to be honest. If you can ask him.
Hey, bro, flatbread. Mention flatbread. Flatbread. Mention flat Earth to your son. No, he's here. He's here.
Yeah, he went AFK though. This is the funny
I'm just
part.
gonna say, make sure you give your son all the size of the coin, all the size of the argument, and mention flat Earth to him, and see, if something just mention it to him to see what happens.
Or talk about shapes. Be like, go into the classroom. Be like, hey kids, I work for NASA as a Discord triggered snowflake Karen, and I want to tell you today that flat and round are shapes because of telescopes. And let the kids get a good laugh. At least you could be like a clown. Hey, everybody,
let's bring him back.
Give a clap for Flatbread, the guy who is too stupid to run a fryer, French fryer, but thinks he can build a rocket.
He gone. I mean, he's here, but he's gonna walk his son. So, who was the other guy that was saying you guys dumb because you guys dumb because you guys are dumb? Who had that argument? Someone said that.
Sounds like a kosher argument to me.
Glober argument.
No, kosher argument.
Yeah, it's definitely a solid argument.
It was Windows 95 saying we're dumb because he can't deal with reality.
He needs banned anyway, bro. I've muted him so many times and he just comes back and does the same fucking shit. You know how to work the ban, boys, yeah? Ban, then A up for.
Yeah, we know how to do it. We've been doing it for days here now.
I've not seen a fucking a bot command, like something pinging up to tell me that it's done. I don't know.
You're in the wrong room.
Nah, in the wee mod room, the guest mod room, it says. But the couple of times that I've had to ban a couple of cunts, it's never gave me a command or a reply to the command saying, right, blah 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 has been
What
banned or anything.
are you using? Are you using their name or are you using their
Yeah,
ID number?
I've tried it on the code as well, yeah, on the ID number, yeah.
Okay.
I'll try it again.
You have to do it in a specific room. Have you read the guest room moderator? This is posted there. Check.
Hey, Manufactum is back. Manufactum, did you figure out that drawing a circle on a piece or a piece of a circle on a piece of paper doesn't mean that you live in a spinning globe? Manufactum. Manufactotum. He was arguing for drawing a circle and then wrap it around a sphere. Therefore, he lives in a sphere. Hank smashed his argument multiple ways because he was claiming the parallel rays from the sun and then converging from the moon, right? Something like that. It was like.
I just got to say to all the flat earthers in here, this is great. I feel like I've gone back in a time warp after being in all these other debate channels and coming back to here and hearing all these old, what would you call it? They're not really arguments, but explanations.
Explanations. Yeah.
Beliefs.
The young gentleman earlier said that, you know, he saw the curvature on the screen from the high altitude balloon. 40 kilometers, so therefore it has to be a globe.
Oh, and he was also told that there was no distortion in that camera. It was an anti-distortion camera, a special one.
He said that he saw it with his own eyes. Look at the screen and saw the curvature with his own eyes. Yep, on the screen. I guess the Globers don't want to talk anymore, so let's wait until they have any questions or want to bring forward any arguments. Go ahead.
This dude yesterday came in here calling everybody satanic, ritualistic pedophiles and stuff. I'm like, dude, you're not gonna last long acting like this, okay? Just calm down, take a breath, okay? Get it out, okay? We'll shit your pants, we'll change your diaper, and then reset the conversation.
Can you remember his name, Craig?
Oh no, I can't remember who it was. I think it was that guy Wish. I think it was Wish who was in here earlier. I'd have to hear his voice again. Because then he ended up saying... Oh, because then he ended up saying the only reason why he did that was because he's talked to the XO who did that to him.
That's exactly what I was going to say, bro. It sounded like XO.
Yeah. So I go, so XO triggered you. So you came here to act like the XO. And he's like, yeah, because you guys would let him talk here. I go, based on what? You think if I would tell XO don't talk that way, he would just keep doing it? Or do you think he would respect me? So then the guy went on and on about how flat earthers need to, whatever this and that. I go, dude, XO doesn't even identify as a flat earther. Like, what are you even going on about right now? Like, you said you listened to him insult you, but you didn't listen to what else he said. That's probably why he started insulting you. I go, even if we'd say XO is welcome here and all his, pedophile, like, deranged crackhead freak stuff, why would you imitate that? Because he did that? So whatever XO does, you have to do too. So if he lights his hair on fire, you'd have to also light your hair on fire. If he does whatever XO does, you would have to also do it too. Otherwise, you break your worldview. Oh yeah, Tess or Toes. Toes was right. Yeah, I thought it was Wish, but yeah.
See, the thing is, Exo can actually be a good flat smacker, a good fucking member of the team, but then he just for some reason, man, I don't know, his fuse burns down to low and then it just pops off, man. And it's just uncontrollable after that. You've no choice but just ban him. It's a fucking shame. He's been along this fucking argument as long as I've been in Discord.
Yeah, the reason I brought up that story was to tell you, there's a showcase how broken globalist logic is. How they can't really follow a thought or an idea to a full logical conclusion. And you see this manifest in some really spectacular ways, like the guy Wish coming in here and trying to LARP as XO. Then when you ask him, really, why are you doing this? What would make you think about these concepts or these ideas? And the best you could come up with is that since we're flat earthers, we also have to take responsibility for what this other guy does. Therefore, he'll act like that person to show us that we're also responsible for what he does. I said, no, dude, you're responsible for what you do. This is just basic manhood. Something he should have learned from his father. His father said, hey, own up to your actions, your words. On the internet or in life, you've really got three things. You've got your name and your word. And really, he doesn't have either. Like his works.
What are you guys talking about?
Just a really broken globalist logic where they try to blame other people for what they do.
Sorry? What's the brokenest globalist logic?
This guy met a flat earther on a completely different server.
Okay.
The flat earther kind of made fun of him, said some pretty nasty things. So he decided to come. The guy who got made fun of came to this channel and started imitating the flat earther.
Oh,
then wanted to blame us for why he was acting that way. I'm like, your experience on another server is A, on another server. Your experience with another person is B, an experience with another person. If you thought that was stupid or over the top or toxic, then you acted in that manner. Inside your worldview, you have confessed.
Wait, so you're a globist or a flat earther? What are you?
A flat earther, dude.
Oh, cool, I guess.
Yeah, man.
Why is that?
Why is it cool?
No, as in why?
As in, yeah, why is it cool or what?
No, as in why are you a flat earther? I mean, it's obviously very cool, but I was just asking.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That cool, bro, right? We get non-stop abuse for it, so it's not really a thing that we want to do and point ourselves out to everybody and be ridiculed, because I mean it does, like, people get obnoxious regarding this topic, man. So we are just basically trying to help people and show them the evidence that we have got and show them evidence that they can gain themselves. Like, you can go and do these tests yourself if you really want to.
I was just because I had a question because I saw it as a flat Earth thing, and I watched this video the other day. I don't know what map you guys go based off, but this one was using one of the flat Earth maps.
It'll be a globe Earth projection, I'm sure that you'll have.
Sorry?
It'll be a globe Earth projection, I would imagine, that was on this video.
No, it was taken from a flat Earth community or something. So what it was doing was
it was globe Earth projection, bro.
Yeah,
Sorry,
flat earthers don't claim a map. All those flat maps are just globe Earth projections.
Okay.
And we're not claiming those maps as ours.
I mean, you can use them to navigate, but like to say that this map is 100% and these dimensions are 100% versus that, like we're not saying that, bro. Like I don't know which map is fucking the closest, but there is a few.
Well, it doesn't have to be particularly inaccurate. It doesn't have to be like amazingly accurate anyway for what I was gonna ask anyway. But you're saying there are maps that like, what's the word? Like are closer to the representation of what an actual map would look like to you, right?
Have you got it there by any chance?
No, I don't have it here. I was just wondering if you had a map that would be closer to what the globe would look like. Excuse me.
Another guy says, bro, I'm not claiming anything like that, bro. Because then obviously if you claim that, then people want to dig into, oh, well, you're saying this, so this, and then like they're trying to nail you down.
Oh, I wasn't going to shout you. I was just curious.
No, that's what people do, bro. That's...
Yeah, I don't, but I know who does. I got 2 citations for you.
Well, because... Well, I don't see anything.
Here, can you see the side chat right here?
One sec. Let me just get it.
Max, are you a flat earther or a glober?
You know what? For this conversation, I'll be nothing. Just so I can be a clear mind. You know.
So right here, you got NASA. You got NASA right here talking about they have a flat map that they wrapped around the ball, and they developed this flat map using meteorological and climatological satellites to photograph the surface of the Earth. So there's one map you could use. Here's the other one from the Department of Defense. It's called the MGRS, the Military Grid Reference System. It depicts the Earth as a flat world, not as a sphere. It uses different lines in latitude, longitude, since these lines are drawn on the globe, which is a sphere. But the key advantage of the MGRS is it provides small scale to near perfect kilometer length, depicting the world as flat. So down to the kilometer, they're able to depict the Earth as completely flat. So there's 2 maps. The problem is neither one of these people will give it to you, or people have asked for it, but it kind of falls on their national security. They don't want people. The army doesn't want to give up, or the military doesn't want to give up their maps because it took a lot of effort to make them.
I have like one question. Why is
the flat depiction of the?
Yeah, go ahead.
What?
Someone's trying to interrupt you there.
Oh, I was just.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't know anything about flat Earth or anything. I'm not like a science person, but like my main like observation would be like, why is the Earth flat, but like the stars and like other planets we see through like telescopes and stuff, why are those round?
We'll look up the word round.
That's follow.
Sorry,
okay,
spherical. Spherical. There you go. Sorry.
Yeah, well, not even spherical. They look like a circle, not like a sphere.
Well, we see them turn.
You don't see anything turn. Sorry.
Max, I reckon that's a good question. What you just asked.
Yeah,
that's great. And the inquisitive mind is the one that'll find the truth at the end of the day. You know, you can come in here and you can ask the people in this group, fine. But unless you actually actively go out there and try and find an answer for yourself, you're not going to find it.
So.
Well, the first thing I would say is that round is not spherical, and what we do see without photos being touched up or CGI type images is we see a light in the sky. And if you have a look what Flat Lloyd Wright has just posted in the chat on the right hand side,
well, you can definitely see the moon.
We can definitely see that things that look flat can look spherical from a distance.
But you can definitely see the moon turn, can't you? And that's definitely a round object.
So is true at all? You've never seen the backside of the moon.
Well, the fact that we've never seen the backside of the moon is actually a huge problem for flat earthers, Because if we only see one side of the moon at any given time,
incorrect, kid. Listen, you're talking about Professor Dave.
I didn't
We're
get to
not
finish.
Professor Dave bullshit.
Finish what you're saying, bro.
Listen.
Finish what you said.
Yeah.
Try to finish what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you acknowledge, and I hope you would, that we only see one side of the moon at any given time, then that's a huge problem for the flat Earth model.
But who
Can
says
you prove
there is
there's a
another
backside
side
of the
to the
moon?
moon? Aye, who says there is another side? Who says that what we see is be all and end all, the lot of it? That's it all. There's no
Can
another
y'all
side to see.
produce a picture of the other side of the moon? Taken from Earth?
Guys,
How do
1
we know that
second.
there is
1 second.
What do you mean the other
side?
side of the moon? What
It
are
might
you
be
talking
in
about?
totality. What we see might be the entirety. We might only see
Listen,
what we can look like
guys,
what the totality of the moon is.
Neon, you've been here arguing for the globe multiple times, and now we have Max that is trying to sit down without a bias for the globe, trying to listen and have a conversation. But now we have Neon just jumping in the middle of Max questions and inquiries and just saying, no, it's globe because globe, and you guys are wrong, and you guys are wrong. Come on.
Good point, Gemsy. Back to Max.
Well, I mean,
Back to
do
Max.
you have anything to say with what I've said, though, or?
Yeah,
I don't think it's the virtue.
We'll get back to you in 30 minutes.
Really quick, prove that there is another side of the moon. That's what. Now they're going to talk to this other guy.
That's the point. Like we might only see the entirety of the moon. There's no reason to think that there is another side. We don't think it's a sphere. And people think that like you go to the south, then you're going to see a slightly different part of the moon. If it was a sphere, that would be the case. Surely, we'd see.
And we don't know what it is or where it is.
So wait, is the moon
or
flat
the medium
too?
that it's in? We don't think we live on.
If it was a sphere,
planet,
it would
bro.
change shape. If it was anything other than a sphere, it would change shape as it moves throughout the sky,
Why?
but it doesn't because it's a sphere.
What? But
Yeah, if
there's
it was
evidence
like
that it's a
if it
sphere.
was like a if it was like a flat
All right, we're done with the baseless claims. Let's have a chat with Max. Let's just done with the baseless claims. Let's have a chat with Max.
Max is trying to put some inquiries
Floyd
in.
just posted.
Do I talk now?
I was gonna say, just look at Flat Lloyd's, the image with the 4 balls, like to tell, like how do we tell that that is a sphere? That's not that a great quality, that image, but I've got a better one than that someplace. But there's no way of telling what these things in the sky are, what shape they are.
Well, I guess you can tell they're
not spheres.
circular at least.
Well, they look roundish, yeah, man.
But
that's not to say sphere. It's like saying flat is a shape. Round's not exactly a shape.
But then my question to you, Max, would be, even if these objects in the sky were a sphere, how are looking at objects in the sky that we can't go to and prove evidence of the ground under our feet that we're walking on and the oceans that we sail on?
So there's a chance you're saying the world is flat, but there's the planets in our solar system are spherical. Would that be a
by
chance?
your logic, then I have light bulbs in my ceiling and my floor should be spherical, or I'm playing with a game of pool with round balls on the table and the table must be spherical. I mean, you're making baseless assumptions.
Oh, I was just asking. I wasn't trying to be like baseless.
No, Max, because remember, Max, you're thinking about this. I mean, you're thinking about it obviously, but you have to add in a variable already that you're saying, okay, the ground under my feet is a ball, is a light in the sky, because when you look at the sky, you see balls in the sky. You're already adding that you're standing on a planet when you look at the planets in the sky. And
not only that, you also when you'll stand on the ground and look up at the sky during the day on any normal day, what does it look like? I mean, when you look up there, it looks as though it's curved. It looks as though, like when you look at the clouds, but then when you go up in a plane and you just get above the clouds, you can see it's dead flat. So the way your eyes see things aren't necessarily.
Can't you see a curve from the what's it called? The International Space Station.
Well, we don't know that International Space Station is actually there.
Oh, I've seen the International Space Station.
Oh, we know there's something there. We're not denying there's something flying across the sky, but we don't know what it is. And it's definitely not in space because space is a violation of gas laws and thermodynamics laws.
Really? So,
okay.
How are we supposed to verify these things are actually spheres in the sky? Or that we're one, and what relation would the sky have to the floor?
Hey, Max, let me ask you a question. Since the ISS is flying over world right now,
sure,
it's not showing Florida as having a hurricane slamming into it. What happened to it? Is it just wrong?
I don't know. I haven't seen any of that, to be honest.
You're better off to go back and question things like the ISS and question everything that you've been taught.
But
we've all been taught.
Wait, so if the moon doesn't turn, does that mean it's tidally locked to
No, that's what they teach you in school, but that's not necessarily the truth. Very little is truth.
Wait, is it tidally locked? Do they teach that?
So let me.
I know Pluto's moon is tidally locked to Pluto.
Well, it can't be tidally locked because if the moon was tidally locked, well, then it'd affect all water sources on Earth and inland lakes. So there's many inland lakes that don't have tides. Well, yeah, if the
including
moon
where I am
locks everything, if the moon locks everything tidally, well, then we're in a bit of trouble when we're on. Yeah, well,
I wasn't talking about tides as in ocean tides. Tidally locked is like a term used for like moons and stuff like that for when the face stays.
It doesn't rotate.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah, well, that's again assuming.
No, but supposedly it rotates at precisely the same rotational speed as the Earth, so both of them appear to be still and locked. Well, the moon obviously drags its way across, but the actual rotation, the moon is claimed to be rotating. But do you believe that?
But can't you prove that man has been on the moon? Because you can can't you project lasers off the mirrors that they put up there?
Well, they were doing that prior to Apollo anyway, even before the moon landing.
That was just that was an episode of Mythbusters, and it's rubbish. There's no mirrors on the moon reflecting back.
Okay. No, but that's what I'm saying. The laser ranging experiment, they call it, from I think it was 1962 or 64, a couple of years at least before they supposedly dropped those retro reflectors. They were still getting a signal by bouncing these lasers. So,
if you really
MIT was doing it. I think it was MIT was doing it way before, before the moon landing, supposedly moon landing. So that's not an argument to say, yeah, there's something on the moon that we put there.
And also, I think there are different sides of the moon. I think you can, well, at least you can see it turning, unless you make the argument that the moon just like visually overnight, I guess. I don't know.
If we really want to know if the Earth is flat, we don't look at the sky. We need to go out and measure if there's any drop over distance. And that can easily be done. We know the circumference of the Earth. Yeah, we know. We can work out the drop over distance. We can work out where this physical curve actually needs to be, is required to be according to the measurements that we're given. And we can go out and we can test that for ourselves.
Yeah,
and what you're going to find is that there is no drop over distance and that large bodies of water maintain level. It's very simple. We don't need to look at the sky. There's very simple things we can do right here on the Earth.
I watched a documentary when they did that, as in some flat earthers did that, and they went out into the sea at night, and they I think they cut out holes in cardboard, and they were meant to be at the right latitude to be able.
That's a mockumentary. A mockumentary. You know, propaganda.
Those weren't flat earthers.
But wouldn't that be the correct?
No, actually.
Well, there's issues with all of that, but that's a long story, and you can actually speak to the flat earthers in person on another server, if you like, who actually were there and took part in that. But if you're talking about Netflix,
Bob died.
And, if you're talking about the Netflix documentary,
I'm not sure.
Yeah, Bob. The one he explaining was done by Jaren, I think, right? That they had a laser that they weren't gonna use, but it burned down. They burned the laser, so
No,
they had to use the flashlight.
They had an issue with the laser where it didn't prove round or globe or flat, and Jaren said, that's very interesting. And then Netflix cut it all out, but they did repeat it. They did sort the problem, but of course that was not aired, and they don't have the ability to get that footage or have that footage because of the contracts that they actually signed with Netflix. But there's many people who have done this, and you can go out and you can do these measurements yourself very easy because it's not a very big distance.
There is also actually an act, Bob that he passed away, Spake mentioned about what actually happened. There's an actual whole recording of him himself explaining what actually happened.
Yeah, I've got it.
And
if anybody wants it, I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah, because you don't just want to hear, you just don't want to hear the TikToks on the internet or whatever Netflix created and told you, right? You want to probably hear it from the source, the actual people, right? Would that be a good maybe?
Well,
if you want to
regardless
hear
of
from
that,
that point,
you can. Regardless of that, you
Right.
can go and do it yourself, and you can do that yourself with a camera these days, looking across bodies of water very, very simply. So, regardless, you can prove it to yourself.
Wait, so if there's no flat Earth, does that mean there's no gravity? I mean, if there
Well,
is flat Earth,
No,
does
there's
that
no
mean-
gravity.
Is there
There's
any
no gravity.
scientific evidence for gravity that you could give us?
Wasn't there like basic stuff like putting water in a bucket and then like swing it around? Doesn't that prove gravity?
Well, that would
sort
be
of?
a centrifugal force. That wouldn't be gravity.
Oh, isn't that a
That'd be
form?
defying gravity.
That defies gravity,
Well, if the water's upside down, yeah.
but you're swinging it.
Yeah, because you're creating a force that's pushing the water into the bucket.
Oh.
Now take that bucket and just tip it upside down without swinging it, and what happens?
Well, it goes to the floor.
Yeah. So, can you give us any scientific evidence that this gravity that's claimed actually exists?
I mean, not without. Well, yeah, there's probably multiple ways. I'd have to Google it though.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask you 3 questions?
Go
And
ahead.
these 3 questions are not to be rude. They're just to establish, where you're at.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, can you tell us who in history has directly measured the curvature of the Earth drop over distance?
No, I can't say that myself. Sorry.
Yeah, cool. And can you tell us anybody who's ever measured or proven the rotation of the Earth?
Not personally, no. I've not looked into it.
Cool. And can you demonstrate here on Earth anywhere gas pressure without containment? Because gas law states that the antecedent to pressure is containment, where gas particles bounce off the wall of their container. Now, when we open that container, entropy occurs, another law, natural law, where high pressure will always fill low pressure or the void or the empty space until that pressure equalizes. So can you give a demonstration or show anyone who's given a demonstration of gas pressure without containment?
I can't. I'm sorry. I'm not really good at science and stuff like that, to be honest. I dropped out of school when I was younger.
Cool.
Me
So
too, bro.
then
I was in care.
you-
I was in the care system. So the only thing I really liked at school was science.
So then you would have to agree then that your belief in the globe is purely that, just a belief that you trust what you've been told by school, by peers, by others around you, and from what you obviously see in the mainstream and on TV. You trust what they say. You trust.
Would come from like sorry for interrupting you. My main belief would come from like mainly like looking at other planets in the night sky and stuff like that. Because I've used like telescopes to look at like different planets and stuff, especially when I was younger.
Yeah, but again, that's not the surface that you're walking on. That's not what we're concerned with. You know, we should be able to see and measure, or at least know who's measured this drop over distance. We should be able to measure, or at least know who's measured this rotation. And, you know, gas pressure, well, we're supposed to be on this spinning ball that has gas pressure without containment next to a near perfect vacuum. Now, if that was the case, according to gas law,
I don't think space is a vacuum.
We wouldn't be breathing right now. Sorry, what was
Oh,
that?
it's claimed to be a near perfect vacuum. That's what they claim.
It's not a perfect vacuum. It's a near perfect
Max said he
vacuum.
doesn't agree with that.
What? Sorry?
I thought space wasn't a vacuum. I thought
it doesn't matter whether he agrees or not. That's just a fact. It's a near perfect vacuum.
Why is that a fact?
Well, that is a fact that we're told about the globe. So unless you're going against your own beliefs and science, then you're incorrect, Max.
I'm just double checking.
That's the thing, Max. So I asked earlier, do you believe in the globe or do you believe in the flat earth? You sort of said, I'll just sit on the sidelines here.
I'm just trying to like learn about both. I don't really know about either. Like literally I dropped out of school when I was like 13.
So you've never really questioned this topic and you're in here to try and see what it's all about.
Pretty much, yeah. I'm not like coming in with any malice or anything.
No, so what the flat earth topic is about the truth. It's about facts, it's about science, and it's about what we experience and see every single day.
Okay. It's just, the main thing is just still, I don't know why necessarily the planets we see in the night sky aren't spherical, because I think there's definitely people out there that have observed them like at least turning. Well, not necessarily turning, but like at least the surface changing, which you'd assume would be turning.
Well, again, what we see is lights in the sky. We don't actually see much more than that. And again,
but the moon, for example,
it doesn't matter what the shape of these things are that are above us. We can go and do direct measurements of the Earth and the ocean right here, right now. It's a bit silly to ignore something like that, and as simple as that, to try and go back to lights in the sky that don't prove anything about the ground that we walk on. Or
even if the moon was somehow round or globular, like AJ's saying, it's got nothing to do with the shape of what I had someone once argue and say to me, well, our head's are round. So if our head's are round, the Earth is round. I'm sorry, but I don't understand that logic. Some do, but I've heard it from actually quite a few people that have said that. Your head's round, so the Earth is round. What? The moon's round, so the Earth is round.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that, to be fair. That's an odd argument.
No, probably because you haven't gone and told them that the Earth's flat yet. When you tell them that the Earth's flat, you'll get all kinds of weird and wonderful responses from people.
Remember, they're telling you, just look away from the thing in question, the ground under your feet or the waters across. Just look away from that. Let's look to the sky to tell what's under your feet. Think about that logic.
Wait, so what do we do on Earth to prove that it's flat?
You measure it to find curvature, right, which is calculatable. If you Google search and just type in what's the diameter of the Earth or what's the circumference of the Earth, well, you can find the distance all the way around.
That's according to Jews.
Do a mathematical.
Well, that's according to globe math and what we're taught and what we're told.
Just the regular scientific globe model. It's got a
so it says
distance,
the circumference is 24,000 miles, basically.
Yeah. So
then
if
you're standing on the shore, if you're standing on the shore of a body of water, and this is used in sailing every day, this is something that comes from, if you're out at sea, the horizon can be no further than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which means that if you are standing on the ocean at 6 feet high, that curvature can be no more than 3 miles or 5 kilometers from where you're standing. So you can go and find a body of water that's 10 kilometers, and you can sit your camera near close to the water on a good day on a nice tripod, and you will be able to take long distance photos for yourself of the shoreline on the opposite side. Or you can pick an item, say like an image we use is the Black Swan, that shows some oil rigs offshore. I can't remember the exact distance, might be about 6 or 8 miles offshore, with the horizon well beyond those oil rigs in the distance. So here we go. It's a Modus Tollens. So if you have a look in the chat beside us on the right-hand side, Modus Tollens. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, the geometric horizon. That's those measurements are what we're told about our globe, apparently. So not Q, the distance to the horizon is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P, cannot be a sphere. So if we have a look at these oil rigs, the observer height was 1 foot. All right, so the max distance to the actual physical geometric horizon that we should not be seeing past is 1.22 miles. Now, if we have a look at these oil rigs, we can see that the horizon is well beyond 9.41 miles. Therefore, the Earth cannot be a sphere.
Can't you talk about is there not any footage of like boats and stuff sailing like over the horizon, like going like further down and down?
Until you increase your angular resolution by using a camera or gaining altitude, and then that boat comes back into view. You can stand on the beach.
Well, yeah, that would happen.
Zoom in with a camera, and the entire boat will come back into view. What you're seeing is just an optical effect of your vision.
But this would be done on a camera, wouldn't it?
Well,
what's that? Sorry?
Couldn't you do it on a camera? Couldn't you film from a steady point, if on a clear day, obviously, and then see boats go over the horizon on a camera?
Yep. And then you can bring them straight back in when you zoom in and increase your angular resolution. Does someone have a video of that they can post in the chat?
Wait, what's the angle? Do you mean moving the camera up?
No, by zooming in.
Oh, just zooming in.
There's some pretty amazing zoom cameras out there at the moment. I think Nikon does them. If someone Googles like the Coolpix
P1000
or something like that, and it's got, you can see, you'll physically watch the boat go over the horizon with your eyes, and then you just sit there and see it. The camera's gone, and then this thing zooms up, and it just comes straight back into vision again.
And again, there's an issue with these boats disappearing over the horizon, because if I'm sitting on the beach and I'm looking out over the water, these boats should be disappearing a lot quicker than what we see them disappear.
You should see it happen at the same point every day for every single boat, and that does not ever happen in reality.
That's right.
The thing is, we live in a world of perspective. If you're an artist, you'll understand. Like when you do a drawing of a building or of a room, there is a horizon line. In your drawing, there's always going to be a horizon line, and you work all of your lines out off that. So everything is seen with our eyes through perspective. We don't have the ability to see beyond a certain point. We have a vanishing point.
I found a video of them like zooming in on a boat. Oh, I can't click in the chat. Never mind.
What?
Few of these ones are really good too, because they show you not only the boat getting back into view, but also pushing further and further out the geometric curve of the Earth.
Sorry, how do I text in the chat in the right? Because I've got a video that shows like a boat. Oh.
Yeah, you might not have perms for the
Oh, okay, never mind then.
For the room, like if you're for the server, you need to be level 3 or higher.
Oh, level 3 or higher.
Yeah, they're quite racist, so beware.
The what? Sorry.
Stick around. Like there's a bot that tracks all your engagement, and after you've been on the server for a certain amount of time, it levels you up automatically.
I'll send it to you then, if that's all right.
Yeah, certainly. You can send it to me.
Hey, Mayhem. How are you, mate?
I don't know what that is. Just a ship going over the horizon.
Someone else in here. He might not be listening.
By the way, 50% of the mods are women, and 10% of the population is woman.
What?
So, Max, do you understand where we're at so far? We've gone.
You guys
do you understand where we're at?
If you see a ship go over the horizon, but then you zoom in with a camera, the ship will come back.
Yes, and if you're standing on the beach, looking at this ship, and your eye height is at 6 foot, then that boat or that physical horizon that boat is supposed to be going over can be no more than 3 miles or 5 kilometers. So when you zoom in and you're bringing it back into view from behind the curve, that is impossible.
Well, would that be when the ship is meant to be going down, like when it would be completely visible? Because surely that depends on the height.
So when the ship is completely gone, so when you're sitting on the beach and you're looking and this ship has completely sailed over the physical curvature of the Earth that blocks boats and buildings, and it's completely gone, and we pick up our camera or our binoculars or whatever we're using and we zoom in and the entire boat comes back into view, how is that possible once it's gone over a physical curve?
It's like kind of confuses me because like you've got like so many people involved in science. I don't understand why they'd all be lying about it.
Well, that wouldn't be science anyway, but you know, that's a pretty easy question. I mean, if something has gone past something physical, it's being blocked by something physical. How can it then be brought back into view from something that is physically blocking it?
I don't know.
Well, it can't. That's the answer. It physically can't. So what we're seeing is not, obviously not something going over a curvature. It has to do with limits of our vision. It has to do with atmo conditions. It has to do with many things, but our horizon is not physical. It's apparent, and it moves in and out every day with weather conditions. That is not something a physical horizon can do.
Okay.
The other thing is that water itself always finds its own level. Water doesn't bend or curve around balls or anything like that. That can't be scientifically tested or proven.
Aren't rain droplets curved?
Well, if you try and put water on a tennis ball and spin it around real fast, see how you go with trying to keep the water on the ball.
Well, when you're talking about rain droplets and small droplets of water, you're talking about very small area, and you're talking about surface tension.
But wouldn't
sorry,
with the
electrostatic effects, many different things. But we're talking about large bodies of water at rest.
But you wouldn't be able to test the idea of something stay on a ball on Earth because, well, the Earth's gravity would interfere with that.
Well, we were on gravity before, so maybe we should go back there. And can you give us any scientific evidence of gravity?
I can Google some, I guess. Oh, give me a second.
Yeah, go for it.
Can I ask you to explain sunsets?
Yeah, you can. No worries at all. The sun's moving overhead and moving away from you into the distance.
So why does it like set over the horizon?
It's the same as what you're witnessing as ships going over the horizon. It's not setting into the horizon; it's compressing into the horizon.
I think he's asking.
Is the apparent location where the sky and the Earth meet.
Apparent, so it doesn't actually go to the horizon?
No, the horizon is apparent, not physical.
I'm asking where is the sun and when the sun sets?
It doesn't set, it just moves away from you until it gets out of your view.
I think he's asking why that goes to the horizon and why it doesn't just get smaller and like the sky.
Well,
It doesn't
because
go to
of
the
perspective.
horizon.
Because of
It doesn't go to
perspective.
the horizon. If it doesn't matter what you're looking at, like Tim just said, perspective. Something further away looks lower in the sky, and the horizon is the apparent location where the ground and the sky meet.
Wait, so when things get further away, they go to the horizon? That's just the
Well,
rule.
if you picture yourself standing on a train line, standing on a train track, I can't put an image into this.
No, you don't have perms in the chat. You haven't been here long enough.
So send it to one of us. We'll drop it in the chat.
Yep, I will do. But if you picture yourself standing on a railway line with the tracks, and you'll see that when you're standing there in the middle of the tracks, you'll see that the train tracks are on either side of you, visually quite far apart. And then if you look into the distance on a straight train line, you'll see that the distance between the tracks, the further away they get, the distance between the tracks becomes narrower until eventually it converges.
There's actually a good picture that old dude
just
posted in
Let's
the
take a look
chat
what
on
I
the
just
right hand
posted.
side.
Oh, so you're like saying the sun is like moving just over
Yeah, well,
to
so as
different
the sun,
areas.
so that's right. Well, the globe Earth says that the sun stays still and the Earth spins, but the flat Earth model suggests that the flat Earth stays still and the sun moves around it in a sort of cyclonic kind of.
Before we move on here, guys, hang on a second. I just want to pull us back to the gravity because
Aren't there gonna be other people?
You've taken us off track for a minute. But if you have a look at what old dude posted on the right hand side, that's a very good explanation right there. And Max, we need to get back onto this gravity and this science.
I would agree that the sun doesn't go down everywhere at once, right? Like other people will see the sun in different places, won't they?
Yeah, just have a look at that picture that old dude posted.
Max. Yeah, what you're looking at here is this idea. You said sunsets, where in your or in the globe point of view, the Earth is tilting away from the sun. See that? Why have you been able to explain that? How that works? Think about that, because you can explain the flat Earth version very easily. You can demonstrate this very easily. But what you can't demonstrate is falling away from the sun, tilting
what
backwards.
Saying is that the sun is not actually setting. The Earth is rotating and you're falling over backwards on the rotating Earth. But I do want to get back to Max and science and gravity if we can.
How do I send someone a message so that I can get this perspective photo across?
There's already a couple of them there, but send it to one of the mods in here from Flat Earth, so Spake or maybe Heretic.
Hey, I can speak. Sorry.
Do you guys have a map of the flat Earth?
Oh, hey Mayhem, how are you, man?
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I'm just checking out my mic. I was trying to figure it out. I didn't know if I could speak or not, so I apologize.
I just ran Max through the 3 questions, so we're just leading off of that now.
There's 3 questions to tell people.
You don't want to interrupt, you go ahead. I'm kind of happy that I can speak.
Well, yeah, they are. We do, because we need to establish whether, first of all, that you have
that railway,
that you know for a fact that you live on a globe, or whether it's just a belief that you live on a globe, because most people think it's a fact until we can point out a few of these things. And those 3 questions are a great, easy way to point
Yeah, nobody
it out.
cares about epistemology and like beliefs and this, that. Like, I just want to know why the sunset on the horizon.
Ouch!
Well,
Ouch!
we just gave you an example of.
that's a bit off the side to come in there and just like, we don't care. Like, yeah, we don't care. We're curious beings, guys. We're humans. We want to know things.
No, telling people that they're indoctrinated into a cult isn't an answer, right? Like, it's just.
All right. Well, yeah. Let's get down to brass tacks, because I'm the one that actually curated these. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So
am I interrupting in the middle of your conversation?
Can I have a map of the flat Earth, please?
Well,
yeah.
first
See,
of all,
the thing that you require.
Why?
Sorry, AJ.
Sorry,
do you
man.
want to go ahead?
Yeah, man, I'm loving this
if you're making the
conversation
claim that the
actually,
Earth
if
is
I can.
flat-
But Parserville, I just want to finish with Max first, because you sort of jumped in while Max was having a look at something. He was going to Google for us some scientific research for gravity.
I got very sidetracked. Sorry, I was listening to you
So I
guys.
want to see what Max has first. But if Max doesn't
How'd
want to
you go,
continue,
Max?
we can jump in with.
I
Parserville.
am actually curious about a map of flat Earth. That would be very interesting. Because surely,
Well, we
if there's a
did
map
actually
of
just-
flat Earth, you could like.
We actually did just cover that earlier, but I'd
I
like
was
to
just
stick to
gonna-
the topic at the moment. Let's just stick to this gravity topic, because we
Can
were
I
on
just
that
ask
path.
one thing? Because if there is like a map of flat Earth, wouldn't that affect like a bunch of people's
It's a very different conversation, AJ, in
pilots
this
and stuff
room.
like that?
You're gonna
It
have
is,
to go a
man.
little bit differently. You're gonna have to go a little bit differently. It's gonna have to. You have to shift the.
Is asking
the
for
way
a
you
map
talk.
like off topic? Because I thought we we're talking
Well,
about the flat Earth.
Yeah,
well,
but
at the mo-
yeah. So
well, hang
let me just introduce, because
Mate, there's-
I'm gonna give you
there's
the
no
floor,
map.
AJ. I promise. So what happens? What happens is, like, when we're actually on a point, we like to thoroughly finish the point. Like, usually in our server, that's what we do. But obviously, you guys want to like pick little points that you want to talk about and never really thoroughly go through one, and that's fine. I guess AJ can just, hop onto another topic and forget about finishing that last one. AJ, if you want to just,
Yeah, I can do that.
just keep.
You want to talk about
I
maps?
don't know,
We can do
because
that.
like it just, it seems like they got something really high on their burners right now. They want to know, inquiring minds even. So let us.
Well, why don't you actually say
know,
something
answer-
instead of like bitching and moaning about like the?
No one's bitching
Okay,
and
I don't
moaning.
know.
I was just
I don't
trying
know
to
why
keep it
that-
on track with my discussion with Max. That was all. But if you want to both know about maps, we can discuss maps.
Can we get back to it, boys?
I think gravity is actually something difficult to prove on Earth because if you were to discuss
Well, there's
gravity,
a
you'd
couple
have
of
to look at
different-
other planets. But you can't really do
Nah,
that.
but
if
bro,
you don't believe.
Why would you have to
When you're
look
saying
at
other
other planets to know
that would
about gravity?
well, that would
Well, 'cause
mean
it's hard
we're
to
a
test-
planet. Like when you say
it's-
other, like we don't
Isn't
think
it-
we're on a planet, bro.
Isn't it hard to test gravity if the theory itself concludes that larger objects have the most effect? So it's hard to.
Like where's the evidence for gravity then? Like in on Earth rather than a story up in the sky.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's difficult to test it if you're on a large object.
Well,
you can't like.
Look, I'd probably argue that it's not that hard to actually prove gravity. It's just not the way you expect it. Like it's so trivial as a theme park ride. There is actually a theme park ride called the Gravitron, right? Now, when you go in the Gravitron, you don't stand on the outside. You don't stick to the outside as the thing spins around. But when you're inside that Gravitron, you're stuck to the walls. It's very hard to get off the walls because of the force. If that could be argued as being gravity, fine. But if the gravity that they're saying that holds us down on this Earth, well, then we could easily just sit on the outside of something and spin around at 200 kilometers an hour and get sucked into the center, which is impossible.
Yeah, just real
Well-
quick for the room, and let the gentleman so he can finish what he was saying. But I just want to say that gravity and anything that suggests that would be a derivative topic to the premise. The premise would be like, what is the Earth, right? So we're trying to figure that out first. When you start talking about like the physics that work on the Earth, that's derivative to the actual premise. So if you do want to go into that and talk about a derivative topic and forget that the fundamental question still hasn't been looked at, that's fine. You can carry on because there's many other derivative topics. But if you
We did
really
go through
if
that.
you-
We did run
Yeah,
through
but
that,
hang on,
Mayhem. They couldn't give us any measurements, any drop
I
over
sent you a
distance,
video.
any curvature, and we
Understood.
suggested.
AJ, I sent you a
Understood.
video of
Understood.
boats going over.
Yeah,
the horizon with
I
Zoom.
yeah. So
Yeah,
I
there's a
understand
few
where
in
you
the chat.
So
No,
I was sorry. Go ahead, gentlemen.
No, it's fine. Go ahead. I don't mind. Sorry.
There's a few
No,
in the
I
chat.
meant-
If you go, sorry, Mayhem. Go, man. Sorry, go.
I meant to say that I understand where you guys are in the conversation. I'm not. Yeah, I'm caught up basically. So all I was trying to say is, with the derivative topics that are being discussed right now, and like maps and gravity and so forth, there's a bunch of sufficient information that we can give. But at the moment, like it seems to be going from one topic to the other without being thoroughly discussed, so that everybody can understand where we're at. And also, AJ said that you already asked the questions to everybody in the room, and there wasn't any answers to, what is the Earth? First off, if who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history with drop over distance? Now, drop over distance is something that a geometric shape would have as a consequence of it being a geometric shape with radius, diameter, circumference. So when you look at the Earth being a giant oblate spheroid, well, that consequent of it being that would mean that from point A to point B on any given part of the Earth, there would be that sagittale or the Earth curve that would be in the way of the person, from point A to the target distance, point B. And which is like that's the most important part, because essentially, if you want to talk about what's happening on the Earth, like gravity or maps or anything, you'd have to establish first that the Earth is indeed a globe. And if that hasn't been got to yet, then the information to be sufficient for that, it's not there. So that's what we're actually, the question that AJ was going through is, hopefully he was pouring himself over that, is that if that's not demonstrated, then we can't talk about the physics on an imaginary globe. We have to establish the globe in physicality, which means out in the physical natural world. And that's all that I think AJ was getting to. But as long as you guys have already established that, then yes, derivative topics are something you can get into. But if you haven't established that, then that's where we're at now. I don't know. Is a room good with that? Or I don't know. If you have any questions, please ask.
At the moment, we were going through everything with Mac, and we were up to a point with Mac. So we discussed drop over distance. We discussed the curvature. That he was going to go out and do some measurements himself. We spoke about the horizon and, ships over the horizon. We went through all that stuff. I think we sort of got to a point where he started talking about gravity and the science of gravity. So that's where we were. And what happened was he was going to go away and Google and have a look at what the science of gravity was and come back to me. But Parsifal jumped in between and sort of took us off that topic. That's why I was trying to get back to that gravity and that science, but Parsifal led it off to the maps. But it just went back to gravity and we were talking about how it was hard to prove.
Yeah, so once again, not that it's hard to prove that it's a derivative topic, and it's already suggesting that in other words, when you start talking about that, then it gets split into a false dichotomy. The false dichotomy is that gravity in the way that the rhetoric is talking about is already being exemplified with whoever proposed it, whether it be Newtonian or Einsteinian.
We don't have to talk about gravity. I don't mind.
So I'm just talking to my colleague. I'm talking to my colleague right now. So that's the reason why. Because when it gets split up into a false dichotomy, then you're going to argue, okay, you have your points, I got my points, and then we can discuss it. And so it's not fruitful when it's a false dichotomy that way, because you haven't established a foundation, which is the Earth a globe or not? And so we got to keep going back to reminding people, if it has been established, then we can move on to a derivative topic. If it hasn't been established, then that's something to question, right?
Well, not everybody wants.
That's derivative.
No, but not everybody wants to move on from a topic. So the topology of the Earth, we could even say it's unknown.
You cut out, sir.
Why am I being muted? Just so I know.
No, you cut out like in the middle of your sentence. I don't know.
Muted.
I didn't.
So essentially, we could say we don't know what the shape of the Earth is, right? And then we have people compete for what the shape of the Earth is. The people who claim, right, it's round are going to have way more explanatory power than the people who claims it's flat. And that's what you would naturally go with, right? Because it's proven.
Well, that's not necessarily true. That's what we're looking at right now. And
why don't you prove it's flat? You haven't done that.
Well, they might have more arguments. There's no doubt about that. They might have more arguments.
What can I do with a flat Earth? What kind of, can I put satellites up into space? No. What's
Can you
this?
predict when sunrise is going to happen in a specific city?
Well, first,
You
hang
can't
on.
do
First, we
anything
have
that's
to go
based
back
on
and prove that we actually are on a
geodesics.
sphere.
If you want to
Can
get
you put
technical.
man on the moon?
Your claim is that
No,
we're
who
on a
cares?
sphere. So we're going backwards again, like Mayhem just said. So where's the evidence that
Yeah,
we're
forget all
not
that.
going
on a sphere?
Let's say that
we're
let's just say that the claim is that
Holy
people can
fucking
Google
shit.
what time sunrise is going to be, right?
Well, no,
Yeah,
the
but that's-
claim
Can-
is here
Can
that the
somebody
Earth is a
address what I
sphere.
said? Can
The
somebody
claim
address
is
what I
here
said?
that
Go
the
ahead,
Earth is a
we
sphere.
don't-
So let's go back and let's prove that this Earth is a sphere.
Okay, you know what people don't do when they put they don't just say, "Hey, spherical Earth, let's go from here." They just use equations, right? Period. Right? The equations work out is the thing. So how are you claiming when people use equations that's able to do things that it's what is everybody's just
Yeah,
how do
math
you
is
explain this?
real quick. I'll explain it. Math is a language, and it's not reality. When you say if you tell somebody listen to what I have to say, right? If I give you 3 apples and I take away 5, can I do that in reality?
Okay, that's why we don't talk about
I know,
impossible
just like-
situations.
Yeah, just mathematical.
The banks can.
Math is not an impossible situation.
Math is a language. Math is a
Yeah,
language.
and
And
can you let
sorry,
me
can I finish
like
saying that? Math is a language, and it describes
you're just
reality.
repeating yourself.
I know, but you have to understand the implications, sir. I don't think you're seeing that right
Nobody cares about epistemology.
now. Epistemology
so
is important, right?
Oh my fucking god! Can
No,
can
it's
I?
not important.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What's this? What's
Can you
this playful
predict
muting, bro?
If I
Dude, you can't stop talking over people, so you have to be controlled.
Oh, did you get the right guy?
It's your turn,
Okay,
sir. Come
so
on.
the thing here is the math, right? First, it is a language, and it gets complicated as you go up the language tiers, just like English, right? When you don't know that, but you just assume it's a conspiracy, the higher tiers of mathematics, that's just fucking ignorant.
Nobody's
right?
talking about a conspiracy. We're just talking about the language itself. Math is a language, and it describes.
Can you
But
let
as
me
far
finish my thought? Because you're not saying
Okay.
anything by repeating. It's a language.
But
It
you
is
just
a
said it's a
language.
conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy. It's just
Oh my fucking!
that's
Can you
all
let
it is.
me
It's just
finish? I don't care what you want to characterize it as. That's the thing, because anybody can do that. What nobody can do, then, seemingly, right? If the math is correct, because that's what the language is. It's a language of explaining physical phenomenon. So if I make a sentence with math, right, and then I go out and I do an experiment, and over again, it just keeps happening. Guess what? That doesn't even prove 100% of the time it's going to be true. It just means it's reliable to use this dumbass equation to achieve something. And that's what people do with equations that are based on the Earth being round. Whereas the flat shit, right? You can't do anything with the math that actually
So why is it gotta be
explains
flat
it being
shit?
flat.
Why is it gotta be flat shit, sir? Like, why can't you just say?
Give me
well,
the
Earth-
equations for Earth being flat, and then I'll actually calculate
That is
how
a
to put
reverse-
something up
that's
in
a-
space, and I'll show
Correct,
you how
right.
you can't.
Check this out.
I'll
Check
show
this
you
out.
how you can't.
My man, relax, dude.
Yeah.
We're just having a conversation.
I'm
So
quite
what-
relaxed. I'm in the side of truth.
Thank you for interrupting me constantly, sir. Like what I'm trying to tell you right now that you're not understanding is that math is just a language, and so if you construct this mathematical equation, it doesn't mean necessarily that it's true. All it means is that you made something in math, and you can construct anything in math. There's formulas for making Superman fly. I mean, you can do anything in math, but it doesn't represent reality until you go and test it. So when you go, let's say, for instance, if you have an equation for the Earth being a globe, right? When you go out into the field and you go and test it, then you actually make the math actually speak out to what reality is. So the language itself spoke to what reality is. But if you take the equations that the Earth is a globe, you go out into the field and you test, and you don't see that it matches up, then it's not the Earth that you're figuring out on math. It doesn't matter how complicated the math is. If it doesn't ring true out in reality, you don't have the globe. It's still just a mathematical construct. It has no implications on reality. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's all I'm
Are you
saying, bro.
speaking? You're saying things, right? And it isn't in the language of. You're saying things not in the language of math. So you don't have the ability to prove math wrong with just random categorizations and I think this and that. You have to show it in the math. So somebody asked me for the equations for how to put a satellite into geosynchronous orbit. Congratulations. It's called a video game, Kerbal Space Program. They literally use the same equations NASA uses,
video
and it works. And it works
Yeah,
in a physics engine.
Yeah. Okay, we're moving off the topic though.
Can I finish? Bro, you need to do what you keep asking me to do.
You're
Stop
not showing the
interrupting me,
connection
bro.
between the math and then reality. You're just saying that we did
need
things
to
and there it
stop
goes.
interrupting me like you asked me to do with you, bro. Right? So if you think the Earth is flat, here's the massive issue you're gonna fucking have, right? What is this flat shape?
Why you get a curse? I don't understand. Why are you getting triggered? I don't understand. We're just having a conversation. Anyway, so basically, when you start talking about what math is and then going out and demonstrating it, it's not a burden of proof reversal. Like you can't say, okay, now you guys show the flat Earth, because first of all, in the first instance, you haven't demonstrated the Earth to be a globe. So we haven't moved off that yet. We're still waiting for you to take the math, go out into the field, and test for drop over distance. That has not
knee review
done.
though.
You understand when I say that has not been done? It has never been done, sir. Not one time in history. Not one time. So you haven't demonstrated globe. So why do you want to say, well, can you demonstrate flat? You haven't demonstrated globe yet. We're waiting on that.
Okay, relax. You have to do the same thing I have to do, right? You have to prove your flat Earth stuff. No,
because that's
hang on a second.
That's not the claim.
No one's been able to find a
That's
curve.
amazing. That's
The
amazing.
current
No one's been
claim
able
on the
to find a
table.
curve.
The current claim on the table is that the Earth is a globe. So the globe has the burden of proof. So we're here asking for evidence of curvature that no one has given us yet.
Have you guys ever actually proven flat Earth? That's ever.
So
Have you
that's
ever
see.
done it?
Why do we keep going to flat
we've
Earth?
got a video game, bro.
Look at the
Because I've never seen you guys actually prove your case. You always just play video games
sir.
against others.
Sir,
Yeah.
video games don't equate.
Video games.
But if we were to examine the Earth being a globe, if we just take a moment, right, all of us in here, and say, okay, let's examine where and who has done this, please, let's go look for who has measured the drop over distance on the Earth. Because as a geometric shape and as an oblate spheroid, it would have the consequence of it having a radius, diameter, circumference. So we would measure drop over distance on the surface of the Earth from point A to point B, anywhere on this globe that we're on. But when has that ever been done is what I'm asking you. And it keeps being diverted to video games and other things, sir. I'm asking for the demonstration.
I'm over it. I'm not going to engage you anymore.
You should be on it, sir, because this is the most fundamental.
I get to decide whether or not I want to engage you and your behavior and the way you're.
I feel like you don't want to. You don't want to
join the discussion or don't.
Well, I
bro.
didn't win
It's
the
up to you.
argument. I'm just done with
No,
it.
nobody wants to face the facts, sir. This is the fundamental premise we're talking about. The demonstration of the Earth, not just in math, but taking it to the field and actually examining if the Earth is or not. And everybody shuts down. Everybody's like, all right, let's not do that. Why not? Why not, sir? Why? Why am I getting triggered voices in here like, oh, this is so crazy? Why? This is the simplest thing. If the Earth is a geometric shape, well, it would demonstrate itself as such. When we go take the math, go check to see if the values are correct, right? Measure the distance over the Earth, and then find out, voila, the Earth is a globe. Why is it so hard for everybody? Well, that's so stupid. Like, we can't go. Why? Why, sirs? I'm asking you right now. I'm pleading with you. What is so difficult about doing that? Anybody, please tell me what's so difficult. Because it's not a silly request. This is like
what are the dimensions of the flat Earth?
Yeah, Newt's done, and Percival wants to debunk you now. Okay. Well, who's done it? Somebody's done it. Has someone done it yet?
Has someone done what?
Measure the drop over the surface.
What are the dimensions of the flat Earth?
The dimensions of the globe. You're. Why are we losing track here?
The flat Earth, right? If you believe the Earth is flat,
the topic is like
dimensions?
Because
we're not claiming to know.
I can't just ask whatever question I want.
The reason why we keep this on topic is because if we let you guys say what are the dimensions of flat Earth and we engage in that, we're going to lose focus that the Earth as a globe has not been verified, sir. We're going to lose focus. We need to stay on track. Let's figure out the globe.
It sounds like you don't have an answer. That's what it sounds like to me.
The answer is you don't know if the Earth is a globe or not because no one's ever measured it. So you're trying to give that burden of proof reversal back onto flat Earth so that you can say, aha, let me stand here and point at you guys and say, you guys give me the answer for flat Earth. Well, you haven't demonstrated the globe first. Demonstrate the globe, and then for sure we can talk about it. Why not?
I mean, we have, but it sounds to me like you're making the claim.
Okay, so
Are
now,
you not, are you
have
not
you
making the claim that the Earth is flat?
No, sir. Have you demonstrated the Earth being a globe?
No,
Have you
claim,
done?
bro.
I have. I was here like the other day, and I demonstrated.
Okay, so drop over distance. Who has ever measured that in any time in history? Drop over distance. Who's ever done that, sir? Drop over
What
distance.
is drop over distance?
So on a
Curvature.
sphere, right, with a radius diameter, I'm going to tell you, on a sphere with radius diameter circumference, the consequent of the Earth's geometric shape being an oblate spheroid, if you're standing at point A and anywhere in the distance, let's say 10, 15 miles, there would be a drop over the distance because you're standing on a ball, right? So if you're on a
What is
ball,
drop?
the drop rate that it would start falling away, or you'd see the sagittal or the Earth's hump, the hump of Earth.
Maybe
So
a diagram might be helpful here.
can anybody post that? So basically, what I'm saying is, if you're standing on top of a ball, right, anywhere in the distance, there's going to be a drop rate. As far as like it having a curvature, the consequent of it being a geometric shape would mean that there's going to be some drop rate. Like we're going to say that 8 inches per mile squared usually is what the satisfactory answer would be for that. So there's a certain
amount. Satisfactory.
Imagine standing on a ball.
Right. So what I'm asking right now is if anybody ever measured this drop rate, because the Earth's a ball. If it's a ball, then anywhere on the surface there would be curvature. We all know this, right? As far as that goes. But
Yeah,
what
we
I'm
could pick arbitrary cities, right? And we could like speculate on
No,
like
listen.
what
Yeah,
what
I'm saying
skyscrapers might be visible, right?
yeah, you could talk about it that way. But what I'm saying is from places that can be measured, who has measured that drop rate is what I'm asking. Not just like let's speculate or let's go into some calculations. What I'm saying, measurement as
Well,
in
there's flat earthers here that like will quote me the radius of the Earth in miles, right?
Yeah, what
Like
your
3,900,
claim? The
something
globe,
like that.
the globe's claim.
Yeah, but like so we're not.
We know
like,
the
for
numbers you believe in. Like we're not claiming numbers.
Yeah, so right now, flat Earth is like something that can be discussed. But first, examining the premise, which is the claim that people are saying, hey, the Earth's a globe. And they teach us in school and they tell us all these things about the Earth being a globe. And we're like, that's fine. You can say whatever you want about the Earth being a globe. Who has measured it so that we can verify that it is indeed a globe? That's what we're talking about in here.
Well, I would say that the reason people make the claim that the Earth has a specific radius of like 3,900 miles or whatever is because they measured it, right? Like you might say, okay, that's like magic, right? I don't believe it. Like they made it up or
it's magic. I'm just asking for who's done it. I'm not saying it's magic. I'm saying, okay, you said somebody's done it. Point me to the person that's done it. And we're specifically...
You want like a name. Okay.
Yeah, we're specifically talking about drop over distance and not anything else. I don't want to hear about somebody staring up at the moon and saying, I think the Earth's the globe. No, I'm specifically asking for drop over the distance, which means that it would definitely be a globe.
Well, I mean, is the radius
about Galileo? Do you think Galileo is a charlatan?
I'm sorry, the guy
Galileo measure drop over distance.
Yeah, the guy was saying something. What were you saying, sir?
I was saying, like, does not the quantity of the radius not answer your question of the drop over the distance?
It would be a mathematical form. So, we got the radius being 3959 miles and diameter being and the circumference. Yeah, so we got the math values.
We draw like a circle diagram, right? And we can say that okay, the radius is 3,900, right? And so then we can draw a tangent line, right? And then we can draw a radial line a certain distance away, right? Like 2 cities, right? And then we can measure the distance in the diagram from the surface of the Earth to that tangent line, right? And that's kind of what you're asking for, right?
Well, yeah, you can do that just like an architect would build a building. You have to start with math and see the dimensions, and the architect has to make sure all the dimensions are correct. But then what the architect does is he puts his.
Can just post something about that?
I don't know. I'm only talking to my phone. I'm not watching what's going on. But what I'm saying is, the architect that makes the design for a building would then put his math into reality. Like he's gonna actually make that building become something that's in reality. So what I'm saying is, with the math that we have for the globe, like you're saying right now, figure everything out. That's great. Now for me, it's like the next step: go out into the field and test it. Yeah. Test it, because if it is exactly what it says on the on the math, and it's going to tell you out in reality that it matches up. Now that's the kicker is, if it does not do that, then we have a situation, right? We gotta, something to do. We gotta figure it out, because how is it possible that we figured it out already with math, but we haven't done so in reality when we've been out there and going to test it?
I think that's your assumption, right? There's plenty of surveyors out there.
I'm asking because, my question has always been, right? Who has it? That's been the first one. Who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history with drop over distance? Now, drop over distance is specific to the geometric shape.
Can I ask you to walk away from the drop over distance buzzword?
Why?
No, you cannot.
It is the natural consequence.
No,
sir,
because I don't want to offend, right? But it sounds like schizo because, yeah, because drop over distance or whatever.
And no, I'm asking for people to define. I'm asking for people to define the geometric shape for what it actually is. How is that schizo?
Like the cross section for me.
Sure, if I hold it, it's illogical. If I hold a sphere in my hand and I tell you, how are you going to measure this sphere? And you tell me, well, from point A to point B on any part of that sphere that you're holding in your hand, like a basketball, there's going to be drop over the distance. So if I have my finger on one part of the basketball and I put my finger on another part, over that curve that I'm going to be showing you.
I think we discussed like the tangent line, right? And the distance along the radius of the surface to that tangent line. Right?
Has that ever been done on the Earth?
Yes.
Where?
So how about this? Why don't we cook up one together right now? Why don't you pick up 2 arbitrary cities?
Have you?
You're not
do the math, right?
The drop over distance has shown. Nobody.
I mean, we can pick 2 cities and we can give you the drop over distance for those 2 cities, right?
If you're standing on top of a ball,
that's out in math. That's not working out in reality. We're not going out to demonstrate.
And then we can go to those cities and then we can try to measure it empirically.
So what you're saying is that it hasn't been measured. We got to find a way to go do it now. Okay, go ahead, Mayhem.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just telling you that it has never been done. So you're telling me how to do it. I'm saying who's ever done it. You're saying, well, we can. But I'm asking you, then how do we have these values? Who's ever done this? Because that's the most important part of this. Because everybody's believing the Earth's a globe right now and saying, hey, you tell me about your flat Earth. And we're like, guys, nobody's talking about who's ever measured the drop over distance. That's the only thing on the table. And it's so blatant. It's not schizo. It's logical. If you have a geometric shape, my God, you would define it by the way its radius, diameter, circumference would be. Why not? That's how we talk to each other, right? How do I know I have a sphere? Well, we already agreed upon what a sphere is and what it makes it a sphere, right? So if we're standing on a giant sphere, then naturally it would have the drop over distance. Now, who's ever done that? Nobody knows. We got some people saying, well, I know, there's been thousands of people. Okay, name one. That's where we're at right now. Where are you guys at?
I mean, I keep posting a video of a guy doing the experiment on YouTube. He posted it 5 years ago.
There you go.
Drop over distance?
Yes,
measurement of drop over distance is not a science experiment.
And we're talking to Parsifal right now. If he's tapped out, you can go ahead and provide it.
So can I ask you, there's a ball, right? And there's two points on the surface, right? Do you agree that if we were to make a cross section, that would be a circle?
A cross section?
Like you cut it,
on the Earth
basketball.
Right, on the Earth itself? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, who's ever done that?
I mean, we can draw a diagram with a compass.
I'm asking a question.
How are you making a measurement from the core?
I'm asking a question.
I'm asking you if I show you the math, which is just basic trigonometry. Are you going to accept?
You're going into trig. You're going into trig. But I'm asking the question because it seems like this is something.
Yes, you said that before that you want to empirically verify it.
Right.
So there's two questions: is the mathematical calculation and the empirical verification, and if they align, then that would give you reason to believe that model is correct, right?
Who's ever done that is my next question. And then your answer is?
We're going to do it together, right?
No, not us. I'm saying in history, sir.
Why not?
Because you're making something up right now where as in no one's ever done this, or is it you just coming up with this right now?
We can just here's the suggestion we can do, right?
How come I don't get an answer? I don't get an answer to that question. Why? I'm asking the question, who's ever done that in history, sir? What you're just suggesting.
Surveyors. We can climb to the top of a skyscraper and we can like see how far out we can see, right?
I want to know who's done it because you're providing something to do, but then somebody must have done what you're suggesting because it sounds like an idea.
So for the sake of this, because I just want to get this conversation forward, right? Like I want you to pick two cities. I want you to agree. I want us to agree on a number of like how far we should be able to see out into the distance, right?
Seville, that's not going to move the conversation forward, bro.
Because you don't want to move the conversation forward. That's what the issue is, right? Like you just want to say that nobody has ever done experiments before. Nobody's
ever done that. I want to know in history who's ever done what you're saying. Just point to me one person. What you're telling me right now, who's ever done that? Yes, please.
Tell me off the top of my head. I want to say Aristophanes or whatever, right? But
Eratosthenes. Okay, so examine to me what you're saying exactly is what he did. Exactly. Just what you're saying.
I don't know if it's exactly, right? I'm suggesting that we climb up, we find a tall building in a major metropolitan area, right?
Going back to that,
we get a buddy that like walks on the edge and then we say, oh, I see you here, I see you there, and then we measure the distance from the skyscraper to where our buddy is, right?
Nobody's done this in history, sir. Nobody. You're just making this up because you
surveyors do this all the time, right?
Have they done exactly? Have the surveyors done it? First of all, has surveyors done exactly?
Go to your phone book and look up surveyors, right? And you know,
done what you said,
they'll
sir.
be in the phone book, and you can call
Surveyors
them up,
measure
like,
elevation and depression angles. Surveyors measure elevation.
That's exactly what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to measure the height of the skyscraper.
Hang on a second.
Right?
First of all, Mayhem's asking a specific question, so if you don't know the answer, just admit that you don't know the answer, and we will move on. But if you don't know the answer, you can't just keep dancing around here.
I have conceded that I am not, I am not proficient in like the history of surveying of the historical record of surveying, right? Maybe I'll come back tomorrow with like with an exact person that has conducted a specific experiment, right?
Yeah,
like,
so why can't you tell me I don't know?
It's funny because like we have, I've popped into the chat before and you've said different. There's been some interesting conversations going on about like, oh, is there an experiment that demonstrates gravity? It's like, well, it turns out that there's this thing called the Cavendish experience. Another guy said, and I went and I looked it up on YouTube, and it was like fucking mind blowing. Like, you got to check out the Cavendish experiment, right?
It's not an experiment.
Yeah. It's not an experiment, and you're jumping around. Mayhem is trying to get your measurements for Earth curve. If you don't have them, just concede. We can move to the next thing.
Yeah, what I really want to know is that because he hasn't answered this yet, and I guess the audience is okay with it, but he hasn't answered. Who has ever done this in history, what he's presenting? Do you understand what I'm asking, or is it difficult for you to understand?
I'm the first guy, right? I'm the only person that's ever thought about going up to the top of the skyscraper and seeing how far you can see out, right?
Well, then why are you?
I did it yesterday. I went to Burj Khalifa and I did it.
Why are you the only one to actually think of it when somebody else? How many brilliant young or minds have been existing before you that never thought of that?
Here's my question: how come you guys have never thought of it? Right? You're trying to convince me that the Earth is flat.
No, I'm not convincing you. I don't care with what way.
First of all, what you're saying proves that you don't actually understand trigonometry.
What I'm trying to show you right now is that you're not presenting the information from history. So from history, anytime that somebody's with a drop over distance and said, look, this is how you do it. You've never presented that. And so you don't know, which is, I need you to hear that. Not, well, I'm not proficient at surveying. I don't care about that. Just tell me you don't know. You can concede.
I do not know the specific arc radius between Chicago and New York.
Why?
Are you happy?
Yeah, but why?
Because I'm not proficient in surveying.
Wouldn't that be fundamental?
It wouldn't be that hard. We would draw a great circle, right?
You can't keep going to your example. It's not going to fly.
Circumference equals diameter times pi, right?
It doesn't matter. You can keep saying things.
Take the angle between the two cities.
It doesn't matter.
Deduct the ratio.
Does not matter. You can
just
do whatever you want.
And
first of all,
and you said some schizo stuff that like math is like not real.
I'm great. Right? I'm so happy that you love math, but that's not going to tell us in reality when we go to the field that that's what the Earth actually is. When you go to the field, that's where the rubber meets the road, not in your language of, Like, well, if you do this with radius,
Well, I'm worried that like if I conduct an experiment, like you'll just say like, oh, the value
We're
that you
having
got
experiments.
conforms to the flat Earth, right? Like we have to we have to make a prediction. That's how science works. It's like,
I
okay,
know what
according to
you're
this
talking
model,
about.
we're going to
Trust me.
expect the number.
There's many
Possible.
people. There's many
Possible.
people.
I think it's really simple.
Sorry, guys. Mayhem is trying to handle this. Just let him go ahead, please.
So I can understand that Percival's trying to get through with his math, but what I'm asking it for is a couple of questions, right? Number one, who's ever done this in history? And number two, what he's proposing, it sounds like he's just making it up on the spot, and he also even made the assertion that he's not good at surveying. So everything that he's doing, he's just cowboying up and just like shooting off at the mathematical mouth to say something. It's like that's not going to help the situation right now. Because the Earth globe right now is in the Earth being in the South Pole. Earth being in the dire
How
straits.
far would it be?
So you see, like I don't. First of all, were you just talking to me while I'm speaking? Like I don't understand. We're looking and investigating the case of the Earth being.
You're hogging the microphone, like you're doing like 90% of it.
Well, why aren't you presenting the information? You'll have the mic. Just present it.
I found a
So my
person who
question
did
to
the
you guys
experiment.
can we predict the distance along the surface of the Earth from the North Pole to the South Pole? Right.
That's irrelevant. That's non sequitur. We're not getting to the point. We're not getting to the point, Percival.
How is that not relevant?
Because you're just making things up, and you haven't dealt with the fact that nobody's ever done this in history. You haven't dealt with that.
Nobody's ever measured the distance from the North Pole to the South Pole. Really? Is that your claim?
Correct. Found the drop over.
Just Google it right now.
I'm gonna go right back to it. Has anybody ever found drop over distance measurements on top of this sphere that you live on, Percival? Any time in history, Percival. Are you gonna answer my question?
Why don't you guys give me streaming?
Why don't
That's not an answer to the question, Percival. Try again.
Percival?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Why?
Lots of people have measured the radius of the Earth.
My question,
Lots of
Percival.
people have measured the density of the Earth.
You didn't answer my question, Percival. How do you want me to engage you if you don't answer my question?
They put it in chat, I think, Mayhem.
I need that answer, Percival. It's so important. Who's ever please pay attention. Who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history with drop over distance, Percival? Anytime. When they show their math, they go to the Earth and say, okay, voila, the Earth's a globe, drop over distance, here you go. Who's ever done that?
Okay, so I'm going to type in measure distance between I don't know, America and China, right?
No, that's not what he's asking for.
What is that fucking stupid shit you're
No,
doing?
he asked me who has ever measured distance, right? And like people.
Radius of the Earth, you clowns. Who measured the radius of the Earth, not distances to fucking cities?
Drop over distance. I'm asking for it. I hope you understand when I say drop over.
I can Google that too. Who measured the distance between the
drop
North Pole
over
and the South
distance, not distance.
Wow,
Drop over distance.
Holy, you are so
I explained to you that it's a circle, right? And so drop over distance is kind of a nonsensical term that you guys just spout over and over again. There is an arc length on a circle.
But geometric shape. How are you not when I describe when I describe what a sphere is, I'm gonna tell you that anywhere on the Earth that you start from point A to point B on anywhere in that sphere, there's a drop rate. And that drop over the distance is going to define that sphere. It will. It's a sphere. It will be defined by that. Do you not understand?
Do you know how much curvature is supposed to exist over 10 miles?
We can divide 10 miles, assuming that's the arc length, right? We can divide that by the entire circumference of the Earth, and we'll get a ratio, and then we can find a degree.
So what's the
right?
drop? What's the drop value?
So here's what I can tell you.
Point A to point B. It's over 60 feet, right? That's what it's supposed to be. Yeah.
That's right.
That's actually interesting. Okay, so you just gave me a number. There's there's 60 there's 60 feet of distance from the tangent line to a point on the to a radial line that is how far away from the
so 60 feet of drop from point A to point B over 10 miles, right? 66 feet. That's what they say. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Now, who's measured?
Right.
Who's measured physically that 60 feet?
Is this whole argument based upon if you've not measured it yourself, it doesn't fucking count?
No, I've done this in history, my man. If you're listening, you would pay attention. Who's ever done it in history? My God.
60 feet drop. Who measured that, Parsival, in all history?
I told you that I'm not well versed in the historical record of
you don't
surveying.
know,
Do you
you
think anyone's ever measured it?
You don't
But
know.
I like this claim. I like this claim. This number that there's.
It's your
there's
claim.
This
It's your
60-foot
claim.
number that you guys are giving me.
It's your claim.
No, it isn't.
Okay, welcome to
My
welcome
claim
to
has
Flat
been
Earth.
that the Earth has a radius, right?
Welcome
and
to
that's
Flat Earth,
approximately
then, because that's what the globe
3,900,
model
which I'm not-
says. Parsival, you're now saying that you don't believe in the globe model.
You
No,
basically
look. I just typed in radius of Earth into Google, and it says 39.
No.
58.8
It's 60
miles,
feet. You
right?
already agreed. The drop is 60 feet. You already agreed.
No,
Yeah,
you
you
told me that is your expected value, and so I'm saying, okay,
That's the globe
let's
model's
we
expected
can measure that,
value.
and
Oh,
we can
you can measure
compare.
it.
Like
Okay, so who measured
you're
it?
using your parabolic.
So who
You're going to
measured
use
it?
your parabolic
Parsival.
measure formula, right?
For
And
all
I'm
the
saying
other
let's use
people
a trigonomic
listening,
measurement
note how
and
he's
see
just
which one
trying to
is closer.
obfuscate away from telling us who's ever measured that 60 feet, because he can't tell us who's ever measured it, because no one's ever measured
tomorrow
it.
with the historical record of surveying, right?
No, yeah,
But
give
I
us
just
a
I just wanted to nail you guys to the
yourself
floor
on mute.
on like
You
what
didn't
your
nail
expected
anything.
value
You
is
nailed
for a
yourself.
specific
dude.
environment.
You just
Do not
denied the globe.
Go and find out who's ever done that. Come back and let us know. I'm actually giving everybody homework. If you guys think that somebody's out there magically that checked these numbers and said, okay, let's take this math. Let's go out into the field. All right, we checked it. That's how much 60 feet is. Okay, we got it. Who's ever done that?
Let's do it. So
One.
So here's a question for you. Like how would that
Okay.
experiment even work?
You
What
tell
you
us
asking
it's your
me?
claim.
Listen, the
I'm,
first
I'm like a mathematician.
It's your
I
claim.
know you.
Right.
That's great. That's great, Percival. But what I'm asking
I
for
want
is
to
that
draw
the
a circle and tangent lines.
Oh my gosh, dude! Who's ever listen? Because you're asking us, how do we do this then? Well, don't. Why is that got to be? Why do we got to tell you guys?
Well,
If
I
the
mean, okay, so maybe I understand that you assume or you believe that the Earth is flat, right? So there's no arc
I believe-
lengths in your worldview. There's no radial there's no radial segments in your worldview, right?
There's no measured.
I mean,
it's not measured, Percival.
I mean, can you not measure things on your flat Earth model, or I mean, what are we even doing here?
Listen, you can measure things, but what I'm saying is, as far as the Earth, the claim of it being a globe, that has never been measured. This is what I'm telling you. So you can calculate all you want on your, paint or
Well,
auto.
I disagree, right? But so
that's
call
fine.
back to the beginning of this conversation when I asked you guys for a map of the flat Earth, right? I wanted.
Oh, you bring the evidence of the Earth being a globe, then it's not going to present. You can't talk about it being a globe. It needs to be presented as a globe, and then now you've demonstrated it, so we'll go ahead and move forward. Until then,
I've done that in the past, right? We can.
You haven't done that yet.
I mean, I told you the radius of the Earth, right?
You can tell me all day long that Harry Potter,
you want me to explain to you?
Use
You
dragons
want me to
with
explain to you how the radius of the Earth was discovered? Okay, I got you. I get you. Okay.
I want to
But
know
my
who's
question
done
to you.
it.
Remember, I asked you at the beginning.
The
Yeah, and
demonstration-
you want names and records. You want you want to give credit to the
Show
brilliant
me-
scientists who figured it out, right?
Show me who's done
So
it. And
my
then
question
let's
to you guys.
Brilliant scientists that you don't know.
I mean, I know a few names here and there, right?
No,
but I'm
you
not,
don't know
like, super
anything. You've
well-versed
made
in
that
everything.
abundantly clear. You don't know. You've said, I'll go and check it out and come back
Yeah.
tomorrow, but you're still fucking waffling.
You're still here, bro.
I have conceded that I am not well versed in historical record of surveying.
No,
right?
what you
Like,
can
you
see
think that's like a
that you
big
don't
old
know
win,
anyone who's ever
right?
measured the
But you're
globe.
not listening to my point, right? Because like I
We
wanted
don't
a
have
number
one.
We
of
heard
60,
it. We heard
60
it. You
feet,
said you
right?
don't know. You said you don't know. That was your point.
And there's also 2 cities, or there's 10 miles, 60 feet, right? Because like that's
But you
I
haven't
see what you guys did.
That's the claim that's never been measured. Yes.
That's the claim. That's the claim that you're making. That's
60
never.
miles
It's never been.
squared is
First of all, it's never been measured, sir. You're gonna keep repeating your claim. It's never been measured. I'm gonna keep telling you that over and over again until you get somebody who has measured it. That's it. I mean, yeah, you can talk about numbers all day long till the cows come home. So what? Who's ever went out into the field and measured it? Goodness grief, man.
I just wanted to nail you down on the floor of like what number you expect if somebody does a specific measurement, and you don't have that either, right? Like,
Okay,
because
so
you don't have any
curve
evidence of your flat
calculator,
Earth
bro.
model.
It's your religion. You can type it into Google.
Because the first question I asked you, remember, was, do you have a map of the flat Earth? What are the dimensions of the flat Earth? Right?
It's the
And-
39 mile
No one
radius
claimed that.
figure they're asking about, dude. What don't you get?
It's a bit difficult.
This is sad.
It's a bit difficult when you have
How far away?
It's a bit difficult when you
How
have.
far away is Beijing to Los Angeles? It's
It
like
doesn't
a
matter the
basic question, right?
We're looking
The
for
guy.
drop rate. The drop rate. The drop rate. The drop rate. That's what we're looking for. We're not talking about how far away this thing is or that thing is. We're looking for the drop rate. Do you understand?
Yeah, you
I
know
don't
that the
understand
balls
what
have
drop rate means.
curvature on it. You know, balls have curvature.
At the beach, like the elevation is sea level, right?
So level. What does level mean?
Of course.
I mean, you tell me what drop rate is, right? Like,
So you don't know.
I think you
this
guys
is
are
the
all
Goldie
gay.
now turned into I don't know what the curvature of the globe I believe in is. This is sad.
no, I told you the radius is 3,900, right? And we can draw
Which has never been
a
measured.
cross-section circle.
Never measured. No curvature ever measured.
But we can predict, right? Okay, listen.
So,
What we can do is
what you
we
can do is assume.
walk, or
You can just make up that
we
number.
can
You don't
walk
have to measure
from
everything.
China. Or how about this?
You
We
can
can
walk
walk
to
from
China.
New York to Los Angeles, right? No, I
Please
mean,
do. Please
what's
do.
stopping us from walking from New York to
Well,
China?
yeah. What's
right?
stopping?
First of all,
What is? Yeah, Parsival. What
estimate.
is stopping you from walking from New York to China? Tell us,
bro. You can walk anywhere, but you haven't proven anything, and that's all we're asking.
Parsival, you're really bricked. You do not understand this concept of drop over distance that they keep bringing to you. You just think that they're talking about distance. We're not.
Nah.
You just don't get this.
Yeah.
No. See, what's happening is he does get it, but he's a coward, so he knows he can't address
that there's
it.
an
That's what's
alternate
happening.
explanation
He does
for why
understand
people
exactly
can't
what's
see.
being asked of him. He knows exactly what's being asked of him, but he's a pussy. He's a coward. Like all these guys, they're coming in and saying, "Yeah, I live on a spinning ball." Okay, who measured it? Well, I don't know, but someone did. If we walk from China to New York, fucking retards.
Tell me evidence of your flat Earth. I'm like, guys, you haven't even proven the globe. How about that? Let's start there. Let's start where everybody's talking about going to school and reading books about globe this and globe that. We live on the globe. Yeah, that's great. You can say whatever you want. Now prove it. That's all we're asking for is prove it. And you're like, well, we do some math. Who cares? Go out into the field and test that shit.
I don't
Have
know
you
what
guys
you
done
mean by
anything? Can you
drop over
predict?
distance.
Can you
I don't know
predict
what
when
you
sunrise
mean.
is going to happen in
That has
Denver,
no bearing.
Colorado tomorrow?
Can you tell
If
us
you're
who's measured the
standing,
globe?
Percival, if you're standing on top of a sphere or on any point of a sphere, no matter which direction you look, the sphere is going to drop away from you. And the further the distance is, the drop's going to get further around.
Exactly.
So they're asking for drop over distance. There's going to be a certain amount of drop from level over a distance on a sphere in any direction from any point.
Do you think
Now that's like 4 people that told you already, Percival. You gotta get it by now, man.
Yeah.
If you have a logically thinking brain, you have to get it by now.
Let's
Yeah,
stick him
Parsival,
on
did you
mute and see if
understand
he
that?
gets it this time.
Parsival, do you get it?
Yeah, you take the sign.
Huh?
He said the
Take a
drop
what?
over distance. The ground
You
drops
take the
away over a
sign.
distance. No. Parsival, stop. You understand that as the surface goes away from you on a sphere, the surface drops down away from you due to the curve, yes? Do you understand that?
If you draw a tangent line on the surface
No.
of the
See, why
sphere,
can you not just say? Why are you using little
I'm
weasel?
describing it in
Why are
more
you being a
detail than
weasel?
you, right?
Stop being a weasel. The
I'm not.
ground or
You
the
don't
water
understand basic
drops
trigonometry.
away from you physically, yes, in a curve.
Yeah, because it's a circle, right? The Earth is a circle,
The Earth
right?
is a circle, so it's not a sphere.
The cross section, this cross section is going to be a circle.
Wait, so is it
We're
a
not
sphere?
talking about a cross section. We're talking about the ground that you're standing on that's under your feet right now.
Good.
No
Yes or no,
understanding
How
of the
desperate
cross
he is.
section of the earth. And then secondly to that, you don't understand your own argument when you're claiming that this is done with trigonometry, because planar trigonometry requires two straight lines to begin with. And we're not standing on the center of the earth in a dissected flat earth as you're
Yeah,
claiming.
we're not even letting him get into
Are
the
you
trig.
unfamiliar with a unit circle?
No, listen, you're not even getting into this. This is how much of a pussy obfuscator he's being, and we're going to pin him to this. So
Yeah,
first
I mean,
of all,
I can
the
teach you guys
surface, the
basic
water,
trigonometry
the
if you
surface
want.
water is supposed to curve down and away from you physically when you're on that beach, yes?
Yes or no, Parsival?
There is an arc.
Wow,
right?
why can he
The
not?
surface-
Listen to this. This is how mentally ill this guy is.
We're
He
saying the
can't
same
even
thing.
say, no, you're not. I'm saying the water is dropping physically down and away from you due to the curve of this body of water, yes?
Yes or no, Parsival?
Yes, the water, the
Is-
surface of the earth,
what's
the
the
water
water
level is going to curve, right?
The
That's what you wanna
water
hear.
curves, so it goes down and away from you.
I would say that the water curves.
The water
like
curves
an
down and
arc,
away
right,
from you.
of a
Right,
circle.
okay, so who measured that curve?
He's back to the circle shit, though. He tried to add a caveat. He doesn't want to say it's dropping. He keeps saying, "Oh, it's a circle." Like
Yeah,
he's
no, the
just
surface
determined
is
enough to get it.
dropping away from you, Parsival, yeah? Down and away from you.
See, the problem, drop means it implies
No,
like falling.
no,
right?
yeah,
Like,
it's a simple question,
I would say
Parsival.
that a drop is a change in the y coordinate, right?
So away from you, in front of you, in a straight line, it's curving down. The water, yeah?
It's an arc.
The water is
I
curving
think,
down.
I think we can agree that it's an
So
arc.
the water is curving
Because
down.
what I want to do is I want to draw a
So
diagram, right?
Parsival, the water is curving downwards.
And you're saying that the arc
What
is modeled by the
Parsival?
8
Parsival,
inches
is the
per
water
square
curving
mile,
downwards?
right?
Is the water curving downwards?
Yes.
Yes.
The
Okay.
surface
Over
of
10
the earth
miles,
is
it curves. So it's
arc,
over 10 miles, it
like a
curves down,
circle.
and there's a 60-foot drop from point A to point B. Yeah. According to the religion.
No. If you're
No.
using the parabolic, approximation, right, it's going to be approximate, and if we use trig, it's going to be more accurate.
So what's it going to be? Point A to point B, that drop over 10 miles, Mr. Maths.
Okay, so the equation that you want to use.
No, I don't care.
is-
Don't care about
I
all
mean, you
that.
can
Just give me
use,
a
like,
number.
sine and
Give me the
cosine.
number. Just give me the number in feet.
Distance per mile. Let's go.
This is your belief.
10
Why can't you
miles.
tell me?
How much
Yeah,
drop,
give me a
Parsival?
second. I'm gonna get some paper, pen and paper.
Okay, yeah, Parsifal's going to work it out. Pop him on mute until he's back.
Why would he do that? Why wouldn't he just go to a globe Earth curve calculator like literally everybody else? Anyway,
Yeah,
whatever you
Parsival,
want.
you can't just go onto Google and type in curve calculator, and for all you other new people in here, simple check.
Yeah, great conversation, man. Now we got things on track here. People, they're seeing how there isn't an answer. We got Percival's the only guy that wants to step forward and do this, but you know, if there's anybody else in there that can belly up to the bar.
Stomping
Oh, hi, I
He's like,
wanted
great,
to-
boy.
I'd like to ask a question. Does it have to be related to this topic, though?
Well, we can't really move forward until we deal with point one, and this is it.
Yeah, this is point one.
I just want to ask a quick question. I'm not going to debate hard.
Hold on, just before we start this with this new guy, sorry, we'll get to you in a second. Parsival, don't just start fucking coping in the chat. You've got a job. Go and do it. Get your number, bring it back, and then we'll start the conversation.
Seriously, you
Who's the
wouldn't
new
think
guy?
it would be so hard to wrestle a simple equation out of a science file.
Yeah, he's all about the math, but then as soon as we're asking for a fucking number, he's nowhere to be seen. Who's the new guy asking questions?
Hi, I'm Max. I just wanted to ask about like eclipses and stuff because you guys. Well, I was talking to AJ earlier, and I think we were talking about how you know. I forgot what we were talking about, but
then I started thinking about stuff, and I was like, how does an eclipse work on like a flat Earth model? So I was just curious about that.
Well,
You don't want
again,
to take
that probably
eclipses?
doesn't prove the shape of the Earth that we're living on, but there's also eclipses that are impossible.
Well, it's just because you guys say that the sun moves like across like the sky, right?
Well, we observe that, don't we?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
So that's not just
how
like
can we see the
we all
moon
observe
at the
sun move.
same
Have you
time?
have you heard of the Salnelian eclipse?
The eclipses have been observed for like thousands of years. So there's something called the Saros cycle that these eclipses have been looked at for many generations. And you can actually look this up, the Saros cycle. It was actually proposed way before the Earth being a globe was even introduced. So people
When was
observe,
that?
yeah, the Saros cycle.
But when was that proposed?
Thousands of years. Like, you need to look it up though. But it has before the Earth was even thought to be as a
Was that
globe.
before the ancient Greeks? Because I thought they thought it was a globe.
Yeah, but go. I need you to look it up. Actually, I'm busy right now because I'm cooking. But look up the Saros cycle, and you'll see that way before in ancient times, people were already mapping out the stars and such. So that didn't come by the Earth being a globe or anything like that. That was just people looking up at the sky and mapping out stars and their movements and such.
Yeah, they've been navigating by the North Star and other constellations for thousands and thousands of years,
Yeah.
way before the globe.
You should know that. That's just history, bro. That's nothing new. But yeah, look up solar
that
cycle.
Wasn't okay. The
Okay,
solar
so
cycle.
Max, just to give you some, if you're not satisfied with that, we're
Go
not
ahead.
claiming any specific.
Sorry, I can't quite hear you. You're cutting out a bit.
I'm saying we're not claiming any specific mechanism for an eclipse, because how would you verify? All you can do is observe it happen.
I'm
You can predict
confused.
it.
So, but loads of people work on different stuff. Like people work in like different science like places across the entire world. Are you saying like, because like we have been to space and stuff. Like that's like
No,
fact.
listen. Well, listen. You know you have.
Incorrect.
Them, you maybe believe soon.
But like
You can't verify
probably
it.
thousands of people working in different places. Like you can't like say that
So
all
which
those
one of them
people are lying.
which one of them verified the mechanism of an eclipse?
I thought you had one question. That's like 2 or 3 already.
Well, that's
Yeah,
because
you're
That's
trying-
an
you're trying to stick
impromptu
with your-
inquisition.
We're trying to stick to your initial question about the eclipses. I'm curious. How do you think they proved a mechanism?
How they proved what?
How would
Sorry.
you? How would they prove what the cause of an eclipse in practical material terms? You think someone's done that?
I actually couldn't hear what you said a bit. You were cutting out a bit for me. I don't know.
Do you think someone has proven the material cause of an eclipse?
Well, I think it's assumed. Well, not even assumed. Like observed that it's the
Assumed.
sun.
No, you're correct. It is assumed.
Okay.
So who's the person, or what did they do to verify the story that you were told?
Wait,
about
so
how it
in a flat Earth model, it's you don't know if it's the moon passing in front of the sun or the sun, or
well, you
the
don't
Earth
see the
silhouette
moon.
on the
You
moon.
you don't see the moon passing in front of the sun.
Are you saying it's just like an object?
Well, how would you verify what it is? Can you
But what
go
about
up
in
to
the
it?
case of like a shadow on the moon? What would that be?
Yes. So the globe story says you get the sun, the earth, and the moon in a perfect alignment.
Oh no, I know
and
what
it casts a
that
shadow.
is. I was wondering what the flat
No,
Earth.
but this is the globe story, yeah?
I know how those ones work.
Okay. So now, what if we raise the sun and the moon up above the earth? So instead of in a straight line, it's like a V with the earth at the bottom. Can a lunar eclipse happen then? Can a shadow be cast onto the moon then?
Sorry, say that again.
Right. So imagine the sun, the earth, and the moon in a straight line. That's the lunar eclipse that you're told about on the globe. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Now lower the earth down, so it's beneath the sun and the moon, like in a V formation,
Okay.
with the earth at the bottom. Now,
Sure.
can the earth's shadow eclipse the moon in this position?
No.
No, right? So what if I told you that there's an eclipse where exactly that happened, called the Selenelian eclipse? You ever heard of that?
How does that work?
Well, how would it work if it's the shadow of the Earth when the Earth is in that position?
How do I spell it?
Selenelion. Selenelian.
Got it.
It's called the impossible eclipse, quote unquote. It's called the impossible eclipse because on the globe model, it should be impossible, right? So we know what's not causing the eclipse, which is the Earth's shadow in alignment, because it's not in alignment. But does that mean we know what is causing that? And you say it's a shadow, it comes off red. Shadows aren't red. So what's causing the discoloration and eclipsing of the luminary? It doesn't tell us that. We just see it happen. But it does tell us that it's not due to alignment, like the globe model says. Do you understand that?
Due to somebody opened a Behelit, that's what caused it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
nice.
I'm just looking at this eclipse.
So while he's looking at that, I have a quick question on what you just said. Is it your belief that the moon and the sun move and the Earth does not? Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
we observe and experience the sun and the moon moving. Yeah, we don't experience or observe the Earth.
Okay, gotcha.
I found the eclipse you're talking about. It's not quite what you were kind of implying it was. This is.
Go on, tell us
This
about
is
it,
just.
since you just
this
read it 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, sorry, I just found because when you were explaining it, you made it from my perspective, it made it sound like it looks the same as a lunar eclipse, but
It's a type of lunar eclipse. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's saying it's observable from the center. So the eclipse, it doesn't look the same as an eclipse. So it's like if you're on, let's say the sun is on one side, the moon is on the other, right? And you're on what would be.
Yeah?
Sorry?
The sun and the moon are on either side above the horizon. Yeah.
They're on opposite horizons. Yeah.
So they're not in a straight line with the Earth. Yeah.
They are.
No, they can't. They are. They
How
totally
are they
are.
if they're both above the horizon?
They're both above
Refraction.
One of them's bigger than
Hey,
the
yo,
other.
quick question. So, if the Earth is flat, how come?
Bye.
Sorry.
Yeah. So if they're both above the horizon, they're both above the Earth, meaning not in line.
That's
not in a
refraction.
straight
They
line.
aren't above the horizon.
If they're to be in a straight line, they're supposed to be below the horizon, or one's supposed to be below the horizon, right? That's the story according to the globe model. So the
Right, but the eclipse
explanation
you're
that you've
talking
already set
about
up-
isn't. I can't see anything that shows it being like a complete eclipse, like what you're talking about. If anything,
It shadows from the top down. We've got plenty. I'm sure folk in the chat can
It's
post
not.
some
It's
of
not a
the
perfect
videos.
lunar eclipse. It's more of like a.
It doesn't
bottom
matter.
heavy.
It doesn't matter what it is. How can the shadow of the Earth at all
No, it
go
does
onto the
matter.
moon? Okay, well, explain to me then. If the sun and moon are above the horizon, how is the shadow of the Earth coming up towards the moon from below when the sun is also above?
Well, because it's not.
How's
It's
it
not a full
rebounding?
perfect. It's not a full perfect.
It
lunar
wouldn't get
eclipse.
any shadow of it.
It's not.
These topics can be point for point, which wouldn't lead us to any directionality because there is a globe Earth explanation to this.
No, this isn't even. No, this is just looking at like basic perspective. If you were like explaining.
Yeah,
it.
basic unexplained. So we're not going to
It is explained.
Okay, show us the diagram. Show us the diagram for how that shadow can eclipse the moon.
Yeah, so far as the globe Earth can explain, there will be an answer.
I'll send it to you. Where are
And
you? What's your name?
There will be an answer for the Earth, but it's not going to be one that's sufficient for logical, consistent perspective. It will be an answer, however, and people will be arguing the toss over whether or not it can happen or not. And you guys,
Is that the eclipse you're talking about?
To cut to the
Just
chase,
put it in the chat.
there's no
I can't post it in the chat. I sent it directly to you. I'm not high enough level or something.
to cut to the chase, there's no perspective answer that the globe model even proffers. They actually say it's some sort of imaginary refraction, which is unverified. So
Right.
instead of going through this song and dance, where you think that you've got some sort of perspectival solution to this conundrum, let's just not do that.
This isn't a Selenelian, Max.
It said it was on the website.
I repeat, there's no perspectival solution to this problem.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be fruitful in the end.
Isn't it just about refraction?
No,
No, it's not. It's about the geometry. Remember, the argument from your side is that there's a syzygy, i.e., a straight line between the sun, the earth, and the moon. And I'm presenting an example where that's not the case, and they're not in a straight line. Still occurs. That refutes the claim that syzygy is the cause of the lunar eclipse. But now you're going to have to adjust the claim and say, no, it's not about them being in a straight line. Now they can just magically appear above the horizon. They're not really above. That's the only cloak left for the globe. Zero.
They say it's refraction. Everything is refraction. Refraction.
Yeah, everything is imaginary. Everything is not really there. The moon that we see eclipse is actually below the horizon. It's just a mirage of the moon. Right?
All right, yeah, it was an entertaining little sidebar that you had there. Is Percival back with his answer?
Yeah, it's been like a half hour for a simple equation. What the hell?
Well, yeah.
Percival, you got it? Because he deafened himself.
Oh, you deafened? Okay. Well, yeah. The interesting thing about like those questions that you guys have, they're all derivative to the fundamental one, which is has there been any drop over distance measurements? I'm the party pooper, guys. I'm the one.
What's the aim of the drop over distance thing? Because as far as I'm aware, right, there's a common flat Earth sort of point, which is to say, like, you know, the Earth's curve is 8 inches over every mile, right? Which is what.
No, the argument is there is no curve.
I hear what you're saying, man.
Well, no, that's the one that they cite, right? Which is a parabolic.
That's what.
Well, here's listen. Listen to what I got real quick, because what I have to offer is a little bit different than that. I don't go in the way of saying that because of the fact that like the claim is not mine. So I would say whatever it is that measurement has been done, I would say has it ever been demonstrated? So my thing is not that somebody's saying 8 inches per mile squared, but that who's ever measured it anytime in history, the drop over distance, and with that, the type of measurement that has been done, including what type of drop over distance. It could be 8 inches per mile squared. It could be whatever it is.
Do you know why people use that measurement?
Yeah,
do you use that measurement in the age of sailing to find if a ship had sunk
that's what I'm saying.
horizon?
Yeah, you're going along with me and saying that, yeah, okay, let's say that that's debunked or we don't use that anymore. That's fine. Now, what I do need to know is which measurement is being done. Which one? What is the drop rate over distance? If it's not that, fine. I will agree with you. Let's look for which one it is. Now then, now that we're on point, which one is it?
So you want a
drop over distance measurement? Yes. Go ahead.
Whatever you got. Sounds like nothing.
Give it to me, baby.
Well, hold on. Let's not do the fallacy of putting me on the spot. Okay,
No,
I don't
no,
know.
no,
The only thing I'll do right now, right? I'll see if such a number can even be produced, right? Because drop over distance would obviously depend on your eyesight.
Well, how else can you measure if you don't
relative to sea level? And so it's going to be flawed, right? It's always going to be a flawed measurement, right? Because there's depressions. So the geometry of the Earth is important here because the Earth isn't a perfect sphere, right?
So you're telling me it's going to be
so it's whatever you're going to get is an approximation that's going to be somewhat inaccurate, right? It's not going to be perfect, right? If you're talking about drop over distance, that is.
Yes, right? yes. But who's ever done it, my good sir?
But why does it matter if it's accurate or not? You just
why does it matter if it's real? Or not?
Who's ever done it?
I'm just saying that. Look, right?
That is what
I don't think
because then it might not be real.
If
obviously
Earth,
it needs to be verified by measurement.
Earth is roughly a spheroid, right? Has depressions.
No, it's not.
Wait, okay. Let me just.
Measured how? Measured how? Don't tell us what it is. Tell us how it was measured and determined to be that. We already know what you say it is.
Oh, come on,
Just
heretic. I was about to just go into the drop over distance thing. I wasn't trying to just make the claim, right? The drop over distance thing. The drop over distance thing. Is usually referenced, I believe, right, to talk about the 8 inches per mile, right?
No, it's not.
The issue. Well, that's what. Of course it is. Where do you get it from? Where do you get the drop over distance from?
Because the consequent of the Earth being a geometric shape, as far as a sphere goes, anywhere on the surface would be a drop over distance. Is that not the consequence of the geometric shape of an oblate spheroid? my good sir?
Well, you can give rough estimations. I don't know what the exact estimation would be.
Good. Let's go with that. But now, if that is the case, then what is the correct drop over distance rate, sir? I'm asking you. If it's not 8 inches, that's fine. Give me the correct one so that we can go and verify this. Anyone can, because we can now have the information to go and verify it. So what is it? That's all I'm asking.
So it depends. It depends on your how far above, even your basic height, how far your eyes are above sea level, right?
Just 1 foot above it.
1 foot above it.
Why do you keep making caveats and trying to qualify it this way?
Well, we have to make sure that the math. If you want the math,
why don't we keep it consistent?
You're asking for the maths, right? And like
no, I don't care. We already know.
He's a little fucking rat.
We want to know how it was determined to be that. What don't you get?
Well, I don't
He's a little fucking
rat. Have nuance here, like educate people.
Why don't we keep it consistent? The other guy is still working on
What's a nuanced
curvature
thing?
over 10 miles, right? 10 miles, we're on a lake, one side to the other. What's the drop?
Yep.
Do you know?
It's not, for anybody listening right now, this isn't nuance. It's the logical way that we would describe the Earth that we live on. If it was a sphere, it would have a drop over distance. Now, that's what I'm saying. I'm actually speaking to the group. And you can get triggered and say all kinds of mean, nasty words. But if you don't have the answer, what else do you got to contribute to this conversation? Except for mean, nasty words. Are you logically thinking about this? Are you engaging with this conversation?
I wouldn't profess. I wouldn't profess to be a mathematician, but I would say that what you're doing is a common talking point. Like where I think either you or someone else did give a number, right? And that number was a common flat Earth talking.
Okay, you're not the one. Who's got the measurement of the drop over
If you're gonna keep muting people like this, you're not gonna have people in this room.
Being asked.
You're never gonna have people in the.
It's
the guy
Who just told us how to moderate this biggest room on the server so far?
He's like, you're never gonna have people in this room.
Yeah, people get bored of it in like 2 months.
Why is it so difficult, if you all believe you live on this ball, to go onto Google and type in to find out what your belief is, curve calculator, right? You go into curve calculator and you type in 10 miles and you get the number of how much drop is expected and you tell us what it is. This is what you're supposed to believe.
You tell us what it is.
Tell
Stop
us what
straw
it is.
manning us about saying it's this or that instead of what you say it is. Just tell us what you say it is. Then tell us how it was determined to be that. Real simple.
That's pretty easy, right, guys?
Well, can you unmute the guy who's trying to debate this?
He's not capable of debating shit.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, okay, Heretic. By the way, if you want to go on a date with me, hit me up. But the besides that, aside from that,
Listen. The Google thing I just said to you. Did you hear what I just said about Google?
Wait, yeah, but you gave a number, didn't you? It was your accent. It was a Scottish accent, right? You gave a number. What was the number you gave? Can you recall?
For the drop over 10 miles.
Yeah, what was the number?
So it's over 60 feet.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
Why is it burden?
That's what the globe.
He asserted it. He asserted it, sir.
No, this isn't my assertion. Wait. This isn't my assertion. This is the globe model that you're here defending.
Who? Where did you get that number from?
Right. So go into Google. You got Google open?
What? No, because some of the, for instance, the NASA thing, the 8 inches over a mile is
I'm about to show you the answer to your question. You got Google open?
I have Google open, yeah.
Right, type in curve calculator.
NASA, the company that flies rockets around that radius, you said they have it wrong.
Well, NASA, they did release a publication saying 8 inches over a mile, but it is inaccurate.
Have you typed in curve calculator?
No, I'm not going to do that.
Why are you not going to do it? What are you afraid
Because
of?
I don't know what the maths means. So if you give me a formula,
you just type in 10 miles.
Listen.
In 10 miles, and it will tell you the number.
If you give me a formula, I don't know what the maths means, right?
Okay. Just Google curve calculator. 2 words, very simple. You don't have to do maths. It's a tool, so you don't have to do the math. So just type in curve calculator. You done that?
What?
You typed in curve calculator?
Yes, you do need to know the maths, because if a calculator is not using the correct formula...
There's a calculator that you can just put in, it'll do it for you.
CALCU. Yes, even the Globers are getting annoyed at you.
Well, I
So
mean,
you
he
type
can.
in curve calculator. Yeah, type in curve calculator. You done that?
I've
It's
not
just
done it.
stupid insult.
Why are you afraid of finding out what the curve
Well,
you
I'm playing
believe in
RuneScape
is?
right now, but the main
Okay, well, just mute this guy.
the
Just
main
mute
issue
this
here
guy.
is that
Just mute this
the
guy
main
because he's
Bye.
not being
Who's
offensive.
next?
He wants that cheese, but he doesn't want to
Whoa.
get snapped in the trap.
So
That's it,
we're
so they're
looking
scared
for
of the
someone
numbers.
here, a glober who actually comprehends what drop over distance is, right? And then
Please,
tells
I
us
need
how
somebody
how
that
that
knows
was
that.
measured over the face of the earth. So
My
any
God.
of you, yeah, if
It's
that's
10
you,
miles,
step
right?
up.
And 10 feet high.
Right,
Target
who's the
hidden
other
height
globe
should be
believers here?
25 feet. Don't know what this is supposed to show, but
Again,
Yeah.
cut to the chase. Every fucking glober already know who's been in
So,
this
so,
debate.
so who's got the curve numbers? Who's got the curve numbers? Globe believers.
Anybody want to step up? Maybe not, huh? I'm getting that smoke.
They're too scared. They're too scared.
Getting that smoke.
Bambi likes to make comments about shutting down the room and how it's not going to last long.
What?
Maybe he's
yeah,
got
probably
the number.
won't long term. I know this server very well. People will get bored after 2 months.
Yeah.
That's fine.
You're
After
not the
2
best
months of not
moderators
being
either.
able to find, after 2 months of being unable to find any evidence for this curvature that you can't even tell us what it is.
Yep.
That's
Bro,
when
I
they'll
just
get
think
bored.
you're
typed it in. It said
intimidating anybody
target hidden
here.
height should be 25 feet, but I don't know what this is supposed to show.
Wait,
One's
what's
done
supposed to be 25 feet?
so many times. Of course they
Target
get
hidden height of like an object behind the curvature of the earth.
For what
I don't know
distance
what
and
it's
what
supposed to mean.
observation height? For what distance?
Eye height is 10 feet.
Your eye height's 10 feet.
Target
And
distance
what's the
10
distance?
miles. Horizon
Okay.
distance is 3.8 miles.
Okay.
I don't know
So
what this
who
is supposed
measured
to
that?
show.
Well, yeah, so what it's supposed to show is then you go, okay, is this what we see in reality? Right? So when you go and look out 10 across this 10-mile lake, your horizon has got to be at 3 point whatever miles you said, yes?
3.87, yeah.
3.87, right? And then there's a drop of, what do you say, 25 feet?
It says target hidden height is 25 feet.
Okay, so the target
That's what
hidden
you
height is
mean.
25 feet. Okay. So who's measured that in reality ever?
I haven't done this myself, so I don't know.
No. I don't expect you to have
You
done
just
it. But
asked me
they're
to like look
saying
it up
the
on my
Earth's a globe.
calculator,
Yeah,
right?
I asked you to look up what the number is so that you understand this is the globe claim that you believe in. Yes.
Right.
Right. So who has measured that in reality?
Well, I could go on YouTube.
Could you? Please
Yeah,
do.
but he's
Yeah,
asking who's ever
Okay,
done it.
have a
You
look.
can just say simply, I don't know who's ever done it, or I can look it up because I don't know. But if you don't say I don't know, then we're gonna keep thinking you do know. You know what I mean? Just be honest.
Oh no, I know he doesn't know. That's all right.
So if
So you
somebody says
don't
they
know.
don't know, you
who's
think they
measured it.
know?
No.
No.
If,
Listen.
do you know? Yes or no? Do you know?
No, I'd have to look this up.
That's that.
Okay,
That's
please,
why I said
look
I'll
it
go
up.
on YouTube or something.
Yeah, that's fine. You go on YouTube, look it up, and tell us who you find. Yeah, is that fair?
Yeah.
He's
Okay,
gonna
cool.
come back and he's gonna
Nice
say
one, bro.
Ratosthenes. That's what he's
Nice
gonna
one.
come.
See that's an advanced glober
Distance
right there.
of
He was
10
able to
miles
go on the curvature
from
calculator
eye
himself,
height.
put the numbers in himself. That's high level stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty
Mute yourself while you're actually looking for it, though, so we don't have to hear you.
Yeah.
Please.
He's
All
gonna
right.
say he's gonna say the ancient Greeks today. He's gonna say it. Watch.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Let's just put some bets on it. Is it the ancient Greeks? He might come across Jaren.
By the way, for the flat
This
earthers,
flat earther dude.
why don't you guys use the now 0.318 formula? It makes more sense. Because it
We don't
doesn't
have
tell
to
you.
that
use any
us guys
formula.
used.
I mean, like
I
when calculating
we
for the globe
we
earth.
we let them choose the formula because it's their belief. They say that's not what it is. What is it then? Okay,
Well,
see ya.
then they should say it's 0.318.
Well then, yeah, take it up with them. Nothing to do with us. This shit's ridiculous.
By the way,
Funny
like
stuff.
how I put it, if I were to actually represent their model, even if they're not doing it correctly, I would use the 0.318 formula, which would be
Yeah,
worse.
I'm not spoon feeding them. If they want to understand their belief so that they can argue it, I'm going to make them do the work. Which is why they're spazzing out so hard. Well, that last guy, to be fair, managed to do it. The other guy before it couldn't even bring himself to Google the curve calculator. He doesn't want to look at the numbers. It was the same as the guy we had in last night. He said, "You're not qualified to look at the numbers. These guys are self-censoring themselves because they're such pussies and statists that they're like, we can't question the government's numbers. We can't even look at the numbers.
That's pretty fun.
It's ridiculous.
The
There's no
preamble-
argument or debate here.
In about 2 months, people will be tired of this, and then they'll just leave. That's what they'll do.
Yeah, you wish.
No, that'll never happen. It'll never happen.
Never gets boring.
I've been doing this for, 9 years now? And I love it, every minute of it.
It's funny, man. It's can't believe it. It's
He's
unbelievable.
coming up to his decade. You should just say that instead, Miggy. I've been a flat earther for a decade.
I'm like Achilles, man. Is there no one else? Because there isn't.
Yeah. You'll never find what we've been asking these guys for. That's why they do what they do. What you just saw them do when we asked for it.
Let's check in with the YouTube guy. YouTube guy, how's your search coming?
I mean, my
that
God,
measurement?
it sounds like we're speaking alien language or something. Huh? Oh, you
I'm
mean
trying to
this?
figure out what to even type in.
Well,
Tried to type in like 10 miles fucking curvature.
I don't know what direct measurement of. I don't know. You tell me. It's your belief, bro.
Bro, go ask
Why don't you just tell me to give an example of why this is wrong?
How do you
According to the
find
math,
shit
that's
on
just
the
what it says,
internet
right? It's
when you
25
don't know
feet.
what to type in? How do you even
Well-
find anything when you're searching for stuff when you don't know what to look for? You
Bro,
just say,
that-
"Oh, I
You
don't know." I
asked me
type,
for an example of it in reality.
how many feet
Right.
of drop over 10 miles? Type that in.
What? 10 miles drop?
Ask ChatGPT, man. How did they calculate the curve of the Earth? Go ask ChatGPT.
mean,
I just did
why
that.
didn't school teach you this?
They didn't want to believe it because it was using math.
Why didn't school teach you this?
They did it. Ask ChatGPT how it was physically measured. Go ahead.
By millimeters, just like your dick, because it doesn't hit the inch mark. Yeah.
Whoa. Compelling globe argument, bro. Earth must be a globe.
Cope and seethe.
Too funny. So yeah, don't you think it's
I've
also
got a
it's very
penis,
difficult
that
for you
must
to
be a
find?
globe.
I mean, they say it's so obvious that Earth's a globe, but when you try and actually find some evidence, like, oh, so they say it's 25-foot hidden height and a 3.8 mile horizon, then you go and look who measured that, and you don't even know where to start. Isn't that strange? Isn't that making you question your belief? YouTube guy.
I'm trying to type this in if you'd shut up.
Is my voice stopping your fingers?
Yeah, I've got like ADHD. I can't pay attention to voices and fucking type at the same time.
That's alright.
Well, I have high hopes
You
for
take
this
your
one.
time. You take your time. I'm sure there's plenty of Globers in here who already have the measurements ready to go. That's your clue. That's your cue, Globies.
Today
Anyone?
we're learning Google. Maybe later we'll get to your curvature measurements down the line. Baby steps.
From dumb
We already
flat
did
earth.
that.
One at a time.
No, we
They're
already
saying,
did all the fucking measurement shit, but you guys didn't want to accept it because you wanted it in real life, not like
Wait,
in
we already
like a
did it.
mathematical
When? What was the
equation.
measurement? Well, I didn't hear a single measurement provided by anybody in these last 2 hours when you've
Yeah,
been
you
asked.
just said you don't know who measured it and that you were going to check YouTube.
But
And
I
now
did
you're
it on a
saying we've
calculator,
already
the
done all
one
the
that you
measurements.
guys fucking gave.
No, but you said that it's all.
Earth
You just
curvature
said
calculator, and I already said
you just said you
25
don't know who
feet.
measured it. Yeah, and you said you don't know who's measured that, and then you just said that.
No, you asked me
We've
for
already
a
done a
real life
measurement.
example.
Yeah, yeah, that's what a measurement is. I think a measurement is.
Yeah, that's the number. How was it measured?
Which you said before you don't know, and then just then you said we already have all the measurements. So which is them? Do you not know, or do you already
I
have
got
the
the
measurements?
measurements from the calculator you fucking provided.
No, that's not a
Okay.
measurement. That's a number. We're asking who measured that. Calculation based on an
Yeah, that's
assumption. You understand the difference.
I believe you probably have to ask him about 2 or 3 times more before he understands.
I don't have that kind of energy.
I do.
Yeah, you do. Feel free.
So how was it measured? 8,000. Okay. How was that measured? I just told you 8,000.
No, but seriously, how did they measure it?
It says the time is equal to the distance. The time is equal to twice the distance under gravity.
This already is not what we're talking about. What are you talking about?
So if
I
I
typed it in Chat GPT, that's also what you wanted.
No, that's not what we wanted.
if
Who said that?
if I was to tell you a measurement, dude, if I was to say to you that my table is 3 meters long, would I have had to have taken a physical measurement to tell you that my table is 3 meters long?
If you take the gravity and the sine and the cos and the time divided by distance and speed.
Now the honesty. Let's see it. Is he
So
honest?
what we're asking is, you've now been given the measurement. So who was the person that directly measured the Earth to give us that measurement?
TikTok.
Back to ChatGPT, bro.
Back to ChatGPT.
So it was like 20 minutes ago. I asked you, did you find that number yet?
Do you guys just not fucking listen to people?
No, I'm not. I just want the number. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear dissertations.
25. Do I have to say it 5 times?
That's the measurement we're looking for, remember?
Yeah, not
He
riding
asked
bikes
for
in the
literally a
park,
number.
playing frisbee with your friends, hearing stories. None of that matters to us.
My God, you're fucking retarded.
So you've been on YouTube for a while now, Bambi. How are you coming along? You got any names for us?
Oh, now I'm really confused. If you're asking how it's done, I'm looking up how it's done.
Yeah.
I thought you wanted an
how it's
example, like a
done.
real life example.
Yeah, we do. So
That's why I was
who's done it?
confused, like how you would do
Okay,
that
so
without like a laser gun or
It's
some
okay.
shit.
You don't need to be confused. Who's done? Well, did they use a laser? Is that what they did?
I'm guessing so.
Okay, so could you find us that laser measurement? That would be good. Weird that it's not very readily available for all to see.
GPT.
Why is it taking so long, dude? This is so simple. It's been established, right?
Thousands of years, right?
That's what I. Listen, that's my main thing. It's like, dude, hasn't this been established already? Don't we have the values already? Who? And now I was always the only thing I'm asking is who's ever done it. Point to the guy and talk about it. If it's not you, then who? And then we'll discuss that. But everybody's like, well, I think I can get on top of a building. It was like, why now? Why you? Where's the person in history that ever done it? Because apparently every educational system on Earth is talking about the Earth being a globe. How do we get there? Anybody? Huh. Silence, huh?
Yeah, you guys are supposed to be standing on the shoulders of giants. Where's these giants at?
Yeah, what did these giants do? Where are they? Who are they?
Who physically measured the Earth's curvature? ChatGPT.
Drop over.
So you want me to measure the distance from LA to China?
Drop over distance. We've been saying this whole morning. Drop over distance, gentlemen. That's what we're asking for. Not who's ever measured it. Drop over distance.
10 miles at 1 foot high. That's an easy one, too.
I mean, we shouldn't be stumping a room full of intelligent humans with this information. I mean, it should be readily available with this age of information that we're in. Touch of your finger.
Become flat earthers. You guys are supposed to be educating us on this spinning ball of water.
I'm just tired of this. I'm sick of it. You guys won't last another 2 months. 10 years later.
Yeah. We're always going to be here. The globe won't, though.
Oh, we got 5
You
billion
guys
years
are
left
going
or
to be
something.
mods by then.
Yeah, but this legacy will continue, my good man.
Man, my good man.
My good bean, my old.
An old bean, you gold matey skip, me old chum, leave friggin' something else. Yes.
That's a good voice. I like that.
Yes.
We got a new candidate. He wants a Bedford level experiment he's going to present to us. Mega is going to present that to us.
I will identify
Mega,
your
take the
items.
floor. Don't
Your
mind
side.
Claw.
I told you. I was going to be my other guess after Jaren. Bedford
Oh.
level.
Yeah,
Robot. We always choose the flat earthers when we ask them, hey, who's measured the curve? They list flat earthers. Why have none of you globies ever done?
They don't want none of the smoke. They're sitting there in silence, contemplating who's gonna go up next, man. Hopefully, our champion comes in here and gives them old flat earthers a what's for.
Who here is in 24/7?
Me.
Are you seriously?
Hell yeah, dude. Check out my profile.
Yeah. I
24/7.
Yeah, I can't get in. I don't know why. I'm
Oh,
not banned.
yeah, you must have fucked up.
I'm not
I
banned.
I
This has
looked
happened
at
before.
your
I'm not banned.
thing, and there was a bunch of different accounts, a bunch of which have been unbanned. So I don't know what account you're on or why
Yeah.
it's not letting you.
It's gay. This has happened like 2 times. I got Helio to fix it one time. I got unbanned
Oh,
from Helio once.
Helio. Well, yeah, now it'll probably get fixed.
Mm.
Freaking Radwin.
Message CJ. Ping CJ.
I don't know anybody.
He'll do the admin. We're too busy asking these guys who measured the curve.
We're so busy. We ask, where's the curve? We also tell them there's flat water, and then we had to get like
Then
12
you
pods to
bring out-
control the Globers
yeah.
freaking out in here.
You bring out the basketballs.
I don't think he can hear you, Radwin. He's talking over you, so I don't know if he can hear you or not.
I see.
Who's-
so we
who's
got
muted?
one of those.
Claw,
So
do
really,
you hear
there's no more-
Radwin?
Say what?
Do you
You
hear
hear me
Radwin?
talking? You ever hear me talking?
What's going on here? Should I reconnect?
I think you have Radwin muted.
I
Yeah.
don't think so. I don't think so.
He's talking and you're over talking him, so yeah. It's
Hold on a
something.
second. Let me reconnect here. Hold up.
He might be the guy who turned me all the way down the other day.
Hey, Mega, the guy in chat who posted the Bedford level.
shit,
do you
my
know what
bad,
the
my bad.
word? Do you know what the word level means, Mega? I'll help you out because Google dictionaries and all that. It's very difficult for the public.
Mega,
Yeah,
are you going to talk about the Bedford curve experiment?
Wasn't that just to do the? Oh wait, Bedford curve.
Here you
Is that,
go,
where the guy,
Mega.
is that where the guy had the flashlight?
We'll
guy
just,
with the flash-
We'll so the definition of level in the dictionary: even, flat, not having one part higher than the other. Says parallel.
So he saw a flag, not instructive. Yeah, sorry, go
the
ahead.
Bedford level then mean Bedford flat. Flat. Level. So here's that.
You're cutting out.
Well, level means flat, so Bedford level, Bedford flat. Where's the curve?
Are you guys confused about the word? Like, you guys think horizontal actually means curved? I want to ask this because it seems like you guys are really kind of screwed up. I ask, hey, when you look at the horizon, is it actually curved? And they say yes. And I say, do you know that means horizontal? And do you know horizontal means flat and level? And they say, and they fucking freak out.
On the edge.
Yeah, and they'll try to redefine the word so that it no longer means what it's always meant, that it actually means curve of a ball. Dirt.
I think it was a good idea for you guys to come out here. To be honest, it's like, what other server can you kind of reach people in? That's good. I like that.
Appreciate you, whoever said that. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we're very charitable.
But the problem with our other server is we run it so nice that when the trolls actually arrive, like here, they just show up in the room. There, they never get past the lobby, so they can't even get in to troll the actual live stream.
Yeah, you probably remember me then. It's Claw, man.
Claw, yeah, Claw knows me.
Yeah. I can't get in these goddamn
Out
servers. It's pissing me off.
day.
All right, Claw. I'll send your ID into the mod chat and see if
Yeah, that'd
anyone
be
can
great.
help me.
I even reclaimed this account too, just because that one wasn't working. I don't know why. This happened
Well,
before.
I DM'd you the ones that were saying
Let me
that they were.
see.
So those should have been.
Yeah.
Get on those. Those should be able to get in. See what the other guys can.
That's super weird. It's like a conspiracy against claws everywhere.
Did we run out of globe champions?
They're here. They're just not talking now.
Who's next? Is there no one else?
Seriously. I thought I was gonna get at least a couple that were against. I guess not.
How about this NATO character? My NATO cope offensive.
Who we hanging this week? We done hang everybody in town.
Oh, surprisingly, I got unmuted.
Yep, that's the first thing they say when they want to tell everybody how the room is moderated.
Surprisingly, I'm on.
Well,
It's okay though, Nato. Nato, you're
well,
just in time. We were just
can I-
getting to. Wait a minute. We were just getting to the curve measurement that the guy was about to present. Do you have anything for that?
Not that specifically, but I have other subjects.
Well, that's all we need.
We
Do your other subjects do your other subjects assume a curvature by any chance?
Of course.
Okay, well then we'll need to verify that assumption first, you see. So could we verify the curvature and then you can tell us about your other ones? Because otherwise you're making an assumption that you don't have any evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense, Nathan?
Are you asking me to make a experiment myself?
No. Just who in history that we could replicate if we wanted to verify it, measured that drop over distance that we assume later on for your stories. Read the curve first before we get to those. Make sense?
Are you speaking too low, or did he hear you? Because I don't know.
Did you hear me, Nato?
I mean, I've been on a plane high enough. I've kind of seen a curvature still.
No, but I mean, who's measured it like on the ground, drop over distance that we can all go and measure? Because you don't want to go like 30,000 feet in the air to measure the ground. That's silly. You do it on the ground. Like, who's verified that?
Well, I don't have the resources to measure the massive
No, I'm not asking
stretch
you
of
to measure
land.
it. I'm not asking you to measure it. I'm just saying if you Google who measured the drop over the distance, do you know who did that?
Well, you're asking me a specific question, so I can't really answer that.
Yeah, that's how questions work. They're specific about things.
Yeah, not that specific question.
Yeah, like because you were saying that you've got these arguments, but I said, does it assume curvature? And you said yes. And I said, okay, so let's verify that assumption first before we move on to just assuming it. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying?
What's up with the delay? Is he processing it, or what?
I think they're starting to realize there's no globe.
I don't understand the delay. So yes
Nato,
or
you still with
no?
us?
Gee whiz.
Is NATO offline?
His brain might have went offline. Man,
Oh, short-lived.
it's like you're asking for the schematics of how they built Rome or some shit. What the hell?
Well, I mean,
You make it out to be like that.
well, I mean,
you can just say I don't know.
Last time I was here, the other guys denied that gravity existed.
Okay, so another topic, right?
Change the subject real quick.
So another topic. Change the subject. That's the way to go about this. Why does everybody do that?
I'm not changing the subject. It's,
You are.
It's part of it.
You're not. You're
Has
doing
nothing to do with
exactly
what we just
that.
asked.
You're changing the topic to gravity.
Give me a second. Let me elaborate.
But if you don't have the curvature measurements to show us, right, then you don't have any globe to base any kind of claim of gravity on, so it's all moot after that. That's the first thing you need. You can't go forward from there and claim globe for anything without that.
Correct.
So
why
that's
did
why
you
it's a
mute-
pointless
why did you mute
conversation.
me?
It's just something that you can use to waste our time, right? And not actually prove your globe.
Why did you mute me though?
So that I
No,
can
it
say
doesn't
that
matter.
instead of you
I
just
fell- I
babbling a
fell-
bunch
I
of
muted
nonsense that
you.
nobody needs to hear.
I
It's
muted
okay,
you. I
because I
felt
already,
like it.
I already preempted this. I said, does your argument assume
Well, excuse me. You're not. Well, if you're here to dictate how people should think or speak,
No. I'm here to
Dude,
point out
seriously?
your logical fallacy if you're going to assume the answer in the premise and not actually verify that. This is why we start with the fundamental assumption, which you agreed you made, which is curvature. Yeah? You agree you're making that assumption.
well, frankly, I don't know if I want to speak. I mean, if I do speak, I'm just gonna
Oh
be.
my
I'm just gonna end
God.
up getting muted.
All right,
So.
just sit there in silence, bro. Let somebody else speak then.
Man, the violins, I hear them already.
Jeez Louise.
Well, that's another globe contestant down. Who's next?
Somebody with a little more scruples than that guy.
Go ahead and pop yourself on mute.
I was pretty fair with you. You agreed you made the assumption. Obviously, we need to verify assumptions. It's not unreasonable. Very logical. So if you don't like having logical or making a logical argument, I understand. We can speak to someone else.
Well, I did do quite a few logical arguments prior to me
No.
getting muted last time,
No,
which
well,
was
I'm
a
not talking about
discussion.
last
Excuse
time.
me. Which was a
Well, what I
discussion
heard was a
regarding.
question and then a really long pause where you weren't muted. That was your chance to kind of answer the question. Now you're just complaining about being muted. So
Yeah.
maybe next time you get a long gap, use that to fill it with an answer, perhaps.
Yeah, because
You
your
have-
whining
you
and
have a dead
concern
end.
throwing is not globe proof, and all we're asking for is globe proof. You see.
That's it.
Yeah, because when you say your globe proof is gravity, and that globe proof assumes curvature, well, we need to get to the fundamental assumptions of that quote-unquote proof, which is the curvature for starters.
Wolfgang,
So
your
it's not
mic is
unreasonable.
kind of a little bit muffled, bro. It's a bit muffled. But I would speak, but you guys keep muting me, and I'm like,
I'm going to set the building on fire. If they move my office one more time,
Yeah, I'll talk about anything and everything other than what you guys are asking about. If you just stop muting me, nah, no thanks.
It's okay, man. We can just rip the band-aid off and tell you that what you think is there isn't there. A lot of times we send people on wild goose chases to look for something that they believe exists, NATO. If you're saying the curve exists, well, fine. Where is it? Go find it. Where's the measurements?
yeah, who else do we have that's piping up in chat but not in voice?
Mega?
Mega? Do you want to say something? Use your words. That's the thing, man. People just keyboard cowboy. That's it.
Well, what are they saying? I'm busy doing something while talking to you guys. What are they saying in chat?
Basic denial stuff, you know.
Denial of the flat Earth or the round Earth?
They're denying the globe Earth by refusing to provide any measurements of its curvature.
Now's the time to boys. Come forth if you have the answers.
Just like to hide this, the Bambi guy who was searching on YouTube for the measurement just dipped without providing anything.
I'm trying to think of like a joke for like that ties flat Earth in with 9/11. Which one's funnier? On a flat Earth, how were they able to do 9/11, or on a round Earth, how were they able to do 9/11? I think on a round Earth is like a funnier troll, right? Like if the Earth was round, how come they did 9/11? Right?
No, I would just go with flat Earth 9/11, the globe.
Yeah, when flat, you know, it was heard all around the globe, you know.
Well, all we're doing is asking the people who believe in the globe for who measured any curvature ever, and none of them seem to be able to give us anything. Do you know anything? Do you know anyone who's ever measured curvature?
With
Like,
drop over distance?
you mean like that ancient Greek guy, right? He measured
He
the
measured
curvature.
shadows.
Yeah,
No,
but
he
that's
measured
what
shadows.
he used shadows to measure the curvature.
No, you can't use a shadow to measure curvature of a surface.
Why not?
That's not. Well, how would that work?
Yeah, it's a different angle.
No,
Yeah,
the
but
shadow is
drop
cast
over
on a flat surface
that's
to
not
your
drop
eyes.
though, because that's I always point to that when people use Eratosthenes and bring him into the conversation. I always ask the question on a geometric shape, how is that measuring the consequent of that geometric shape being an oblate spheroid? That the surface of the Earth is curving at a specific rate. So, in order to find that out, you would actually look for the drop over the distance. Now, that being said, Eratosthenes did not do that. Just like as you stated, he was measuring shadows, and that's not
Yeah.
drop over the distance.
Well, yeah, well, he's measuring the distance like from the light source, right? So, I
Well,
mean,
he
if
didn't do
that
that.
doesn't count, so what
He
would
didn't do that.
count as like measuring the curve of the Earth? How would
He
you do
did.
that?
He didn't do that either.
Oh
So
yeah,
you
but
said
how
that
would you do that?
you said.
Listen,
But hang on a second. I got to clarify a few things. You said he measured for the distance to the light source, and he didn't do that either. He just assumed unlimited that the distance from the light source was unlimited. So he didn't do that either. So you're asking us the question of how would we do that? That the claim of the Earth being a globe is not ours to
Wait,
support.
you said he assumed that the distance was unlimited?
Yes, that's the story. That's how it went. Go look it up.
That's insane. You can't assume a light source is like he
That's
was
what
an
his
ancient
claim was.
Greek. No, he never thought that the light source was unlimited.
yeah,
What?
yeah, he did.
Yeah.
You're just making things up now. Yes, he
He
did.
assumed
Go
it was
read up on it.
practically infinite distance away. That's what it's written down as.
Mhm.
A practically infinite distance away from the sun. That's what he.
Wait.
You fucking
Practically
dickhead.
infinite or infinite?
Oh
Because
my god.
practically infinite means really, really far away. Infinite means
How
like
far away does it mean?
it means really so far away that it hurts your
Yeah,
brain
like
to
in
think
numbers.
about.
That
How
sounds
far
like a
away?
3-year-old trying to tell you how far away is it? Really, really, really far away.
It is. That's what it means. Like
Yeah, how far? How far
practically
is that?
infinite distance.
What
So how
unit
far
Distance
away is
means
is
that?
that? What
very,
unit
very
of
far.
measurement is that?
Like,
What
dude,
unit of
the
measurement?
sun is fuck off far away. Like,
How
Is that
far
a
How do you
away?
know that?
How
Is that a
far
unit
away?
of
because
is
it
it?
just seems so. It all seems to add up. It all seems so
It
likely.
all
That's
seems to add
us.
up.
That's usually how
Yeah.
I answer
Makes sense,
people
bro.
when my wife says, "How far are we driving across Australia?" I say, "Oh
Yeah.
no, it's a fucking long way
It's
away."
long. Yeah, you might think it's a long way to the
It's a
chemist, but that's just peanuts
Hey,
compared to
Well, be the
space, you
way.
know.
So you just said it all adds up. So you've done the math on this.
You're a clown, dude.
I mean, it all adds up means it seems plausible, right?
It seems plausible based on what? What numbers?
What do you mean? What numbers? I don't
What
know.
unit of
Okay.
measurement?
Well, how does it seem plausible if you don't know
How
what the
does it
numbers
add
are?
up if you don't even have the
It all
numbers? What are you
it seems
adding
to
up?
make sense. Like
Well,
I
you
looked
said
at
it
the
seems to
flat.
make sense, but you don't know
So
what actually is making
yeah.
sense because you don't know the numbers.
Well, yeah. Why would it? Well, how would that change if I knew the exact
Well, because
numbers?
then
And I said,
obviously
yeah,
you don't
those
know what
numbers
is
seem
making
to all
sense.
make sense. Yeah, if
You
I
said
had
this.
all the exact numbers and I said that
Yeah.
makes sense. What?
Yeah.
How would that change anything?
Yeah, exactly. You would still be just as clueless and guessing as if you
Yeah.
did know the numbers,
So
wouldn't
wait.
you?
Yeah, but so wait. Like
Exactly.
then it's by your own definition. It wouldn't matter if I knew the numbers because
Yeah,
you
so
just
what you're
said
saying is, your
knew the
belief is
numbers.
not based on anything other than whatever the numbers they say are, I would believe them.
Mm-hmm.
No. It's
Yes.
just like okay,
That's
it
what I'm
doesn't
hearing.
That's what
matter.
you
The
just
sun,
said.
dude, it doesn't matter. Like if I know the exact distance between the Earth and the sun, why would I like have that memorized?
Exactly, but when you say it makes
That's like
sense,
trivia. That's
that would be
trivia
like
info.
assuming that you
I can
know
look
what
it
they
up.
actually say. It's like
Okay,
saying,
hold on.
I know
Let's
that general relativity makes sense. What does it say? I don't know, but it makes
well,
sense. You don't know.
general relativity is like the difference
That was
between
just an
general
example. You don't. We don't
Okay.
need to get into that. But
I
the
do
point
I do
is,
have
you
some
can't say
understanding
something
of
makes
that.
sense. You can't say something makes sense if you don't know what you're even saying makes sense.
All right. So the sun is how far away? So if I know how far away the sun is,
Well, how far
then
away
it
do you
makes
believe the
sense.
sun is?
Away is the sun. I believe it's
Yeah.
really, really far away. I've seen visualizations
Yeah, you're
of it.
googling. You're
Oh, what
googling your
the?
Yeah,
own belief.
no, I'm not googling. I'm
Yeah,
not
you
Googling.
are.
No, I'm
You're
not.
googling your own belief.
I promise you,
Okay,
You
have a
just
I
guess.
how far
don't. I'm
away.
not
Okay, okay,
Googling.
okay, fine.
I
Even
promise.
better. So tell me. So tell
Yeah,
me,
stop
based
that.
on your innate feeling of what makes sense, how far away do you think the sun is in
No,
miles?
It's not
Yeah,
not
yeah.
an
No, no,
innate
no. Is it
feeling.
a million miles? Is it
I
10
looked
million
at no.
miles? Is it
So
50 million
it's
miles?
I don't know. It's like fucking like 100 or 200 million miles or something. I don't know.
Damn.
Right. Okay. And you said that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Based on what does that make sense?
Based on like all the coherent models of the universe, right?
Coherent
The sun is
models
far,
of the
far
universe?
away.
Model of the
Oh,
universe?
Yeah,
God.
the sun is far away. It's
Where
200
can I
million
look
miles
coherent
away.
models of the universe?
200
Up?
million miles now. So you're making
Yeah, it's
your
like
own.
I don't know. It's I said it's like 100 or
So
200
so why?
million.
How does it make sense if you don't know?
What do you mean? How does it make sense if I don't know?
Well, you don't know how
Like,
far away it is.
yeah, because I don't need to know exactly how far away is it. It's
So,
it's 20
well,
kilometers
I'm
up,
not
right?
claiming.
Why
I'm
are
not
you asking
claiming
him?
how far away it is. So how does it make sense to you if you don't know what is making sense?
What do you mean? How does it make sense to me?
Well, you
It's
said the
just that's
distance
how
to the
far
sun
away
makes
it
sense.
is. What
The
the fuck are
distance
you
to the
talking
sun
about?
makes sense, but you don't know what the distance to the sun is.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. What am I wrong? Is that not the
Yeah.
scientific
Not even
consensus?
close. You're not even
Okay,
close.
how far away is the sun?
Why don't you tell us? It's your belief.
I told you it's like 200, 100,
Oh,
whatever.
that's
Okay,
wrong.
what's your source? What's your source for 200 million miles?
Or whatever.
I was
Repeat
just
what he
going off
said.
memory.
Repeat what
You're
he
going
said.
off- okay.
200,
You
100,
just made
whatever.
it up.
So you just made it up.
Yeah, I just made it up.
Right. Okay. Well, do you have anything other than making things up for the globe?
Yeah.
You don't.
Oh, this
You
is
don't.
your
Wait, so what do you have?
shouldn't
Hold on.
have to guess
I'm
and
not. I
Google it
didn't
on the
make it
fly.
up. Okay, that's
You
what I
literally
heard.
just did.
You
Cardi,
just said
literally
you
just
made it
did.
up. What do you mean?
I was
You just said
joking.
so.
I was joking.
Sure,
Okay.
sure.
So
Bro,
the
if I told
world.
you
You're
the
a bad
sun was a
actor.
million miles away, if I told you the sun was a million miles away, would you say that doesn't make sense or that does make sense?
1,000,000 miles away sounds a little close.
Okay, what if I
Right.
said 10 million miles away?
It still seems a little close because the
Based
sun is
on
really
what?
big.
Oh,
Based
how
on
big?
like
How
how
big is the
big
sun?
I've been told the
How
sun
big?
is.
How big
Yeah,
is that?
I'm not a physicist.
Okay,
I
no,
don't
no,
know
that's
any of
okay.
this
That's
shit.
okay. That's
make this
okay.
one up,
How
too.
big were you told? How big were you told it was?
I remember watching Bill Nye, and he held this basketball, and he held like a pen, like a pen,
Right. Pen and a
ballpoint pen ball, and he was
Okay.
like, "This over here is the sun. This over here is the Earth. The sun's
Okay.
really big." I actually think that
Okay.
maybe the basketball is Jupiter. I don't even know. The sun's
Okay.
like super. It's big. Like you
Right.
might think, like that
Uh-huh.
that fat trans person on Instagram is big, but like
Wow, this is really
nothing compared to
compelling
the sun.
stuff. Okay, so you don't know how big the sun is. Is that
No,
what you're
no,
saying?
no. I can guess.
So if you don't know how big it is, why couldn't it be 10 million miles, like I said?
Because like I've seen pictures that compare the size of the Earth to the sun, right?
Pictures, like photos or like cartoons?
No, like drawings, like illustrations.
Oh, like drawings, like illustrations. So what does
Yeah,
that
yeah.
prove?
Well, I mean, maybe they were like photos, but there was like a photo collage. It would be
photo
like a photo
collage.
of the sun, and then
Dude,
they'd
you're a
size
clown,
it,
bro.
and then they'd
You're a
take a
clown.
picture of the Earth, and then they'd size that, right? Like,
So is that
what
what
have you seen? Have you seen
He-
seen like the ice wall and the infinite expanse of the world after the
Dude,
ice?
you're a
You're
clown,
making
bro.
stuff up again. You're making
Oh,
stuff up again.
You're a clown.
Story time.
See, this is. I mean, this is a classic case in point, right? The globe believers think what they believe makes sense, but in reality, they don't know what they believe. And
Doesn't make
the
much
idea
sense,
of
does it?
well, it makes sense that it's 200 million miles away, which isn't even the claim. They don't claim it's 200 million miles away. They claim it's 93 million miles away. And then he's like, well, it makes sense based on the size of it. Well, how big is it? Well, I don't know. I saw Bill Nye with a basketball and a pencil. What the actual fuck?
Critical thinking has went by the wayside, and we're seeing it live in action. So everybody who's in here right now is not engaging with their mind. They're just like saying things.
Yeah, they
Okay.
gave up. They completely gave up.
Okay,
You
I
see?
have a question.
Apathetic and sorry. Go ahead.
So, just a question because obviously I'm not that well informed, and you guys are more informed than I am.
Sure.
Yeah, can you please tell me or explain to me why all these multiple nations, such as China, North Korea,
Here we go.
They all like money and control. They all like power
Russia.
and control.
But
money.
wait, let me
influence.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
I know the question.
Russia, U.S., all these countries,
Can
and
you name all the countries in the world?
universities,
Listen,
universities and
amongst each
students.
other lately.
Can you name everything for us, please?
We've been talking about this amongst each other lately, and for you, we're going to put together the Flat Earth Psychic Network so we can read these people's minds and figure out why they're all telling the same false story about reality.
I want the flat Earth religion.
1984. This is
The
1984.
person who asked that, though, are
George
you under the
Orwell,
impression? Are you under the impression that the authority doesn't lie to its people?
No, there's no way that's
about,
impossible.
this
That
isn't
can never
about
happen,
the
ever.
authority. It's just even university students when they
No, but
when
they get their
study.
information from the authority. They get their information from NASA too.
Yes, but this stuff is. I mean, it's
So
backed
you're
up
asking us
by
why would the government
backed
lie?
up by empirical evidence.
Like what? Okay, now that's a different argument now that you're making. What is the empirical evidence?
Almost everything they study.
That's
No, well, be specific. What is it?
Okay, things, for example, satellites and satellite technology and rocketry and orbits
See, all
and
that,
Then,
all that
then we've got
all
to
that
kind of verify.
microwaves.
But where can we verify where these things are? I mean, are they in a place called space, or are they just high altitude? Like, how do we verify?
That
Or are they just
depends
doing
on
math?
that depends how high you want it to go.
So would this
There's
argument
things
assume
there's
curvature of the
things
surface then?
there's things that are floating in the exosphere. There's things floating in mid orbit.
We're
There's
interested
things
in
floating in
stories.
high
We're
orbit.
interested in stories. We're talking
Well,
about
how-
empirical. You said empirical, right? Which means observed, measured. Okay. Who measured the curve then?
Well, here's the thing. Before we go to who measured the curve.
No, that's where you're starting. You're
No,
starting
hang
with
on
an
a minute.
assumption.
No, hang on a minute.
Somebody
It-
must have, bro. Before they put
Nope.
like Sputnik up there, they surely knew the Earth's radius prior to setting that up to orbit the Earth.
Yeah, hang on a minute. This is the question. You can't move forward with any globe logic till this one's answered. So go for it.
Yeah, drop over this. Let's go.
Can we stop with the intellectual dishonesty?
Nope.
No,
You
no.
can't.
The
That's
intellectual
clear.
dishonesty,
Yeah.
I pointed this out with the previous guy, was that your argument cannot assume
You're
something that you have to
interrupting me
prove.
before.
No, because your question, your point about satellites, like the last guy with gravity, assumes the curve, right? So we're saying you need to verify that assumption before you can then say, because of curvature, I observe this to happen. You need to verify the curvature, yes? So you agree that your position assumes curvature, yes?
Surely.
You know what?
Yes or no?
You know what I'm
No,
going to
yes
say?
or no?
Let's hear the cope. Let's hear the cope.
Yes.
Your
Here's
position assumes
yeah
curvature.
yeah yeah. Here's the cope. You guys should be jailed. Flat Earth.
Nice. Yeah.
We should be jailed for
Oh
accepting
man, you
reality.
should have let him
We should
finish
go to
it.
jail.
Though. It's funny when they spiral.
Oh, I never muted them. Wait.
So we should be sent to jail because he doesn't know who's verified curvature. So
You
we
sound
should go to
utterly
jail.
insane, bro.
It's,
Yeah, we
it's
should go
funny
to
how they all
jail.
sound like communists.
No,
Yeah, they're
because
all like
you're
an
danger
HJW
because you're a
little
danger to
communist.
society. That's why.
We're
Danger
dangerous
to
to society
You're-
because you
you're-
can't
guys-
write
this is
curve.
intellectual.
Hold on,
Bro,
I need
calm
to
down.
speak to this guy. I need to speak to this guy.
Okay.
Right, so we're a danger to society because you don't know who's measured curvature of the globe that you believe in. Is that right?
No, this is intellectual barbarism.
Intellectual barbarism for asking you to verify your assumption of a curve. Why is that?
It's not my fault you failed at base.
So you can't just answer the secret, the point in question, which is the curvature. That's sad, bro. That's pathetic.
Ad homs are intellectual barbarism. Why are you using those?
Yeah, he's talking about intellectual barbarism as he's saying these people with an opposing opinion should be in jail. These fools. The irony is so sick.
Because
They
look-
can't even. They're so deluded. They can't even
the US
appreciate the irony.
military out-
Well, all we're doing is questioning reality, bro. Like we're accepting the
send
reality we find ourselves in, and we're just trying to discuss it. So why would we have
Yeah,
to go to
they've
jail?
got no
for reality? I don't
clue.
know.
They've got no clue about this government story that they're in here telling other people they should be going to jail for
No, I mean-
disagreeing with it or asking questions about it. They don't know anything about it. They don't know what the curvature is supposed
But
to
I've
be.
got I could
They don't
post.
know the size of the Earth. They don't know the
post some-
distance to the sun.
Sorry, Cyclone.
They don't know the
government.
distances or the model, but we should go
Wait,
to jail
hold
for
on.
asking questions about it.
Did the government invent the story?
Not a
Is
government, a
NASA-
lie.
is
They
NASA
tell lies.
cares?
I think that was
Why do
the
you guys
point.
keep bringing up the government?
I
Who
could,
gives? Who cares
I
about the
could give you
government?
citations that verify the government are lying bastards.
No, it was NATO who brought it up.
No, Cyclone.
So the
Cyclone
government's
is not
lying?
government,
That
right?
was the
Well,
question. We're
someone's
trying to
trying
address
to-
what he said.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, are they telling the truth?
Did the government invent the globe Earth? I mean,
Well, which globe Earth are you
No,
talking
but the
about?
system.
I don't know, the one that the government invented.
Well, which one's that? Be specific. Is there a model that you can show us?
So if the plane, listen.
Well,
if
I'm
Earth
asking
is
you.
curved- Okay.
No, the
so
globe doesn't exist.
Okay.
It doesn't. I agree with that.
So why does the government say so?
Why does the government lie? Is that your question?
Yeah.
Do you think the government doesn't lie? Is that your thought?
No.
So you know the government lie.
About some things, yeah, sure.
Why do they lie?
I don't know.
Okay. So does that mean they
The
don't lie?
government lies.
Because you don't
the
know.
The government lies
Wait.
to
I'm on something here. So because you don't know why the government lie, but you know they lie, but you don't know why. So does that mean they don't lie anymore?
How does that follow? Could you please?
Well, because you asked me why do they lie? If I say I don't know, does that mean they aren't lying?
No.
Okay. Well, then there you go. I'm not a mind reader.
Can I say something now? All right. Thanks for giving me the time to
Fine.
speak. But I observed, so I have a lot of back and forths with Crit. He's a very smart person. And to be fair, he does give some good arguments. But I wrote down something in my docs, my Google Docs form, that I don't think that and I think you could help me understand this, because, listen, I'm not a flat earther, but I'm willing to understand the train of logic that you guys are on, right? Hold on.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, but I just have a question for you. That's it. I'm not trying to be
Yeah,
disrespectful.
no, that's cool. You're welcome to ask your question.
Oh, thank you. I thought you were mad at me.
No.
It's like, what
It's just because when I'm on a logical train leading to a conclusion with someone, I want to get to the end of it. Which what I'm letting Kenny Hyperborean realize is that it's not necessary to know the motive of why someone has lied to know that they have lied. And our position is, by direct measurement, they have lied. Someone's lied. The Earth is not the ball they've told us. So that's what we're focusing on. We can speculate all day about why the government lies to you, why people want to be in control of you and construct your entire worldview and take $70 million a day of taxpayer money. We can speculate on all that, but at the end of the day, we're more interested in the physical measurements which show conclusively that the Earth is not a ball like they've told us. So,
Can I
so
ask you
to
a
the other guy.
clarifying question?
Well, okay, just quickly though, because this Marvin Magic wants to jump in with something.
Thank you.
Now's your chance, Kenny.
Oh, I thought you wanted Marvin first. Okay, never mind. This story that the government is telling, right, that is a lie, that you say conclusively is a lie. When did that start? Do you know?
Well, if you want to go with this, it's a long history, but you can trace it back to the Pythagorean cult under Pythagoras. They revered the sphere as a sacred shape because they were into like sacred geometry. So they theorized, they thought, well, the sphere is the perfect shape because it's equidistant all the way around from the center to its side to the surface of it. And a number of other reasons. They said the sphere is a sacred shape, and because the sphere is a sacred shape, this must be what the perfect creator, because he believed that a creator made it, has put us on. So the very origins of the globe is in esoteric sacred geometry, Pythagorean cultism. That's the beginning of it. Then the Catholic Church picks it up and pushes it with Copernicus, and it goes on and on. So we can get into that separately, but let Marvin go with his question. You still there, Marvin? Marvin. You're open for me, Marvin. That's just me.
No, he's roboting here too.
All right, Marvin, your connection's bad. You need to improve your connection or reconnect or something. And you're still a little bit robot-y, but I can kind of make it out. Try it.
Okay. It's is it better now?
Yeah, it's a bit better now.
All right, thank you. So sorry, I'm in a bad spot, but it looks like it's getting better.
That's all right.
I'm on my phone. So just to give some awareness to this guy. For the past 2 weeks, we've been 30 users plus. Thank you and all the other mods for keeping this room going. Appreciate it. You guys have managed to keep a large crowd in here and just really into types of ideas. No discrimination. We'll tackle any thoughts here, but I disagree. I don't think they're flat. Well,
Your signal's dropping.
God damn it.
But yeah, no, thanks for having us here. We've enjoyed the conversations. It gets a bit crazy sometimes, but we like to think that we can manage to have some constructive discussion here.
I don't think most people know what
I
it
think I
is.
fixed it. Hey, I think I fixed it. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Very good. Okay. So yeah, we've been in the room for a while now. So the one thing I disagree with is the curvature argument, because there's a mathematical formula that you could practice outside. Now give me a second, because I'm going to put it in chat, because I know you guys are always going to ask for the source. So give me a second. There's a mathematical formula that you can practice in real life. But before I get into that, if the Earth really the airplanes would have not landed on the Twin Towers. You guys understand?
You
All right. Allahu Akbar.
Start of
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, guys. Allahu Akbar.
We saw
Allahu Akbar.
Twin Towers, but that was it.
Is this guy okay? What's going on?
I don't.
Where's Allah Akbar Barbar at?
Where's the curvature, man?
Break it up again there, Marvin. I don't know. Maybe it's easier if you text your questions into the text chat or something. But to your point that you can get these curvature formulas and go and practice them outside, well, yeah, this is exactly what we're doing. This is exactly what everyone's doing. They're taking the globe math, which you can easily find on curve calculators on Google, and they're going and comparing that model, the predicted obstruction, the predicted drop, with reality, using cameras, binoculars, telescopes, measuring line of sight over a distance. And what we're finding is that it doesn't match. The numbers in the calculators do not match what we see. We see too far. Where they say the curvature should drop and start obscuring objects or our line of sight, it doesn't. We see beyond that point. So our position is, yes, we understand the math is there on paper, but when you compare it to reality, they don't match. And we go with reality. And that's what everyone's got a massive problem with. We're choosing reality over the model. No, you're still roboting, Marv. It's tough. I'm feeling for you. Ooh, busy room today. Good to hear you all.
Yeah, if Marvin's able to hear, thanks for mentioning me that you had some good conversations. But I would like to just add in that I feel like I'm a lightweight. Okay, there's some really heavyweights here, and a lot of the things I'm saying have just been paraphrased or kind of like my take. Kind of like a little real layman. You've got some really good experts in flat Earth right here. So maybe I could say I kind of opened the door, and now this is your chance to talk to people who really know what they're doing.
Nah, I would agree. Yeah, we're all pulling our own weights, into this. Teamwork. I'll do what we can do here.
Yeah, it's like kind of finding like a way to quote unquote flat smack, not in a physical sense, but like where something like you say something so powerful, it like makes a person's head jerk, like they just got smacked, but they actually didn't get smacked. Like my uncle was all in on how stupid flat Earth was until I told him. He thought flat Earth is the dumbest shit ever. Stop talking about it. You're pissing me off. But he's really into like the fluoride thing. I go, what if I told you somebody told you to swallow your toothpaste? Would that be stupider than flat Earth? He's like, yeah, that would be okay, fine. There's something stupider than flat Earth. Then I showed him the clip of the astronauts telling kids to swallow their toothpaste. And he was like, holy shit. And that was like a flat smack. He thought it was like, okay, well, I'm going to need to see this. Where's this? What source is this? Is that a gag? Is this someone playing a joke? And I'm like, no, here's here's the live stream from NASA. Here's the redirect. Here's the broadcast, or the portal or the mirror, if you will. And finally, he's like, holy shit, those fuckers are retarded. And I'm like, yeah, so flat Earth doesn't sound so bad now, does it? He's like, nope, Another one too. A friend of mine was Don Patet. He in his mind, he thought astronauts were the best and the brightest, the cream of the crop. You don't get any. Oh, someone go. Someone trying.
No, I was just going to say Don the Pet Tit. That's what I call him in that
Yeah.
couple of videos I put up because he's a complete imbecile, man. He's asked what happens if the fucking you'll start losing pressure, and he's like, "Well, you just lose pressure. I'm sure there's some procedure. Like he's maybe a top engineer, and he's not even got a fucking clue what he's talking about."
Yeah, that was the one where this is how bad this flat smack was. Is that the guy said, okay, his claim, if Globetard, that astronauts are the cream of the crop, the best of the best. They are extreme, like 1 in a billion. Okay, very few people are at this level of physical prowess, mental prowess. Like they are off the charts. Superior in almost every single way. That's why they sometimes sound weird to you because they're speaking at such a high level. So I showed them some videos of Don Patet. Like, yeah, that's not an astronaut. That's somebody playing a gag, like Angry Grandpa or whatever. I go, not only is this guy an astronaut, he's their spokesperson, right? They elected him to be the spokesperson for all the astronauts. When they want an astronaut to do an interview, he's the face of the astronaut. He goes, bullshit. Then he looks it up. He's like, oh, that is him. But he goes, that's not him, though. That's a celebrity impersonator. That's like an Elvis impersonator type thing. That's not the real Don Patet. Then I showed them the Angry Birds in Space video on NASA's YouTube channel, NASA's official YouTube channel. Here's Angry Birds in Space. Chugga, 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 chug. Make a cup of coffee. And he's like, holy shit. These astronauts are fucking retarded. I'm like, yeah, dude, they are. They're
Could I just
actually.
quickly jump in? Sorry, not to cut you
Oh,
off.
yeah, I know. I can get long-winded. So,
No,
go ahead.
I like it. I'm enjoying all your rants. I just wanted to say for the next topic, just because in chat there's a couple of people asking about space existing and all this kind of stuff. So for those who aren't into the globe lore like we are, they probably don't know who Don Pettit is or any of these things, which all of you guys in here should join the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server and check out the NASA channels and the astronaut channels. And we've got hours and hours of footage of just the most ridiculous stuff that you probably don't see because you're not looking for it. But yeah, they've messed up a heap of times. But if someone wants to go into space and gas pressure, because a lot of the new people will be like, why are you guys saying space doesn't exist? Well, like with the other things, we're just taking the story and we're testing the feasibility of the story, i.e. a pressurized Earth next to the vacuum of space. And it doesn't look good, guys. Apparently high pressure moves to low pressure. And apparently gas expands in a vacuum. So we're running into some problems with having a ball of gas in a vacuum. So I don't know if anyone wants to pick up on that and expand for the people in the chat or listening. Rip, do you want to tell us about the gas pressure?
Oh, yeah, gas pressure next to a container?
Yeah, just so that they
Or
understand
gas
why
next to a
people are
vacuum.
saying...
In a quick way.
Yeah, so basically, without a container off, gas will fuck off if not contained.
Gas just goes out in the outer space, doesn't sit around a ball inside a vacuum chamber. The vacuum of space would be a vacuum chamber. To have a vacuum, needs a container also.
Wait, what is your claim that gas won't coagulate into a planet? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. It will
Do you
not
know-
coagulate into a planet.
Do you know what gravity is?
You meant
No,
coalesce, not coagulate.
Wait,
Coalesce.
what's
Okay,
that?
sorry.
I've never heard of that.
Coalesced.
Yep. Thank
But do you know what gravity is? Like gravity is kind of a thing.
Wait, what's that?
Could you define it?
It's
Yeah, there's
a
about
force
50
that-
theories of it. Which one are you talking about?
The one that you guys aren't, because everybody in this channel seems to
Well,
be
which one are
fucking
you
retarded.
proposing?
The
You
one
need to
that
be specific. What is it?
the one that
Define
keeps
it.
you to like
That's not a definition.
large
Yeah, but what-
objects are attracted to each other. The more things
Could you
converge,
provide us
that
with
happen?
a citation and a definition that we can see, so we know what we're?
Okay, you know what? I'm not playing this game. How about you provide me evidence of a flat Earth?
No, you're claiming that
Show
something
me an
exists.
edge.
You know what?
I
I'm
want to
not
see an
That's,
edge.
that's your idea, buddy. So,
Bro, what's this aggression? The spiral. It's real.
You know what, guys? I'm not playing your game anymore.
No, because that's all this is. It's like you guys.
Well, defining your
try-
term. Hold on. Defining your terms is a pretty standard part of any discussion or debate, is it not? Is it unreasonable to define our terms?
Show me the flat Earth.
Not in his worldview.
outside.
Show me the edge. Has anybody been to the edge? Is there?
told me something. Listen, I was talking. You came in and said you don't think gas balls form in a vacuum, and I said no. And now you turned that into show me the flat Earth. Why don't you just show me how gas balls form in a vacuum?
You can't.
Yeah, let's
so
see that.
gonna
I would
go-
like to see that. The gas balls in a vacuum. Is there a demonstration of that to this guy?
Example,
Show
please.
it. Demonstrate. Don't just claim.
Yeah,
demonstrate.
I look up and I see Saturn and I see Jupiter. They're both gas balls.
What the hell?
that's the
Oh my
claim.
god!
That's affirming the consequent fallacy. That's you assuming that. We're asking, like, scaled down in a lab. Can you show us a vacuum chamber and then a ball of gas inside of it?
Crickets.
Because every time I talk, you guys.
Yeah, didn't think so.
No, it's a simple
No.
question. Just this scientific experiment showing the gas ball in the vacuum chamber.
Can you
Does
show
that-
me a scientist? Is it possible to have an experiment the size of Jupiter on Earth?
How come you just turned it
Yes or
around?
no?
To
I don't know.
Is it possible to have that much
Is it
gas
possible
in
for
a
you to answer
chamber
the
the
question?
size of Jupiter?
Is it possible for
No,
you
is
to
it-
answer the
Do
question?
we have to prove some?
Huh?
What
Wait,
we
wait,
got
wait,
to?
wait.
You're the
You
one
do
with the
it.
claim.
Is it possible for you to answer the question instead of act like a petulant child?
That's okay. His answer was he can't demonstrate it. Is that right?
Which is bigger, Jupiter or Earth?
Well, wait.
Earth.
So with the
Obviously.
demonstration,
You don't ask
the
the question.
demonstration
You don't
of the
have
gas
measurements
ball in
of
the
that.
vacuum, are
So
you
yes
saying
or
we
no?
can't demonstrate? Are you saying we can't demonstrate a gas ball in a vacuum chamber?
I can't replicate the size of Jupiter on Earth.
Right. So you're saying we
sorry
can't
then.
show a gas ball in a vacuum chamber?
No, you need a lot of
Okay,
it to
so
create the gravity
why are you
necessary for it
claiming
to
that that's
pull shit in.
possible?
No,
So why are
do
you
you
claiming
understand
that's
what I just?
possible?
Do you understand what I
Yeah,
just said?
I understand, but I'm asking why are you claiming that's possible then if it can't be demonstrated?
Because I look up and I can observe the fact that it's
no, but
happening.
that's your
You don't see
claim,
that.
but you can't verify that that's occurring anywhere.
So
you said.
so when I
All right, you don't see that. We all look up and see the same thing. What you're going off of is the story that's attached to the observation.
Which
you
you
don't
just said
observe
you
the
can't
story.
verify.
Correct. So I don't know why you would go with the story when that can't be verified to be true. So
Yeah,
you don't look up in the sky and see what you're saying. You're adding that.
you're saying
kid's called
gravity
reaching.
doesn't exist.
So you're
You
saying
can't even define it, ding dong.
so every example we have on Earth when we put gas into a vacuum chamber, it always just expands in all directions and it doesn't form a ball. Yeah, you
Because
agree with
there's
that?
not enough. There's not enough of it.
Right. Okay,
That's
but
a silly claim.
you're saying something else occurs at some other point. What's your proof of that?
No, you
Without
need a
just
lot of
claiming.
it. You need a
Or
lot
you're
of
just
it.
making a claim. Without just making a claim saying those lights in the sky, what would your proof be since on Earth that never happens?
Are you saying those are fake? The lights in the
No,
sky?
I'm saying how are you claiming that that's occurring if you have no evidence of it?
How do you think Jupiter formed then?
Answer the question, bird brain.
That's
No,
the point.
I
We're
want to know
asking
what
about
the
claim.
alternative is.
No, because we're
There's
talking
no
about the
Oh,
globe
no.
claim.
It's when I push it on
We're
you.
talking about the globe
No.
claim. I mean, you can just say, yeah, okay, I can't demonstrate it. It's just a belief. Yeah?
No, I'm pretty sure it can be demonstratable.
Well, you just said
Wait.
it can't be demonstrated.
Looking in the sky isn't that demonstration, so we'll wait until you have it. You can put it in the chat or whatever you got. We'd love to
You
take a
just
look.
said
No, you guys wouldn't love it. Like, let's be honest here.
No, well, if you're saying you have it, put your cards
I
on the
would love it.
table.
I would love it.
What?
Please post.
Demonstrate that gravity exists.
You just said there's a demonstration, so go
Are
get
you
it.
Are you sitting in?
You said you had the winning hand. We're sitting at the poker table. Go ahead and put the cards on the table. Otherwise, you're just bluffing. So go get the demonstration. We'll wait.
Gas balls in the vacuum. Let's go.
Yeah, we'll put it in the chat. We'll read it out
Oh,
when
come
you're
on,
finished.
crickets now, crickets. Come on.
Yeah.
Where's all that energy at? Or where was it that you had all this energy? Now you got nothing. Next.
He petered out. He started in like, hey, I want to play a game. Like, okay, I'll be your Huckleberry.
That's just my.
You are.
Here, I unmuted you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
give me
no, no,
those
no.
gas
I'm
balls
done
in
with
the
this. Let's go to another channel where you can't
I'm
fucking
done
mute and I
with
can
it.
talk.
No,
I gave you
you're
a
not done.
chance. I gave you
Why?
a chance.
How are you done with this? We just started. The band just started playing. We just started dancing. Can't be done.
Look at, he's done with the conversation and he wants to take it to another channel to continue the conversation. Dude, your worldview is broken. Okay.
That's not how this works. You come in with some evidence. Let's go. Anybody else want to belly up? Anyone?
I mean, you just can't say it's unfair because he is making the explicit claim of gas balls in a vacuum. All we're doing is saying, okay, can we see a gas ball in a vacuum? And they're saying, no, I can't show you this. I hate you. I'm leaving to go and discuss this with myself.
As Nathan Oakley would say, show it me.
Show it me.
Come on, you
So,
guys.
have we got any evidence then? No. I think we've got jack shit.
No, they don't have
Yeah,
it.
why would you say you have a demonstration if you don't have it? That's what's called bluffing, guys.
He wants to take you to another room where he can tell you how he doesn't have it. In another room.
That's putting it politely, Creation Bear. It's very polite.
Yeah, I mean, you got pocket 2 and you got a 2 and a 3, and you're claiming you got pocket aces.
No, he got 7 deuce off suit.
Huh.
Are we going to see another anti-flat Earth channel popping up on politics in a few minutes?
I made one the other night. It was called 24/7 Globe Earth. I'm sure.
Flat Earthers are idiots and should go to jail. Discuss.
Or die. Because we're questioning reality, we should die. Whoa.
Yeah.
I think we heard that a million times. So what? Bring the evidence.
Good stuff. Good stuff today.
At least when we do die, at least we've found out some fucking bullshit. Right, that's one thing we could say before we pass. We've at least managed to dig through a lot of fucking nonsense, man.
Now we're not qualified to question the science, apparently.
Oh, I've not got a
Believe
degree.
it to the experts. Believe it to the experts. Trust the science.
You already heard somebody say you should be jailed, Wolfgang. Should be jailed.
He said we should be in jail.
For
what?
barbarism.
Questioning?
We
Being
were asking him
curious?
for the curve. We were asking him for the curve measurement. And
So
he
when
said,
you
should be
question
in jail.
something or you're curious, you automatically need to be jailed, huh? Is that how the mentality is behind all this? You guys are something else.
Yeah, we were just like, well, who's measured it? Because we're talking about the curvature. Said, who's measured it? He said, you guys should go to jail.
It's a nice way of
Like we just came out denying the Holocaust because we're asking for who measured it. Funny stuff.
This is fucking crazy shit in here, man.
But we probably will be in jail when these soy boys grow up and end up bloody in politics.
Well, I mean, if this is the quality of people that are going through the politics idea, man, like, these people are fucking gonna what?
Future of politics in
run the earth. These gonna like dictate policy and shit. Kill the flat earthers.
This is what they're all training for.
Yep.
You know, anything that goes against their bias. Really?
Does anyone
Have any evidence? Any evidence whatsoever?
Any kind of positive?
No, they just have sloppy ideas of what they think our position is, like this bird brain. Like, show me the edge. That's your idea, ding dong. No one's bringing you this idea that, hey, look, we've got an edge, bro. That's your sloppy idea, Dry. So you're just gonna keep asking to see something that you made up in your head. So
Too classic.
not effective.
And they've already had the answer repeatedly. They ask it literally every time they come into the VC. Where's the edge? Where's the wall? Where's the dome?
Where's the edge? I saw a cartoon and it had an edge. Where's that? Oh, you can't tell me. Then Earth is a ball that spins in a vacuum.
Into being done with the conversation, into like, come join me in a different room to continue the conversation.
So there's no more witnesses.
I just posted the link saying that the universe is flat, apparently. The universe you globies believe in is flat. So where's the edge of that?
And the galaxy, is it not? The Milky Way is claimed to be flat, is it not?
You can say the universe and the galaxy and all that's flat, but if you try saying the Earth is flat, you should go to fucking jail.
I've been having an interesting
That's what it looks
conversation
like.
with Heretic in the text chat where I asked like for an explanation
You also said I said the Earth is moving. When did I say that?
You said that the Earth moves.
Okay, but just
You-
quickly,
you
No, I
said that-
didn't. I want you to quote that. 'Cause I never. said that.
I got banned from the text chat a few times as a troll, so I can't actually go back.
So yeah,
But,
I never said that. So
hold on, can I just check? Can I just check? with
Someone
this
else
guy?
can check if they want.
Don't straw
Can I
man
just,
me.
can I just
Someone
check
else can
with this
check
guy?
if they want.
Britnat, do you believe that we should be in jail?
No, I don't think anyone should be in jail for what they believe. But the I just want to say that the idea that Heretic put forward as hypothesis was that the tropics are the pathway, right, for the sun, right? And we know that if it's flat, it has to have an outer pathway and an inner pathway, right?
No, you're straw manning now. I didn't. put
tell me
that
a belief. Tell me a
idea
belief.
across.
Sorry.
I didn't
Sorry,
put across
you
any
can tell-
kind of an idea. All I said is that the sun's ground position moves throughout the year between the tropics. That's what you can see it's doing. That's it.
Okay. So if the Earth is flat, right? So not a sphere, there would be an outer tropic
It's
and
not.
an inner tropic, right?
That's if the sun's on a circuit. You have to assume that, though.
It doesn't have to be on a circuit. It just has to be moving between along an inner part of the tropic and outer part of the tropic. That's all that matters, right? Yeah,
North and south.
and so you'd have to observe in the sky at different points of the year. The sun moves quicker around the Earth.
No,
than-
you don't have to observe that.
Well, why wouldn't
Because
you?
all you see is
Because
the
if-
apparent speed. You don't know how fast it's going ever.
Well, even if I just use my own eyes, I can see that the sun doesn't go much
Yeah,
quicker than
using your
any
own
point
eyes,
of the
that
year.
would be the apparent speed.
Yeah, the apparent speed. I could get a watch out and calculate how long it takes for it to get to the middle point of the sky to the edge of the sky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we could probably guesstimate a time for how long the sun's taking to move around the sky, right? With some accuracy in terms of time. We have watches. And yet we don't observe it moving any quicker, right? Yeah. So I don't know
I've
how
already
it could
answered
be
the
moving
question
along
about
the
apparent
tropics.
speed. About this is the third time now.
Yes,
Why
but
do you care about observing things to believe in them? Don't you believe in everything that you don't observe, like curvature, motion, gravity?
Yeah, because the thing is you guys want to explain it all as the Earth being this spinning ball, right? But you don't have any ball to show for it. Don't you see the problem there?
when you say it's at an apparent speed, right?
Yeah, so I asked a question. I don't really care about this topic that much. It's just that the sun's ground position changes throughout the years, and seasons are obviously an effect of that. It's further away from you when it's your winter, etc. But you want to interpret all this as if it means that the Earth is a tilted, spinning, wobbling ball, but there's no evidence of it being a ball. There's no instance of any curvature having been measured in the first place, which is the first kind of contingent necessity of it being a ball that you would have to show. So don't you see the problem there?
You see the problem with
I
hills
think that
and
was an
mountains?
obvious. I think you were just avoiding my question, weren't you?
No, I don't care about your question.
because you
I
can't
think you're
answer it.
avoiding my question by saying that, actually.
No, you can't. No, well, you just.
Don't you see the problem with assuming that all of this has to do with the Earth being a tilted, spinning, wobbling ball when there's no measurement for it being a ball? Don't avoid
This
it.
is you avoid.
Yeah, so you saying this is me avoiding the question is you avoiding the question of the room.
The flat earthers can't answer questions.
It's like
Well,
every
I'll
question.
answer questions about claims I made, but I've already answered all your questions about the claims that I have about the sun, which are just the same ones that anybody can verify. So beyond that, you're just trying to drag me into speculation that I never made. But you want to interpret as the Earth being a tilted wobbling ball, but you don't have a ball. Don't you see the problem?
I'll take that as a concession. Don't worry.
Yeah, you can take it as whatever you want, but that ironically was a concession from you that you do not have a measurement of the Earth.
It's a
being
concession.
A ball.
Thank
Your
you. Thank you for
interpretation
conceding.
of
Thank you for
seasons
conceding.
being due to the Earth being a ball is obviously invalid. Thanks for the concession.
Thank you for the concession.
This is what we need to point out, because the last three guys have all done this, where they want to skip over the curvature that they're assuming, right? Their argument assumes a physical curve of the surface, and then they go satellites, gravity, the sun, all these arguments which assume already, for no reason, because they only observe a flat horizon and a motionless surface, they just assume a spinning ball, and then they say, and the sun must be doing this because the Earth's a spinning ball. But when we say, okay, verify your assumption of that curvature before you make an argument that assumes it, they try to pretend like we're the ones who are being in bad faith or illogical, when all we're doing is saying, verify that assumption you're making first before you then make an additional assumption. So how would you verify that assumption of curvature?
How do you observe cycling? How do you observe day and night cycles? How would you?
Okay, yeah. So that's
See?
just glossing past
Perfect
everything you said. Thanks for your concession, Britnat, but please address him if you're going to speak.
That's the perfect example. I
It
mean,
is.
I don't need to speculate about the sun and the moon when I'm asking for verification of the assumption of a curve, which is what the entire globe religion is based on. If you can't verify that assumption, why would anything you say using that assumption be valid?
I agree with you. Actually, I concede the Earth is flat, but I just want you to account for that. Why how day and night cycles exist and how seasonal cycles exist.
Well, if you've ever noticed, the sun moves. Yeah.
And its relative position is changing. Its relative position to the Earth obviously changes throughout the year.
Yes, but give me a bit more than just change,
That's
right?
all we
Because
can
obviously
tell you.
that's not giving you much
That's all we
information
can
at all.
actually say verifiably, unless somebody else has
So you
more
don't know why
info.
day and night and seasonal cycles happen. You just don't know.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's just the proximity of the sun to where you're at in your location. So the proximity of
that
the proximity. You know what proximity means? The word? Or
No, what
do
does
I-
that mean as a sentence? I don't know what proximity means.
Okay, so you're gonna identify that the sun gets closer and farther away from you throughout the year. Is this correct? Yes or no?
Sure, that's correct.
Okay, so on your idea that you live on a globe and people that talk about the Earth being flat, it's both cohesive in both of those ideas.
Yeah, but you're saying that day and night,
sir.
seasonal. Yeah, I'm just making sure that I understand you correctly. Okay? Seasonal cycles are due to the sun just being closer to you. Is that correct?
Or farther away.
Okay, right. And
Is that
and
not
the
the
sun,
same as the
does the
globe?
sun move around the sky?
Is that not the same as the globe, sir?
Oh, well, not necessarily. I mean, like
Not
if I think
necessarily.
a
No.
globe
If I
person
pointed
would
out
say
to you,
something
if I
slightly
pointed
different.
out to you in the rhetoric, right? You said no. So if I pointed out to you in the rhetoric that that's exactly what they're saying happens to the north and to the south, that you're more closer and farther away from the sun on each of the as the Earth goes around the sun.
It's different because you're saying the sun moves closer, whereas the Earth tilts. That's what they usually say, right?
Right, but I was talking about the proximity of the people living in the north and the south. That's what I was talking about in my initial premise, and you agreed with me, right?
So yeah, so the
Okay.
sun does move throughout the sky, though. That is correct, right?
So when you look at the sun moving throughout the
It's
sky,
not answering my question.
its proximity to you gets either closer or farther away. Yes or no?
So it does. So do you agree? It does
Yes
move
or
throughout the
no,
sky.
sir? Yes or no, Britt?
Sorry, what was the question? I missed the last part.
Right. So when the sun is moving across the sky and its proximity throughout the seasonal year, it's gonna get closer and farther away from your proximity. Yes or no?
Yes, but
Okay,
I just
that's my
want to. Yeah, I'm a flat earther too, by the way. I just want to
Doesn't matter
clarify.
to me.
So
It does-
so
the only
when
thing-
you so the sun moves throughout the sky, right? Can you tell me
Yeah.
what path it moves along the sky? Does it move along the tropics or
Nobody
something else?
listen. As far as its path is only can be seen from horizon to horizon. Beyond that, then people start to
So you just
speculate.
don't know.
No, listen to what I am saying instead
Yeah,
of
just don't
interjecting.
know. That's what I'm hoping for you to just
I'm
say
telling
right now.
I'm telling you exactly what can be known. What can be known.
So you don't know.
What can be known is what it does throughout its day. The day cycle, when you see it move from the east to the west, on that day path, you can tell me what the sun is doing. Beyond that, beyond your horizon, you can't tell me what the sun is doing. No one can.
You know, for instance, half the planet at all times are in nighttime, correct?
You're a flat earther using
That's
the
not
word
even
flat.
true in your own
That's
model.
very telling.
What, half the
not-
planet isn't at night
That's very
at
telling.
all times?
He's not a
No,
flat
it's not
earther.
50-50.
Well, not exactly 50-50, but
Well,
there's a
half
gradient.
would be 50-50, wouldn't it?
All right,
But-
so
How can you say
here's
half?
the-
You don't know how big
If
it
it
is
was
to
a
say
flat,
half.
it's approximately half, right?
Here's the thing you're
let's
hung
say-
up. Listen, bro. Listen, the thing that you're hung up right now is on the sun. When I'm telling you on both the flat Earth and the globe, it's the proximity it is to your location, right? So wherever you are on Earth, well, however far away from you it is, it's wintertime.
But
Closer,
you
it's
don't
summer.
know what path the sun moves or why day and
It
night
doesn't
cycles
matter
exist.
about
You just
the
know the
path.
sun's in
It
the
only
sky, so it's
matters-
day.
It doesn't matter about the path. It only matters as how close as it is to you from whatever season it is, a time frame. So, like I said, if you're in the south, like in Australia, right? Right now it will start to become winter for you, and it's summer for us, and then it starts to transition from us from our time when we have winter, it's their summer, and
But
so
why
on.
is that
and so
the case?
It's proximity from the sun being as close to you. That's how hot it is, and so it'll
okay.
be summertime.
Does the sun move at the same speed at all times of year?
Why do you have to interject and say that? Well, we're not
Because
talking about that.
Because,
You're trying to
because you're talking
reconcile the
about
fact.
the sun movement.
Trying to reconcile the fact that the Earth is a specific shape or a specific circle.
No,
or
I'm a
whatever.
flat earther. I just want to make sure I
No,
understand flat
that's
Earth
what I'm
correctly.
trying to tell you.
Who are you
Even
trying to kid, bro?
Even thinking that
Don't lie.
the circle of the Earth is like the azimuthal equidistant projection, it still doesn't equate to that. Even that's wrong. I'm trying to tell you something. You're not listening. So even people that say the Gleasons or the azimuthal equidistant projection are the maps that are being used to project the flat Earth, that's even wrong in and of itself. I'm telling you straight out. If you think that that's the case, you're wrong. Because a lot of people are saying, well, the Gleason's map. No. How do you know that that's what the Earth looks like in its entirety to the flat Earth community? Nobody can say that. From a bird's eye perspective, from the top down view, no one can say that. And if someone does speak up and say that's what it is, you better bring some evidence. Otherwise, that is a false dichotomy. To say that the flat Earth looks like this circle map with the ice ring around it, that's false. No one's ever proven that. Or no one's ever proven the globe. So on either side, we're working with some models that cannot be proven. However, that being said, you can tell me from east to west what your sun is doing moving across the sky and how close it is to you throughout the year. And therefore, if you're working on a globe or a flat, it doesn't matter. The Earth is still going to be how close the sun is to your proximity. It doesn't matter about the path of the sun throughout the whole entire Earth. That's not the argument here. It's the argument of like, how does seasons work? And of course, Heretic just finished saying, it's the proximity of the sun to your location that would dictate what is going to be summer or winter. That's as simple as that gets. When you go into these models and ideas of like what the Earth looks like in its entirety, then you're off the beaten path. You're already wrong. I can point that out to you right now. If that's what you're saying, you're wrong. As a flat earther.
Could I just take a moment to have another pop at a spiral here? To the guy who just said he was a flat earther. Why don't you believe in the globe?
I don't believe in the globe because the arguments in this video are very convincing. If I may just say to that other guy, so when you go up in an
No.
airplane, is it
Why-
hotter?
Why don't you believe in the globe?
Because the arguments in the VC are so very, very convincing. When
What
you
about
move
the,
up,
about the images from space?
yeah, they're fake, right? When
How do you know
someone
they're
goes in an
fake?
aeroplane,
How can you fake an image?
What makes them fake?
Yeah, what makes them fake?
well, the cabal, right? The cabal, the Jewish cabal.
Oh, the cabal.
But,
So
anyway,
why do you think so many people. So why do you think so many people believe in the globe?
Can I answer? Well, the
No,
other
no,
way?
no, 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 no,
You're
no.
not gonna
You could answer this.
Why? Sorry.
Why are so many people believing in the globe, but you figured out that it's not true? How did that happen?
Just by reading our chat.
Divine revelation, I think.
Come on,
Right.
bro. Stop
So you do believe in the globe?
I don't believe the globe is a fact, so it's not really a
No, we're
belief.
speaking to this guy. We're speaking to this guy. So Britnat, you do believe in the globe, or you don't believe in the globe?
I don't believe in the globe.
Right. So why don't you believe in
not?
the globe?
I answered the question. Divine revelation.
What does that mean?
Ancestral blood memory.
So you're spiraling.
No, he's being
Yeah,
facetious.
Yeah, because see, what he was wanting to do there, what he was wanting to do there was just have it. Yeah, he just wanted to have it off into model speculationville so that he can talk shit,
right,
and pretend to be a flat earther. So what we just did there was expose how much of a pussy he is. That he knows that he can't argue for the globe, so he can't even say that he believes in the globe now. So he just wants to talk about flat Earth because it's too painful for him to actually discuss his religion, the globe. Which is why he did that embarrassing little meltdown. Oh, divine revelation. Oh, ancestral blood memory. What a pussy. He can't even say what he believes in. He believes in the globe, but he's too much of a pussy to say, I believe in the globe and this is why. So this is the kind of level of sophistry and dickless little virgins that we're dealing with. Who was the other guy who jumped in there saying it's a fact?
That would be me, but at least I try
Okay,
to keep it
tell us-
respectful.
That's fine. As long as you're respectful, if you're trolling like this guy, we will embarrass you. But if you're
No, there's no
respectful,
need of trolling. I think if we all have a good discussion on fair grounds and we all respect each other, it will be better for everybody.
I appreciate that, bro. Okay, so the globe is a fact. I am unconvinced. What would be your best evidence to me to let me know it is a fact? I'm on a spinning ball.
I worked for ESA as an internship as an engineer, and I worked with satellites. I've seen the Earth.
Okay.
That's it.
You've seen the Earth? I've seen the Earth.
Sorry, that's the first answer. When I was young, I studied engineering, and I was lucky to work for ESA, the European Space Agency. I mostly worked on components, not a lot, like just double checking.
Okay.
So I've seen my work
But
in
making
space and the satellites. So yeah, that's why I believe it. I don't believe it. I've seen it with my
you're
own
saying
eyes.
that so you're saying that I should believe the videos that I see online?
I think that there's one good thing about flat earthers, and that's been criticizing of everything. I think that's a positive thing to have.
Yuppie, a question. Yuppie, I have a question for you. What is the radius of Earth?
I don't know that off my head.
Ouch, dude! Working as somebody in the ESA, you should know that offhand, bro.
No. You did not listen,
bro.
I did an
What you talking
internship.
about?
I did an internship as an engineer. I'm not a
You're
planet
an engineer and you don't know the radius of Earth? Are you serious?
Well,
How can I take you
I work
seriously,
in
bro?
banking now. I
How
switched
can I
careers,
take you
mate.
seriously, bro? Yuppie, you just discredited yourself. You don't even know the radius of Earth, and you are an
if you
engineer
want to do a
in
gotcha,
ESA, bro.
if you want to do a gotcha, because this is genuine.
I gotcha, bro. You're supposed to know the radius, diameter, and circumference of the Earth that you're supposedly sending satellites to, and you don't even know that as an engineer. Get real, dude.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I can
That's
accept
a
that
fate.
Drew don't know these things, but if you
Get
say you're working for ESA and you don't know the basics about the globe, what's that?
Internship. I worked there for 3 months.
Okay, so but
internship.
if in your time working there, you never learned what the radius even was. How did that?
You know what I did there? I fucking repaired components. I was not
Okay.
Then how do you? I'm not the space engineer.
Okay.
That's two different things. Do you think everybody
I
in
asked-
NASA is a viable space
calm down.
expert?
Calm down.
It's
calm down.
not. It's pretty
Calm
simple.
down. It's okay. Calm down. It's okay.
I'm saying basically in good faith.
Yeah.
And I
Let
was
me
basically
get that.
complimenting one of you guys who was having the argument until Ed Hassel jumped in. He asked me the question, and that's what I want to pick on to.
Okay.
The good thing about
I
flat
asked the
Earth
question.
is
I asked
simple.
the question. I asked
It's
the
pretty
question.
simple. I like the fact that you are criticizing about every video. I
No.
think that's a positive thing.
Okay, well, good.
never
Yes, because
presented
we do
any
too. We don't
video.
accept unverifiable videos of proof. But remember, I asked you at the beginning, how can I be convinced of this fact of the globe? And you said you worked at this place. But okay, you working at this place didn't prove it to you because you said you just made components. That doesn't prove anything about the shape of the Earth. So what does prove to us?
On my work and
Yeah, but that wouldn't prove to you the shape of the Earth. Working, you didn't even know, you didn't learn the radius, the claimed radius even. So it doesn't prove to you that the Earth is a globe. So how can I have it proven to me that it's a fact?
Also, I'd like to clarify for you. I'd like
You're
to
just a
clarify.
satellite
for you.
repairman, bro.
Listen,
Satellite repair. That's it.
I'd like to clarify something. He did not. He checked components, double checked them. That means there was something that came in and he made sure that in the packing slip, everything was there. Everything was, all the dials were on the board, all that shit before it moved on. Don't let him fool you into thinking he did anything at this place. Go ahead.
He's up there getting the measurements for the curve and everything. So, okay, so we're
Do you
just
think
looking.
that the 70-year-old kid like make satellites themselves? No, they
No,
don't.
we know you don't. We know you don't. It's fine. This is why I'm trying to get from you what evidence can I have presented to me that will prove to me that the Earth is a spinning ball?
I mean,
would say live stream.
His basic argument is saying that he makes Harry Potter wands and that Harry Potter magic is real. That's basically what he's saying. I make Harry Potter wands, dude. Come on. They come down the assembly line. Don't you think magic's real? Because the Harry Potter wand that I made is right there. I could see it's right there. And doesn't mean magic is real. Do you think magic's real because people make Harry Potter wands? Ah, interesting.
That is kind of what it's like. But let's give him a chance. Come on, I need this. You said it's a fact that it's a globe, so I need the evidence, that proof that you were given that let you know that it's fact. What is that?
Have we got a fact?
I think he left. I don't see him anymore.
Oh.
God damn.
He tried this for 2 days already.
Okay,
I
well,
work at Pizza. I don't give a shit.
Does
Is there anybody else want to add their 2 cents? Or 10 pence, whatever country you're in?
Does everyone come in here muted? Do we have to manually unmute them all, or are they
Depends.
already?
If they've not got roles, bro, like if they're just brand new to the server and they've not like been typing in the chat, you get allocated roles the more you type.
Okay,
So,
because some guy
if they've got
messaged me
nothing,
asking to be unmuted, but I missed it. So I don't know if
yes,
he's...
if they've got no role cycle and you need to mute and unmute, just like in checking 24/7.
It just goes away when they leave the room. They go back to being no microphone into another room. You just have to unmute new guys every time.
It's kind of handy though, I suppose.
Should we unmute NATO and get him to explain why we should be in jail?
He's ready. He's got all kinds of answers going for us. This is painfully idiotic. Studies about the radius, studies and studies.
Yeah, he's loving it. Right, NATO, I've just unmuted you. Do you still think we should go to jail? I don't think you really meant that. Did you? NATO?
He's still muted.
No, he's unmuted.
Now,
Maybe he's on the phone to the police to try and get us arrested.
Who muted him first? I think that's the guy who has to unmute him.
Oh, I don't know who muted him.
No, doesn't work like that.
Then it's bugged. It's not unmuting him.
Nah, you should be able to unmute him.
No, he's bugging out.
Somebody
Unmuted
wants them
goes back.
muted. Somebody, I don't know who it is, but somebody is keeping them on mute.
No,
No,
it's
that's
jumping
okay.
right back. It's
Yeah,
on-
somebody's keeping him on mute.
Yeah, I'm pressing. Look, I'm
Not
pressing.
me.
Look how fast.
Not
I'm
me.
Everyone stop pressing it. Everyone stop pressing it.
I've not even touched it.
I'm going to press it. No one else press it.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, it's
Okay,
jumping
well,
right back.
That's
All right, well, good. Maybe he's permanently got that from somebody else.
Yeah, that's probably from one of the higher up moderators in politics. Even the mods here hate you, NATO.
He didn't want to hear your hate shit.
Aurora might be able to tell us if she's around.
That's all right. He's probably not worth the effort. But it's ironic that he wanted us to be in jail, and now he's in some form of arguably digital jail.
I mean, people should be pretty basic questions about this time. Like, damn, there's nobody coming in here to defend the globe? Shit. Somebody should come and do that.
Yeah, someone ping the whole server. Say we've got a crisis.
You could bring an army of those guys in here, and I would defeat every single one of them, including their professors. Bring your professors. You got any professors in here? PhD? Come on, guys.
I don't want that
Nobody
smoke
like that. Nobody like that has even come close to making an appearance in here. Or if they have not said that they were because they're too embarrassed.
To be fair, 2 days
Yeah,
ago,
we've got
there was
the
somebody
mathematician,
actually who
bro.
was a space engineer in here, and he got instantly banned within the first 2 sentences. So that's a bit of a high horse.
That's a lie. Why are you telling lies?
Right, because it was my friend who still works at the ESA. He said
Oh.
2 sentences, and he immediately got booted by one of the mods.
Bro,
So
that's lies, yeah.
Scam.
He's only going if he, bro,
that
if he came
proves
in here
everything.
over talking or bullshitting and abusing people, that's the only reason he's going to get muted or kicked. If he comes in and acts chill and civil,
Well,
joins the
it's
conversation
like you muted
politely.
Rito over here. He has been only respectful, and every time he says something that's
I doubt
correct,
it.
you guys muted him as well.
That's
With
a
lie,
lie.
so
What did you say that
that's a
was
lie.
correct?
What's
Who?
his name?
What did you get muted for that was
What's
correct?
his name?
Nato Cope. He's got muted for no reason last
What's
time.
his name?
NATO said we
He's,
should be
he's in the
jail.
skull.
NATO said we should be in jail.
He's in this call and piped
NATO
up.
the engineer?
And we tried to unmute him actually, Yuppie, but something's glitched or he's been muted from the higher up mods in this server.
Yeah, if that's your buddy, he got muted for hate speech on us. So
No,
you might.
no. Read up. He got muted yesterday for no good reason, and actually the mod actually
That's a
admitted he
bullshit.
was mod abusing. So
That's lies, man. What is,
Said
there's
we
only
should
a
be
handful
it's
of
in
us.
the text.
Bro,
It's in the
there's,
text.
bro,
I
there's only a
talked to
handful of us got perms in here, and they're not going to just mute and kick people for nothing, eh? If
Yeah.
you're over talking and you come in bullshitting,
Read up.
then
Read
you
up.
get
If
muted.
you don't believe me, read up.
You said it was
It's in the text.
yesterday.
I
Okay,
talked to
Yuppie.
him.
It gets
Okay, Yuppie.
deleted. The chat doesn't last very long, and it gets automatically deleted.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. Well, while we've got you here, Yuppie, can you help us out? We're looking for a measurement of the Earth's curvature.
I can have a look. Yeah. Can you give
Okay,
me
please.
like a bit of time to
What are you
research
gonna
it,
do?
and I'll give you the
Yes, yes.
information.
Yes,
What are
you
you
can
gonna do?
have
Google it?
worldview on the
all
fly.
you want. Go onto Google, find your sources, and then come back and let us know.
That's fair.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I talked to that ESA guy. It was ESA something something, and he talked about he was a rocket scientist. He works for the European Space Agency.
Yes, he does.
And his
My dad's a-
his only proof that he worked for the space agency was to ask me how rockets work.
Well,
like he was
he
so,
actually
he was
does.
so confident in his ability to articulate his knowledge that he couldn't do so until I said how rockets work first.
I'm not a fan
Then-
of gotcha system though.
Then he would be able to explain how rockets work. I go, dude, just use any answer you need to drive on. Okay, explain to me how these rockets work. And he didn't know the radius. He didn't know anything about the Earth. And
You know what's
then
weird?
he finally spurred out and he said that he wanted to personally strap conspiratard flat Earth losers onto rockets and watch them blow up into
I
into a
condemn
big
that.
mist.
Violence is never the option.
And I was like, wow, dude. So number one, you don't know how rockets work, and then you want me to explain rockets work for
Wait,
you.
was
and
it
if I
totally mad or
don't,
not? Was it the name called Totally Mad or not?
yeah, he was really mad.
No. Was his name Totally Mad? Because that's the ESA guy. Actually, was his nickname Totally Mad? Because maybe it
I
was a
don't
different
remember.
person.
I just remember that he put ESA something something in his username.
Does he had a very deep voice, but very
He
deep.
was definitely foreign, but I wouldn't say deep. You know, it's hard to tell
No,
because
that's not him.
a lot of the accents are
That's
hard
somebody else.
to.
Yeah, I know, but he has a very outspoken, deep voice.
No, that wasn't him then.
It's okay.
Yeah, I
it's okay.
probably
You
would
go and
remember
find that
that.
curve. You go and find that curve measurement. You don't need to worry about other people being muted.
Yeah, we don't
Like,
want to talk about anything else right now.
Only
But when
concern
you
trolls.
come back, we all want to sit in silence and stare at each other until you come back with that measurement.
I'm finished.
I actually want to unmute some people in here. Come on, guys. Anybody here have any evidence that the Earth is a globe by way of drop over distance measurements? Anyone? Bueller? Where's CB's soundboard at? I want that.
You need to hook me up in here. I don't have access in here. But yeah, bro. I mean, all I hear is Cope. So
And Cope and Kobe.
exactly. You're coping in the chat. Not one of them has really stepped up and said, "All right, guys, look. I know we're sitting at the poker table. I know we're claiming to have the winning hand. Here are the cards." They're all like, "Well, would you believe it if I had the winning hand?" No, dude, show it.
This reminds me of back in like 2018. We were doing this kind of thing.
Sparking up some old memories.
I'm kind of.
Surely it's one of you lads want to chime in. Surely there's quite a few of you in here now, man. If you want, unmute, just ping one of us if you're stuck trying to talk.
It does feel like a time machine because yesterday a guy was talking about the toilet flush.
That was crazy.
Yeah, I shit you not. I
Yeah,
shit you
the
not.
Brit bird brain. Yeah. I
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, the
Oh,
pun
there's
intended, right?
evidence.
Right, Crit? Shit you not?
I
Toilet?
shit you not. He rolled out the toilet flush as his proof of Earth rotation. And I was
Damn.
like, wow.
Even the globe earthers
Wow.
are face palming him.
I know.
Who was that?
I
Crit?
got him to
You
buy
remember his
all
name?
in too. I was like, dude, I don't think I can answer this one. I kind of larped it a little bit. I really kind of drug it out. I mean, tell me more.
Who,
Are you
who
saying
was
that?
that? Crit? Who was that
Oh,
again? Do you know who
the
what his
Brit
name was?
guy.
No.
The
What,
guy
Brit?
who,
No.
yeah, the guy who's right up below
Okay.
Aurora.
Some guy.
Yeah, I kind of
Oh,
played it out. I'm like, this is really interesting. I never heard it. Are you trying to say like the water will swirl? And he's like, yeah, man. It's like the most coolest thing ever. Here's a video of them doing that at the equator.
What is this
I'm like,
mental shit?
yeah,
Flat
when they
Earth, all
walk
that
from
fucking
one
black
side of the equator to the other, is that what you're talking about? Where they spin the bucket with the leaves in it, and then he walks like fucking 200 yards,
Yeah, okay,
and then
cool.
throws the leaves in a different direction.
yeah, and he talked about some video where they pushed people either left or right, depending on what side of the equator they were on, and it would fall over. You know, like
Fucking imbecile, man.
What
I'm
the
like, this is epic. At first I thought maybe he was like a really good troll. Like as I was trolling him, he was reverse trolling me, pretending he actually believed this. But he went all in, man. It's still, I think right now, if you were to unmute him and ask him, does the flush prove the rotation? He'll say yes. He's
I want to
still
see if
there.
I still kind of want to see if they can muster up their champion. Like, there's a few of these debate champions that are around here, lurking somewhere. They need to go kind of poke them and prod them and say, "Hey, man, there's some dudes over there at Flat Earth, or just I need you to go over there and bring your skills with you." You know, like I want to see what they got, man. I want to test the metal in here, see what's going on.
A lot of legend people have come in here, even though they're not Flat Earth. They'll talk. They'll present Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Because they like to do that thing where they steel man the other position. You'll take an opposing position and argue from that. So
Well,
they
it's
get
actually
really
been-
pissed when it's kind of
Yeah.
low. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say it's actually been reasonably chill in here, like relatively speaking, compared to the last time. Remember when we had terms a couple of years ago, and it was just constant barrage of abuse. But it seems like they realised that we are going to mute them and we will fucking act. So I think they've maybe just took the extremity of the fucking troll and it's maybe chilled it, calmed it down a couple of notches at least, maybe.
Well, you missed yesterday.
What happened yesterday?
What was it?
It was just a shit show.
Was it?
Constantly. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We probably had 10 red mutes at a time going.
Fuck.
And so what's the parlay with politics? Are they kind of letting you guys kind of run things for a little bit?
Oh,
And then
we're partnered up. There's an
can-
advertisement. Politics
you
and
can-
24/7 are partnered
You
up.
you can use the bot and make your own room. So that's what I've done.
I might set up office in here. I don't know.
Yeah, so this room was made permanent after we set up one in like 3 days. And one of the mods came in and said, "You guys deserve your own room or something." I don't know exactly. Then they created our own room. We have our own rights in the room and we can ban people from it and everything else.
I'm gonna sit outside with that table with the little cardboard in front of it says there is no drop over distance measurement. Change my mind. Drinking my coffee until somebody comes here and disproves it. Like, what the hell?
They're gonna shit. They're already shitting it. All the politics people that we support the newest thing. They come in here and they poop their pants. It just happens. They come in here thinking it's a joke until they hear us talking, and then they have to open their mic and they accidentally say the wrong thing.
That's a good thing about it, man. We're actually dispelling some of the thoughts that they've got about the flat Earth, man. And then before they go over to 24/7, they'll maybe get a chance to fucking think about some of the arguments before they just jump in and start screaming shit like gravity and stuff like that. At least they've got some ammunition. They know some of the arguments, so maybe it's not quite as ridiculous when they go over.
Panto, do any of them cowboy up or they just sit there and type?
What do you
Like
mean, cowboy?
Keyboard cowboys, man.
There's quite a few of them. They won't VC at all. Like they've just got their excuses. Oh, I can't do it. Oh, I'm working. Oh, I've got a bag of excuses. I think.
Yeah, you guys have a seat and let somebody in here that wants to speak. Watch me destroy them. Meanwhile, you sit back and listen as each and every one of them fall by the wayside.
I guarantee you, every time.
So any of you guys that are looking, please chime in. That's why
I mean,
we're here for a
I
discussion.
got muted yesterday, and all I had to do was stream a picture, and I still won the argument because the Earth is round.
What was the argument?
He
That the Earth is flat.
Earth is round.
The guy's like, I posted
what
an
was
image,
it?
so I'm
And
gonna
then
play this game
all I had
called
to do
I
was
Win. So I win.
like stream the picture of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, water definitely doesn't do that, so doesn't match reality.
Who's that Talon we're speaking to?
Because I mean, one of the first ways that we learned about a curved Earth were sailboats sailing away from
Yeah,
shore
water
and
definitely doesn't do that.
slowly watching the sail.
Is there a hill of water?
The sail.
Talon.
Is there a
go
hill of
over
water?
a hill?
Is there a
far
hill of
away.
water?
Yeah,
Take a look in the text,
there's
Talon.
mountains of water, in fact. So
Oh!
like different
See,
places in the
Talon.
ocean.
It's just trolling.
Talon, see the thing is, think about it, man. If you were actually watching a boat go over the curvature of the Earth, just a handful of miles away, how small do you think the Earth actually is? It would have to be fucking
what do you- I
tiny.
mean-
If 4 or 5 miles away, or even 10 miles away, a boat goes over the curvature of the Earth, but we can grab an optical instrument, telescope, decent camera, whatever, and we can bring them right back into view again. So that obviously shows there are other reasons for obstruction being on these
Just
only
quickly,
for so
going
long.
away, whether it's a boat or a buoy or.
Just quickly
You
before we
can't-
get off this, Talon, you just said that there are actually mountains of water. So could you
Yes.
tell us who's ever physically measured a mountain of water?
Well, I mean, obviously it would be changing, but sea level isn't always like equal across the entire planet. There's like certain
I mean,
like
no, but I mean like the curve of
That's
that
not the
water.
question.
streams. So like elevations.
Pay attention.
The curve of that water that we're saying is like a hill or a mountain. Who's measured that drop in the water? The drop over distance.
We use satellites. We have satellites that can do that.
That's
not how you
So- no, but they would have had to measure that before they sent satellites up, right?
You know what it sounds like when you said that? It's like, well, we have dragons. We have dragons that breathe fire. Because you, why don't you just tell us who's ever measured it, dude? Instead of just saying, well, we got, you know, we got rock monsters. We got rock monsters. Like
Let's not forget. Let's not forget. In orbital mechanics, you need the radius of Earth to get your very first satellite up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we need that measurement before you can say satellites measured it. They would have had to do that before. So how can we measure it? Who's measured it?
Well, you would use satellites to measure the height
Who
of water
has
in the
measured
ocean.
it?
Need that
Who
measurement
has
to know
measured
the size of the Earth, to then know the orbital mechanics to put the satellite into space. So no, you don't get to put the satellites up and then measure the curve. You need that beforehand.
So, Talon, go back to your claim that boats go over the horizon. Can you take a look in the text chat at a boat that's possibly up to 10 miles away, supposedly, as I suppose you claim, that it went over the curvature of the Earth? It was meant to be like 15 miles or something to that landmass that was at the other side, and it was just like less than half spot. He assumed that was roughly 7, 8, 9 miles away, so there should be at least maybe a third of that boat obscured by the curvature of the Earth, according to what you're claiming. Can you see that?
Picture. You can see
Can you-
behind.
can
You
you
can
do
see
that, bro?
land behind it, so it's probably not that far away.
Yeah. He said
Yeah,
it's
so
about
you can't see
15
the
miles
land,
away.
So that's not like so that's not the
After it zooms-
curve.
Yeah, after it zooms all the
It
way
says-
back, you can't see the land anymore. So that goes behind the curve too,
Alright.
right?
That's just
Yeah.
the resolution of the picture.
That's
Though.
great. That's great that you're looking
Right,
at
but-
pictures and images, but
but
the
there is-
question on the table is the curvature measurement.
Yeah,
That
that's what I want
and
to
as
stick
the
to. I want to stick to the measurement of
And
the
it's just a picture.
right, but we
Okay.
want the
But is
measurement.
that boat over the curve of the Earth, bro? That's the thing. If that was over the curvature of the Earth, how can we then resolve it by zooming in?
Well, that one's not over the curve because you can see it.
Like,
You're
it should
making
be.
a claim of the curve. We want that measurement of that curve, Talon. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know you want the measurement, but I don't really. It doesn't really
Okay.
matter if you have it.
Well,
or
has
not.
anyone ever
Yeah,
ever
'cause you
measured?
still like measure. That's how we measure. Like
Hold
you
on,
know,
hold
you
on,
can just
Talon,
measure. Like you can take a measurement with one satellite.
Hold on, Talon. Has anyone ever measured that water to be curved like you just claimed? Has anyone ever measured that?
What do you mean?
Like the drop over distance, the curve of that water that you say is a mountain or a hill. Who has measured that physically? That drop.
What scientists? I mean, I don't
Well,
know the
any
name of the
guy.
people who do the measurements.
Has,
Like a
has
scientist
anyone ever
person.
measured it? Do you think anyone's
Yeah.
ever measured it? Okay, could you
There's
find
the
out who?
Verna oceanographic research. So it'd be like oceanographers do that. They
Right. So could you
know what an
could you post the
oceanographer is?
They measured curvature of the water.
Well, they measure the curvature of the Earth. The water's on the Earth,
Can we
so
get a
the
citation?
water's
What was their
curved.
method? What was
Like,
their
you
method?
guys ever
for
seen like
measuring-
a waterfall?
Hold
Like
on.
a waterfall?
Hold on.
Yeah, that's
Hold
not
on.
what we're talking about.
What was their method for measuring the curvature of the water?
Yeah, please.
Method for measuring the curvature of the water?
Yeah,
I mean,
why
we're
do you
just
have to
talking about
repeat it
the
every time he
height.
asks? He's asked you
We're just
that
measuring the
20
height
times.
of the water. So like
No,
the
but you're
ocean's
saying there's a
huge,
curve
right?
to it. No, you're saying there's a curve to it. Right?
Mountains, remember?
Yes.
Yeah,
The
okay, so
same-
who's
so, like,
measured
when-
that curve?
What? Okay. So how would I measure the curve? I'm not there.
Well, you tell
I don't
me.
have the
That's your
exact
claim.
measurement.
You said it's you said it. You said it's a mountain.
I said you can't. Yes, there are mountains
So
in the
who
water
measured it?
in the
So who
ocean.
measured
The
it?
ocean is
Who-
not the same height across the entire planet.
No,
It's
you
different
said
heights.
you said
No.
you could get like
You
a
said
hill,
mountains
like a
of
curved
water.
hill of water.
Right, like a wave.
Right.
But
So
like,
who measured
but then,
that?
so
No,
like,
not a wave.
so you
not a
think like
wave.
wave.
huge
Curve.
bodies of water.
No, like a curve that drops down
No,
and away
not a
from
wave.
you, because you're on a sphere. So the water curves down and away from you. Yes.
Yeah, that sounds accurate. Sure.
Right. Okay. So who's measured that down and away? That drop.
Science. Oceanographers use scientific
Who?
measurements to
Who?
measure
Who?
that.
How?
Tell us
Who
what
and
those
how?
details.
I keep saying it. Oceanographers, scientists. I
Name
don't
Yeah,
know
how?
and
exactly
method.
the
Okay.
person.
What was their method?
I don't know
What
the
was their
guy who did
method?
it. They did it.
What was
You
their
don't know.
method? What was their
They-
method?
I mean, there's a bunch of different methods. Like today,
Wow.
they would use
Yeah,
satellites. But in 1957, I'd have to look up exactly how they did it. But
Well,
just
okay. So you
doing the
don't know. So
measurement
you don't
isn't
know.
the
So
idea
you
of
don't know
doing the
that any.
measurement doesn't sound that complicated.
Okay, but you don't know who's done it or how.
You just hope that someone's
What do you
done it.
mean? Don't know? I just said I mean, like, so for example, the Vima seamount, they're called seamounts. Do you know what those are?
Go on,
No,
explain.
no. Yeah,
You don't
man.
even
So, like,
those up.
there's
Tell us.
tables of water across
Tell us.
the
Educate us.
ocean.
Tables are flat.
Right. And so like but there's more than one kind of table and not all the tables are the
Right.
same height. And
Right.
so
The
like
table.
what do you
A
think
table
happens
would
to
be
the
flat.
water that goes over one table and onto the other one?
A table is
Down.
flat. Phil.
Not form into a
We're
hill.
talking
A
about
table
curve.
that's lower than another table would go
A
down,
table
right?
is flat, Phil. We're talking about a curve. You
Right.
said.
So we're talking about vast
So where's the curve
surfaces.
measured? What did they do to
Where's
measure
this
it?
mountain of water you keep talking about, and who measured it?
They're called seamounts. So like you would assume like I don't understand. You guys don't have it.
Assume what?
So who measured that seamound? Could you paste it into the chat or tell us the method? Summarize it. Give us
Who?
fucking something. So far, you've literally just rambled on about vague nonsense.
I mean, I've
How
told you
and
about
when, bro?
satellites.
How about
No,
how?
Okay,
you
yeah,
do
satellites.
that.
Now the
explain why
claim
that's
is
not
satellites.
satellites.
How
You're
do
talking
they?
about
You would just
water
measure.
hills. You're talking about curve of water, physical
Yeah.
drop over a distance. Who measured physically that drop over a distance to know that that's even there?
Do you know what we're asking you, bro? You know full
So-
well.
I'm
What
sorry.
am I-
Well, I'm
He's just using
I'm
buzzwords.
trying to help you understand.
No, you're
No,
not, because
us.
I'm asking.
You're not
who
understanding.
measured it,
Yeah,
and
So-
you're not
But
telling
see,
me.
but you're
We're
asking
asking
for
you for details, brother.
I'm asking you for the specific measurement, who and how. That's very basic. What is it? Tell me. Give us the link. Give us a name. Give us a method. Give us something.
Oh, you keep muting me,
Man,
and you won't let me
because you're
explain.
not answering.
So
You're not going to answer the fucking question, brother.
You just said satellites. That doesn't say anything.
no, it does because you use satellites to measure things.
No,
Did you know that?
no,
just-
no,
you
you
guys
So
don't
don't.
tell
that
us,
satellites
how
are for-
did they do it? How, who, and when? Tell us.
No.
Or are you just stalling for it?
You would need measurements
Google it.
No, we
Yeah,
can
what
stop.
you're doing, you're just stalling to Google.
Oh, by the way, we've measured the flat Earth. Ask me how.
No, we're not going to ask you
No.
that. We're going to ask the gentleman how he measured mountains of water.
Boats. I've given you information. Boats.
Yeah, but you're not the other guy, are you?
I'm just saying, like that's it.
Yeah, we're just saying that you're not the other guy. The other guy's still waiting to. He said that there's mountains of water. We're asking, how did you find that drop over distance? He says, well, oceanographers. All right, great. How did they do it? Well, they've just done it with satellites. Oh, well, how did they get the satellite up into space without knowing the radius of Earth? Because they can't measure the curvature. No measurement has been done, so we're looking for the measurement of the curved water. Mountains, you remember? How did they do
I
it?
don't know the exact measurement.
What you don't know is that it should have been the first thing you should have said. Been intellectually honest. Now we
I don't
can
need.
get
I don't need to know the exact measurement.
Well, you don't need to know how they've done something. Just you need to repeat it as in it has been done. Is that all you need to do? I
Right.
can assert,
That's how you
I
do
can
it.
assert- That's how you do it. You just say things, right? Oh, it has
Well,
been
no,
done.
I mean
I
we're
don't know.
discussing how it works.
No, we're not discussing. You don't know how
No,
it
we
works.
aren't.
You're basically saying you don't know. You're saying I don't know. Okay, well, how does it work? Well, it works. I don't know how it works, but it works. What?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
You didn't provide any mechanism whatsoever.
Does anyone else in this panel agree that there's mountains of freaking water?
Anyone?
Right?
Please tell us.
NATO, anybody? Does anyone agree with this bird brain?
And not only that, tell us how they measured that mountain of water, because this guy isn't doing that.
Satellites, bro. Satellite.
Wait, do you mean glaciers?
No, he meant mountains of water.
Oh,
Glaciers, right?
dude. No, he said boats.
Not
No,
glaciers.
bro. That's ice.
Water. Not
Jesus
ice,
Christ.
water.
Remedial ass motherfuckers.
Yes?
These guys aren't even trying anymore, dude.
It's child's play at this moment with these guys. It's sad too, because don't you think that if you think about this for a second, guys, that the answer should be, easily said. You guys should be dunking on flat Earth all day, but it seems like you're stymied by drop over distance. It's got you guys stymied. You're just like, oh shit, man, how do you work? You tell me how it works, and you ask us to tell you how it works? What? Why are you asking us? You should already know, right?
I mean, you've basically muted everyone who was
Basically,
countering you.
well, you're not muted, sir. Well, then you tell us.
Okay.
You're the one
Who
that's
needs
speaking now.
unmuted?
Thank you for stepping up to the mic. Now, how do we?
I believe we live in a simulation, so I have no opinion on
Oh,
flat
Well,
Earth.
that's nothing to do with the shape and motion, though, is it? It could be a simulation all you want, but it's still, we're trying to, if it's a globe within a simulation, or it's flat and stationary,
Do
just
you
like
know
it
what
appears.
I think? And no cap, okay? What they did is just for shits and giggles, they make some people think the Earth is flat and others think the world is round. So we fight over it. So
No,
we
they
don't
don't.
think about the simulation. No,
They
prove
do
it
that.
wrong.
So
Prove
the
it wrong.
arguments, we've
can
been
you prove
fed
it
all
wrong?
this information. Like, look at all the fake NASA stuff. They don't have to put all that for all those, in air quotes, mistakes. Like, they aren't mistakes, man. That's deliberately. So the flat earthers are constantly trying to show globe earthers. The globe earthers are constantly shouting abuse. So it causes division. It's a well made system, deliberately made like this.
You do know the NASA argument is very weak. They're like what 200
What?
competing
dude, you know how
governments.
You think the NASA argument's weak? Bro, they're hanging on fucking wires, bro.
There are
Hey,
200
Panthers, show
competing.
them what videos you got, bro.
There are 200
doesn't
competing
know.
governments and the 200 competing governments in the world. Why wouldn't they call each other out? Especially something like China and the
Oh my
US. When
God!
they're
The
competing.
moment it goes to
Why
the
wouldn't?
social,
Why wouldn't?
it's
Why
Lack of
wouldn't?
motive.
Why
Sorry,
wouldn't?
evidence trumps
How
motive
is
every
it?
time, Sid.
How is that
Sorry.
lack of motive?
okay, just you know what? The moment it goes to this sociological angle, it's literally just a waste of time. There's no point.
I like this guy, whoever that is speaking.
Competing governments, like there's no point. Just stick to the actual facts. It's literally
No, but it is.
If
It
you
is.
really want an
Wouldn't-
answer,
wouldn't-
Sid, let's just look at the last 3 years when everyone was moving in lockstep. So let's not pretend like, oh well, no, they would all call each other out. That's false.
course.
So, and besides that point, it's about
They've
the
all got-
evidence. Evidence trumps motive every single time.
Alright, for sure.
Exactly.
So like, we're not just going to brush
There's no
past
point
it
in
because
arguing this.
that's
Don't
not an
mute me.
argument.
If you
Yeah,
want to
there's-
argue with me, don't mute me. Jesus.
There's nothing
Let me
to
finish.
argue with you about, dude. You're pivoting from the actual factual.
I'm not pivoting. Wouldn't
You're
be the
pivoting
best.
from the.
No,
Okay,
it-
you're instead of you know what? Instead of talking about the
You're running away and you don't
factual.
want to engage with this.
Let the man speak, dude, man.
I mean, you guys are
No
interrupting
wonder you get
me.
muted.
You're interrupting me. I'm not.
You
even able
interrupted
to
the
get a
guy. He
word-
was in mid-sentence. He couldn't even finish what he was saying because you were blabbering.
Right? Instead of talking about the actual factual evidence, the question at hand, you initially dismissed it, saying, "Well, I believe we're in a simulation," and then someone just casually uttered the word NASA, and you're immediately like, "Well, the competing space." It always goes to this sociological shit because everyone just wants to discuss that. Because there is no way to resolve that. We don't know the minds of other men. There's no factual way to establish that. But there is a factual way to
Wait, but
establish whether
there
it's
is
true
a
or not.
factual way to establish. When
Bro,
you're,
bro,
Why
take a
would you
look.
start with that?
Bro,
I'm
take a
never
look
gonna
at that
get
video that I
Good
just
luck, guys.
posted. The first 45 seconds of that video I just posted, you can blatantly see him pulling the wire, and you can see the material on his fucking top, either his trousers or his t-shirt. You can literally see it getting pulled. So obviously they're fucking faking shit. So it's not a weak argument for us to say NASA are fucking lying. You just need to do 10 minutes fucking research, and you'll see fucking the
I think
clowns
you're
hanging on
lying
wires.
about
And
NASA lying. To be
joke.
fair.
Let's take a look in the text chat. Watch
No, but I
45
don't
seconds
trust
of that
you.
video. It's fucking NASA footage, man.
It's low quality. Looks like it's generated by AI. I
Ah,
believe
but you can
this.
go and find the fucking higher quality. That's because you've not done any
Show
fucking
me the
research,
original
bro.
transcripts of the video.
What?
You're fucking insane, brother.
You see, this is like the retarded shit you guys do. Since I can't, like, no one can specifically break down because no one is a scientist. You
You
think they're
need a
wrong,
transcript for a
right?
video, but we're retarded.
And you like mute everyone who's trying, which is like
No one's
so
trying.
sad.
Listen, Sid, no
So
one's actually trying. We talked to Brit and he's like, yeah, I know from Divine Revelation. He's trolling. No one's actually trying this thing. And the last guys were just Googling their worldview on the fly. Like, well, I don't know. Let me Google something for you. They're not trying. It's not like you guys actually are putting your best foot forward. The last person I
But
spoke
I
to
did, and you
said
don't
like,
want to
well,
engage with that, right?
bro.
No, you need to engage
no,
with the
no.
question at hand right now, and that is
you-
who has
no, but-
ever measured drop over distance anytime in history? Think about the question that I'm asking and then answer it, right? Who has ever measured drop over distance anytime in history on this curved earth that you think you live on? Who has done that? Answer, please.
Drop over this. You mean the light experiment?
No. So let me just explain, okay? So on a sphere or a spheroid, right? An oblate spheroid that supposedly they're telling you that you live on, you're standing on a ball. On that ball, you would have a drop over the distance anywhere you go from point A to point B. Say you're standing at point A, right? And the target distance is going to be point B. Any distance that you have is gonna make a sagittal or a hump of Earth curve between you and the thing that you have a target distance to, right? So, with that being in mind, what would be the drop rate over the distance of the Earth? Because we have to know that in order to find out that the Earth that we're standing on is a spheroid, an oblate
Oh, the
sphere.
drop. I don't have the exact number of the drop distance, but the light experiment is basically the same.
We're
like
not talking about the light experiment.
Yeah, but
We're
it's the
talking
same
about
thing,
drop-
right? It's
not. No, it's not.
It's
No,
showing
it's
the
not.
drop
Stop saying the same. No, stop. It's not the same thing. What I'm asking for is specific geometry on the surface of the Earth. And if it is exactly what they say it is, when you go out into the field, you're going to get the result that you're looking for, which
Wait,
is the
no, that doesn't.
spheroid. So when you go to the Earth to go test it, and I'm not talking about no light experiment. Stop saying that. What I need to know is how they measured the Earth to be what they say it is, because we have the values on Google. When you type in radius of the Earth, it's going to spit out a number. When you type in circumference, it's going to spit out a number. We want to know how they got those values, as in, how did they measure the drop over distance?
Do you understand that to factually realize the Earth is not flat or is flat, it doesn't like let's. Okay,
Why
just
are you going down this road? Stop it.
Okay, you don't want to listen, buddy. You know what?
You need to answer the question, sir.
Oh, shut the fuck up, or you will be muted, just like you're claiming everybody else does.
Answer the question.
Fuck's
That's all
sake.
you gotta do. Answer the question.
Look, I'm not gonna answer the question because I'm not a
Stop acting
scientist.
like a
But like, there's
child,
a
man.
flaw with your question.
So then you don't know. So then
No,
you don't.
but there's a flaw with your question.
So then
right?
you
To
don't answer
no,
my
no, it's
question.
not.
So that
Yeah,
means
I
you don't
don't know, but
Thank
doesn't mean that what you're
Thank you,
claiming
sir.
is true.
Thank you. Thank you.
But
The
doesn't mean what
prosecution
you're
rest.
claiming is true. Okay, you want to be retarded? Go ahead.
That's
You don't
what
want
you
to
think
engage?
buildings
That's fine,
don't
buddy.
relax.
Great job.
Very.
I think I could. Let me try with this guy if I may, just real quick. Because I noticed you're also a mod from a user room, so you have access to the mod chat log. What do you think about someone who comes to this room, spurgs out, the mod mutes them, and then their response is to ban the flat earther from their room.
I mean, that's not how it's supposed to work. I don't know what to tell you. You
You
just
see what I'm talking
ban.
about, though, right?
Yeah, but you ban people if they break rules in your room.
So how
Yeah,
is
man, what
that
do you
a
expect?
workable
You fucking break
situation?
the rules. Simple as that. You break the rules, over talk and be an asshole, and you get muted, mate.
Well, people are
We
over
shouldn't.
talking me.
We shouldn't
and
have to
they
have
mute
the.
me.
Bro, we shouldn't have to have mute permissions. Like it should be a civil conversation.
Yeah, I am trying to
Fucking
have a
everybody's
civil
chilled and we
conversation, but
both learn shit. Yeah, but you're
I'm
still
trying to.
talking over me when I'm talking
I'm
as well,
trying
man.
to. I'm trying to have a civil conversation, but you're
Yeah, so
leading me down
Sid,
dialogue trees
Well,
where
go.
like
Just go
most
for it.
people aren't. Most people aren't
Just
scientists,
go for
so
it.
you would.
Why keep talking about people? Why not produce some evidence
Because
for your
look,
claims?
but
That's
you
all
have
we're
to
asking,
like.
brother. Please.
Even like the question that was posed to me earlier, that doesn't really matter what the exact numbers or how it was
What?
calculated. Yeah,
It's the
no, it
radius
doesn't.
Of course it does.
Yes, it does.
Well, let me
Sid.
tell you why. Let me tell you
You
No,
why.
think
you
it doesn't
no.
matter?
All it.
Well,
You're
this is the
just
point
wrong.
of this room. This is the point of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's the point of the claims on the table, a plethora of fucking claims on the table if you accept the globe. And we're going through them all one by one. If you've got one that you think the globe answers and the Flat Earth doesn't, then present it. I mean, go through it.
Yeah, we're asking the specific question of the geometry of the Earth. What do you mean it's not specific? It's directly relevant to the conversation. Is the Earth a globe or not? It's directly relative to that. So if you're not going to answer that, that's like saying, well, I don't know. Well, good. That's what like the rest of the world, they don't know. But if you're honest about it, you're going to say that.
Just because. Okay,
Just
so
because what?
again, for the like this fourth time, I was talking. You guys talked over, and then I got muted. Okay, so if you
Oh,
want to continue to do that, there's no point in having this
Stop bitching
conversation.
about that and get to the
Well,
answer.
go away
dude.
then.
But
You're just
what I'm
bitching now.
saying
Just
is,
get the
I
answer.
am bitching because you were bitching
Bro,
at the start.
Get to
you
the
know that the
answer.
door is. If you can't handle it, just bail, man. What's the
Get to
point
the
talking
answer.
about it?
Yeah, I just want you to know that you're not engaging and you want to run away.
Get
That's
to
fine.
the answer.
When have I not
Okay, it
engaged?
doesn't.
I've been
It
trying to be
doesn't.
as polite as I can
It
be.
doesn't. It doesn't really
Yeah.
matter because
Yes, it
all
does,
we
Sid.
need to.
Yes, it
So-
does.
We need hold the fuck on.
So you're saying that we're
Oh.
not engaging while you're literally not engaging with what he asked you.
It's unbelievable, dude. It's
Listen,
unbelievable.
Sid, if you tell me you're 6'5", I'm like, well, the only way to prove that would be measurements. And what you're telling us is, well, I don't, it doesn't
Well,
really
it doesn't matter.
It's like, dude, that is the only thing that matters.
You mean you
So
think all the
there's no
doctors
need
would
for you to
lie?
continue.
Think all the doctors would lie? Like they all said
What
I'm 6'5".
doctor's lying?
Even in
Joking,
that
man.
analogy, the question matters. If I ask you, the question you ask is what my exact height measurement is, which is are you 6'5", right? But if I ask you, wait, are you like taller than average, and the answer would be yes, you
Not
just
what we're
have to like, kind of
asking,
look at me.
sir.
But when
We're
you ask
asking for
like,
the
is the
average
Earth
fucking
No, we're
size
asking.
of
my
Earth.
God,
What
dude,
don't you
I
get about
can't.
that? It's not a shoe
Sid,
size.
The reason why it doesn't matter, I'll get back
it
to
does
that, is
matter.
because oh
There's
my
a very
God, bro.
specific
Can I
claim on
just
the table. No, you
finish?
Well, you
can't. No,
can't
you
actually
can't.
because you're just trying to dismiss the topic.
There's a
This
very
is stupid.
specific claim on the table. That's why I gave you the example, Sid. If I were to claim, or you were to claim you were a certain height, well, again, the only way to back that up would be with measurements. So if you're telling us, well, those measurements don't actually exist, then what else do you have to offer? You're not engaging in good faith. So
Right.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. It
dismiss
doesn't
you.
matter.
But if you can, please do. If you
I
decide you
mean,
can.
the only thing that would
We're begging you
be
for information.
is those measurements. That's it. Not an excuse for
This
why they're
is
not
like
there or why you can't provide them.
the measurements in the question you asked me. I can give you the measurements,
Well,
but
go
I'm
get
not.
them.
Let's go.
But I'm not a scientist. I don't
You
know
don't.
exactly
It's
how
fine.
it's
Scientists
measured.
don't do
Right.
that.
But
Give them,
okay,
right?
can I
Science,
please finish?
science has nothing to
No,
do with
bro,
this,
you're not
brother.
even started.
This is about
Okay,
this is
never
about
mind.
geometry. This is the geometry of the earth you believe in, not
No, you
us.
guys
And
are
if
right.
you've,
The Earth is
you've not
flat.
got
You
the
know what? No,
numbers,
No,
you're right.
Sid, you don't
bro,
have to reach
all we
like
are
that.
saying is, bro, all we're saying is the earth is exactly how it appears, not moving and no curvature anywhere that we can see or measure. If you're saying that there is measurements, please produce them, mate.
Oh my God! Can
Listen, Sid.
I'll say
Or
it
No,
don't.
again.
Sid.
Or don't.
Let me
Just
help you
whine.
out,
The
buddy.
the
When you
question.
go to get your if you go to the shoe store, you need some new shoes, and they measure your foot. You don't need a scientist to do that for you. You're just measuring your foot. This has nothing to do with being a scientist or science whatsoever. So if you're like, well, I'm not a scientist, I don't have the measurements, you've got a category error. So we're just trying to help you understand, man. It's This is for you at this point.
Yep, science
Obviously,
deals
you don't
with how
have
I
Here's
what you
why.
say you
Here's
have.
the thing: is you're right in that fact, but the reason why I don't want to go down the scientific route is because
It's
I'm
not
not a
science.
scientist. And hold on, please.
It's
Right?
not
I'm not a
science, bro.
scientist. I'm not a scientist, and you
It's
guys
not
start.
science.
Oh my
Bro, you
God,
know
this
what?
is
Man,
insane.
it is
Bro, you're
not
saying, bro,
science.
you're saying, oh my god, how many times do you have to be told this is not a science question, bro? It's nothing to do with science.
Dude, he's literally just gonna keep saying the same thing. You're gonna lose brain cells, doc.
You're basically like the shoe store employee, and I'm like, hey, I'd like to measure my foot. And you're like, well, I'm not a scientist.
I'm not a podiatrist. I'm not
Like,
a
dude,
podiatrist.
you don't
I think
need
it's
to be a
about
scientist.
time for the next champion. It sounds like to me.
Yeah, I
Which
think
is
so.
whining, bro.
This guy's just retarded.
Next.
We're really trying to help you out, Sid. Just I'm not sure if you're just intentionally not listening, but this doesn't
He
fall into the category of science.
is not listening. He's got something that he wants to say, and he's just gonna
Right.
find some way to say it. He thinks he has some profound point where measurements don't matter and like this and that, and he wants to get that out.
I think he wants to just let his feelings out, is what it sounds like.
He wants to spout some vague philosophical nonsense about how measurements and science, like, believe that to the scientists, but you can't actually do measurements. You need to be a scientist to do measurements. That's literally what these people
What does
think.
it take to be a scientist?
Technically, if you do an experiment and follow the scientific method, by definition, you are a scientist.
No,
Literally, you don't need a degree, you don't need a white coat.
That's what they believe. They believe that, oh, it's so complicated. You just can't do it.
When everyone
They-
did
they-
it in 5th grade,
they've-
everyone learned how to conduct a scientific experiment in school as a child. So
They've actually mistaken engineering or things which are of that nature with science. They don't understand that you don't need any expertise to do a scientific experiment whatsoever.
They turned a verb into a
think-
noun. It's like science used to be an action, something you did, a method you followed, and now
Like,
they say it's no
kids are
longer that.
scientists, technically.
Yeah, everyone's a scientist.
They
Yeah.
blur the lines between these things where you need like the engineering and modeling and things, and like being a doctor or a surgeon where you need skill, where you
Technology.
do need expertise, and they blurred the lines between that and science, where you just need to do objective experiments.
Yep, exactly.
They've
What
literally
they
blurred
did,
the lines.
because they weaponized it. They tried to make it something people in authority have, and you are not an authority, so you don't have it. They have it, and they can use it as a weapon to get you to comply.
Because they
when
limit
real-
you from being able to use it to defend what they might use it for.
All right.
Yep, exactly. That's how they ended up with
can I-
enhanced interrogation techniques.
Can I
please,
make
Sid,
it clear?
just don't say the word science, please. Just
Okay, I'm not saying that the measurements don't exist. They do exist. There
Well, go
are
get 'em.
measurements.
Go get 'em.
The reason why I don't want to go down that path, can I tell you the reason?
You
Is
don't want to
because-
know the truth.
Oh my God, bro.
Well,
Because
let me just say this.
Since,
We can just
since
rip
I
this
don't
as-
exactly understand it, you're gonna lead me down a dialogue through where you're gonna like push on the minutia of how it's measured, and when I cannot give an answer, therefore I'm wrong.
Then why
right?
would you say they
But to
exist then, Sid?
That's the question on the table, though. What do you mean? That's the
But
question.
what I
How
was
big
saying
the-
is the
when somebody says how big the Earth is, dude. When somebody says how big the Earth is, you're gonna say, "Well, people measured it." And then we're gonna ask, "How did they measure it?" Well, that's not relevant. What do you mean? Is directly answering the question. How big is the Earth? Do you know?
It's not relevant in this
It
piece
is.
because
It's
you're
the
gonna
only
lead
thing
me
that's
down
relevant.
a dialogue tree that is a guaranteed loss for me.
Okay.
But
well,
knowing
Because I
how
just
big the
don't
Earth
have enough knowledge.
Knowing how
Take
big
the
the Earth
elbow.
is lost from you. Is that what's lost from you? Knowing how big the Earth is? Is that
No,
what's lost from you?
The strategy that you guys uses.
strategy.
You
It's
mean,
called a
you mean
Sid.
geometry. You mean geometry.
called-
And that strategy to you, like if somebody tells you, okay, we know geometric shapes like a sphere, like a cube, like anything like that, right? That's lost
quit.
on you. You don't know
He quit.
geometric shapes, right?
Yeah, he quit. He quit.
Good.
Ban him from the room,
It's-
honestly. Like,
It's
he's
no
annoying.
strategy. Yeah, I mean, dude, yeah, exactly. There's no strategy. It's called accountability. If you claim
Should we,
you're a
like,
certain
follow him
height,
around
I'm
and
going to
harass
hold you accountability.
We can't. Like,
it. Oh, I
these
don't have
people
to
that,
prove it.
bro. I mean, if we just like hardcore banned
Oh,
every
yeah, dude.
person, like there'd be nobody coming in here. Like we'd fucking run short of
Do you want people
customers.
like that in here?
Hell
I
no.
mean, it's all right for them to get another chance. Like once he's cooled himself down a bit,
I mean,
come in a little bit
imagine a
later,
catch and
maybe
release
try and
program with
change.
pedophiles. You really want to let them back out or some shit?
Dude,
I don't
that's a
know.
little
Nah,
bit
but
of
it's all right to let them back in, and we see if they've changed their ways, mate.
There's no victim here. The thing is that they,
All right, fair enough. You're
You
right.
guys don't understand. We
I mean, my
already
ears,
do
but
a catch and release program
Dude,
here.
you deserve another shot, man. It's part of the syndrome, man. It's just another symptom.
they'll think
Well,
about it. Or
well,
maybe they won't. But the goal is like if they leave, they come back, they contemplate
yeah,
what was said.
possibly.
Yeah. So I
and
mean,
then they
like,
come back and repeat their same belief.
yeah,
But
because
they're
nothing,
it's worth another
nothing new under
shot,
the
bro.
sun.
It's
Yeah,
just a
then
symptom of this fucking mind virus,
Look,
if you like to call it. But it's definitely a symptom, man. So we might be able to help them.
it makes
it,
sense to let them back because in a money type of approach because you need content to create stuff for people to
nobody's
see.
creating
But if
content.
you want progress, you know, just gotta nip them in the buds.
It's the nature of the beast, bro. It's just the way it is.
Am I?
I
I
can
mean,
see
am I
Terry's
wrong?
point, but I can see Pantel's point too. Well, yeah, it's however you guys want to play it. I'm just along for the ride over here.
Some people
Yeah,
are
they
just
all deserve a few shots. Like
yeah,
the
we're
first
doing
couple of times, it's not going to work with them, man, because they are stuck in the sauce sort of thing. So we can fucking hopefully get past it.
until
I'm
they tell
just
them
along for the ride too.
until they ask themselves, tell themselves maybe the authorities and the consensus are wrong. Until they actually honestly within themselves say that, then nothing will change because they're just gonna default back to that.
Hey, Esoteric, are you a part of 24/7, bro? You should join over there. I'm just saying.
I was there, but then I think I got banned because I was hot micing once.
Oh shit! Need you back over? Yeah.
You mean spitting the truth?
No, I was hot micing. I was literally I
Oh,
was watching a video.
But you'll not
shit.
get you'll not get like an actual ban for hot micing. If anything, you just have got muted. You must have done some other shit if you were fucking
No,
actually
I think
banned.
what's happening. I'll tell you what was happening. What happened? It was actually pretty funny.
Well, the hot micing was sweet love to his wife.
I
So-
no, I hot micing. I was watching a
They were
video
getting
about.
jealous.
I was hot making. I was watching a video about COVID and stuff during the height of COVID, and that was getting every server banned. So I think people probably thought I was fed posted or something.
You should have hot mic'd with a video talking about how the vaccines are causing autism. That'll really make them mad.
Yeah, it's even worse. I'm one of those horrible virus deniers. So I was watching one of those videos. So
yeah, that's
the VC to the topic though, like we do over there as well.
Where's the? Was that it for the guys in here?
I know, right?
Nah, there's got to be more. It's a full panel. There's more. They're lurking. They're sitting there.
They're like in the back, just like wanking to themselves, hiding.
They've probably got a fucking another account in here, so we don't know it's actually them, but they're in here listening to us talk about them.
TB, we need the bot in here, bro.
I know, bro. I know.
I feel like you're kind of naked in here without your bot.
I know, dude. I'm like,
Maybe you should take the bot that's been added into Warzone and DMZ's voice chat so you can, ban everyone for having an opinion. That wasn't an attempt at you guys. That was a
Seemed
hit
so.
at Call of Duty. Have you guys seen that shit with Call of Duty? They bought a AI voice chat bot to spy on you. Like you could be sitting in the lobby by yourself, and if you like cuss or something, it'll give you a chat penalty. Like there's tons of people that have been banned from like proximity chat and shit for 2 weeks. Like about 1 million people can't talk for 2 weeks.
I got muted yesterday for saying the T word. I said that and got
What,
fucking
truth?
muted. No. But I got muted for obviously the day before, in fact. I don't know how long it was for, like, but
Oh,
fuck, that's
Spake,
how
you
long.
were in that. You were in the 9/11 room a second ago. Yeah, I had to
Yeah,
leave.
man,
Bluefall's just trying to control the damn thing. It's annoying.
Man, I was just trying to say hello and put my point in because that guy was saying the Patriot Act wasn't there for to restrict liberties. Well, like, it was sitting waiting. 9/11 happened and they had the Patriot Act. Acts take months to prepare, at least months. But they had it sitting, bang, there we go. As soon
Well,
as
then
fucking
maybe that
9/11
means
happened.
that they planned this attack months ahead so they can put it all
Oh,
into
of course,
play.
man. I mean, they
Think
probably
about it.
built
I mean,
the
like
towers.
when you build a business,
Man, they probably
you
built
want to
them
make a
with the
business. You don't
intention
just
of
like
dropping them.
osmosis the information right off the top of your head. Oh, it's gonna go just like this perfectly. there's planning that takes place beforehand. So
Bro,
like
I'd
we
put
need an
money on it.
event to get what we want.
Bro, I'd put money on it that the towers were built to collapse. They were built for the 9/11. They probably had the date planned and everything. Because supposedly, when you look at a certain point, when the towers were there was a certain point in New York in one of the streets that you could stand in, and the sun came directly down that street, and everybody would fucking try and they would get their cameras out. Just for one point in the year that the tower, that the light would shoot in between them, and everybody stood pure gather in the street to try and get a picture of it. But I would think that it was all deliberate, man, from the planning of them to the collapse.
I mean, they're now talking about there might be another lockdown COVID event
Yeah, man.
again
Yeah, there's
coming
a
up
new,
in
new
October.
strain. Supposedly,
I'm
this new strain's
oh.
extra virulent, and it's the
Oh,
most fucking can't remember the
Yeah.
words they use, but it's the pickup
This
of
is a
it and the
time you
amount of it.
really need to learn how to use consumer law and
Well,
discharge
looking,
all your debts while there's no work.
well, it looks
Because
like it's coming
once
soon,
you
man.
prove them wrong financially, like, you're taking from my trust. I ain't fucking stupid. You've been using my trust and then asking me for a payment from my job. You're double dipping. That's trust fraud. I'm putting you in jail.
But they're used
Plain
to
and
doing
simple.
it because they're criminals, dude. They're just like the mob.
No, you stick the IRS on them for
Genocidal.
stealing money.
They're fucking genocidal fucking psychopaths.
Yeah, well,
You basically just got to be a better lawyer than them and put everything together. You get your documents ready, you do the notice, the opportunity to cure, then the default, and now you use registered mail to have the post office as a witness to all this. You can even get more witnesses if you want. And then you take the fuckers to court. Usually they settle because the last thing that they want in the public is, oh shit, did you guys know you don't have to work to pay your bills? Everything's already prepaid because of them taking away the gold standard. And they put everybody into this. When you're born at birth, they create a corporation that's backed by a trust there to discharge debts, not to pull cash out unless you do it in a weird way that ends up getting cash out, but it takes steps. Like you discharge a credit card debt that you just cashed out the credit card for. So in the end, you do cash it out, but you got to be smart at it.
Can you pay a
They
mortgage?
will watch you though. They will watch your ass though, because there was somebody who was getting a car every month, and they're like, "Stop that shit. We will not let you do it anymore if you're going to be like this." So they don't want you being stupidly greedy with it, but it's there.
Can you pay your mortgage
I
off?
mean, no, I'm just saying I'm learning about this shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
let me know if somebody pays their mortgage
Have you
off.
went up? I mean, I'm not going against the flat Earth theory because I haven't went up in the space to look at this shit. So I'm not going to say it's
There
flat.
is,
It's a
oh,
sphere. It's whatever it is
there is
until I
no
witness it.
space, man.
Oh
We're
my
not, as far as
goodness.
we're concerned, space
Have you all
as
went
they
up and
claim
looked
it.
down at the plane
No, there
yet?
is no
Like,
space.
Bro, Terry.
As far as we're concerned, space is
I'm just
literally
saying.
impossible, man. It cannot be as they claim.
So
In
everyone
fact,
in here has
the
solved
world
the
is
flat
barreling
Earth
through it.
theory
Wait,
or
Terry,
I
whatever
think
you
we
you
gotta help
just
you out
talk,
with a
bro.
couple
You don't
things.
listen. You just keep talking.
Listen, no one's position in here is that there's some object floating around like a pancake in this large space. That's so going to you're not going to go to space and see a flat Earth. That's no one's position. The mainstream media will present the idea that way, but I wouldn't fall for that. So you don't need to go to Narnia to see reality. That's not our position. You can know what the surface of the Earth is doing by measuring it, not by flying away from it. So you got a couple. I mean, you know how like Halo is like an Xbox only game, right? So you can't take Halo and put it in a PlayStation because they're not compatible. Well, you also can't take flat objects and put them into outer space. Those ideas aren't compatible either. So if you're like, well, I haven't gone to space to see it flat. That's
Here's what I'm
you get the
confused
wrong
on.
idea.
If the Earth is flat, how am I able to go up?
You
Phoebe,
can
do we
go
not
up,
get
you just
Halo on the
can't go
station?
out.
How high? How
Well,
high
you
does
Yeah,
it go?
can
Is
Terry,
it
I
an
think,
even flat?
yeah, Terry, I think there's some questions that are fundamental, that should be fundamental for you, at least at this moment. If you're coming into this brand new, I would say just ask the question: who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance? Now, when
No,
you
no
look at,
offense, man, but are you trying to control my questions?
no, what
And I
I'm
have
trying,
no opinion at this point.
Yeah, what I'm trying to show you is that nobody's ever looked at that, which is like what everybody's saying today. Like when you go to school, everybody teaches you that the Earth is a globe, right? So they're pushing that onto you. So you're asking me that I'm controlling your questions, sir. They're controlling the way you think. When you, as soon as you hit the education system, they're already telling you what to think. They're not telling you how to think. They're telling you what to think. So who's the one really controlling here, me or them? And so when they indoctrinate you with
The
this information,
Jews, of course. Yeah.
right? But
Well,
I'm saying
Why?
when
Why
they
the Jews?
indoctrinate you with this information,
Why
then
not?
when they
I
indoctrinate
mean,
you
you
with
don't think they?
but hang on a second. When they indoctrinate you with this information, you just regurgitate it like it's truth. So you don't like, well, I need to take a rocket to go to space. You're only saying that because that's what they taught you. That's the only thing you know, right? You get what
I
I'm saying?
agree with you, and that is the same approach to the thing I was talking about, how all the debts are prepaid. If you read consumer law
Correct.
and United States codes, like how you said that you don't have, what was that? You don't have to go up there to see it thing. What was that statement someone
Well,
made?
it's basically
You
the
don't have to
same thing.
experience it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That like, okay, I haven't used this system yet because one, they push back and make you they push back and make threats essentially because they don't want you to use the system I'm talking about, where you basically have an infinite money supply within reason. It's used for good reasons. You can't just pull out $100 million.
Yeah, I get what
anytime.
you're saying. I
You
get what you're
wouldn't need to anyways if every debt
Terry,
you incur is just
I get
cancelable
what
on
you're
the
saying.
spot.
Terry, I get what you're saying. That's a real system, right? The other system that they're telling you about does not exist. This one that you're talking about is the one that's real, because you can actually see the monetary gain why they would do that, right? But on the other hand, they're telling you that this place that they can go to exists. They got you thinking that way, so you think it exists, but it's never been verified in your stance. So all you're saying right now is like it's like these two systems, right? Like going to space and this monetary system about like how they're hiding the money that you are actually worth. Like you're saying it's equivalent to that, and I'm saying no, it's a false dichotomy, because on the one hand, one system that you're talking about is something feasible, the other one is not, which is space, the way they tell you, right? The vacuum of space exists and so on. So what we're telling you is now to examine that question, you have to actually bring it back down to earth, right? The floor, the actual place where we're going to actually see if there's any measurements done on earth. So that's where we're taking it to. We're bringing it back down to earth. And that's what CB was saying. We have to actually measure the surface. Once we do, we're going to find out if the earth is actually a globe, like they tell us, or not. And so the question is, once again, has anybody ever measured the surface? Anytime in history for drop over distance. When we ask that question, it's like, please search it out. See if there's anybody that's done that. Because right now, nobody's looking in that direction. And that's what they want. They want to divert your attention with space stuff and the ISS and look at we're going to Mars. But your eyes are not fixated on the ground where they need to be, because that's what they don't want you to see. Because immediately when we talk about the earth and flat earth and all these discussions, people are like, yeah, but what about the moon? They always look up. What about the floor? You forgot about that, because that's what you need to measure if there's any curvature to make it an oblate spheroid. And so that's what the most important question is on the table right now. The claim that they have made, pushed onto you by way of indoctrination.
I thought they solved this issue already. Eratosthenes, way before computers, went to
Right.
Alexandria. He used
Yeah.
stick and shadow to prove that the Earth is round. This is way before computers or supercomputers.
Yeah,
So
but
if
you
they
have
could
to
figure out back then,
No.
thousands of years ago, if they could figure it out, it's
Yeah,
not
you have
that
to
hard
understand
nowadays
that
for us to use
Eratosthenes.
satellite imagery,
Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
any
sir.
other technology that we do have to
Oh.
figure this stuff
Sir,
out.
sir, I know what you're
Well, let
saying.
him finish, man. Well, let the guy finish, for fuck's sake, boys.
Yeah,
Let
Eratosthenes
him,
is not
let him finish. Bro.
Eratosthenes is not measuring drop over distance. First of all, that's
Oh,
number
he's
one.
he's just calculating.
He absolutely did by using the shadows, idiot.
Yeah, but it's not measurement, it's a
Whoa.
You like to
calculation.
call
Easy.
names and
Well, we are
you like
not
to
going to
project.
be mean in this chat.
You figure out.
No,
Okay, I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Put you in timeout.
It's not drop over distance. Why don't we walk through the method, Raider? Since
yeah, I'm just
you
trying to
know so
walk through
much
the
about
method.
it. What's step 1 of the method?
Yep. Let's calm down. Think this through.
Are
So
viruses real?
let's not hold on, Terry. Let's not
No,
just
whoever
accept.
said
Let's
that,
not
just
auto
mute him
accept
because
it
that's
as true.
bait.
Well, no.
Hold on, Terry.
Yeah, no.
So
Whoever said that, mute him.
Raider. So why don't you walk us through the method? How does it work? We got our sticks. Then what?
Okay, so you measure the sun at the height
Okay,
at
we'll start
noon,
with that. How do
midday,
you do that?
and you do that,
How do you do
and then you do that here. You put a stick in the
Hold on.
ground and look at the
Wait.
shadow.
Let's go one at a time. So you said measure the sun. So how does that work?
Okay, you put a stick in the ground, and so you basically you're going to be looking at a triangle, which is from the bottom of where the stick meets the earth to where it shoots up, and then however horizontally, right? You go to another part of the earth.
Hold on.
You go to another part of the earth, and you do the same.
Hold on. You said something about measuring to the sun, so I'm not sure how. I'm not seeing how this connects. We've got a stick in the ground, and you're talking about the distance of the sun.
All right, this is I think you're just gonna try to be disingenuous and try to like pick apart every little thing
No,
I
we
say.
just know. All right, we just know exactly how the method is claimed to work, and not sure if you do. So we're just trying to see if you understand it.
Eratosthenes tests are out there, and you could go look it up yourself.
Yeah, we did.
So basically, what I was saying from the very beginning when I started is that Eratosthenes is not the drop over the distance. He's not doing that. He's doing sticks and shadows, which is not drop over distance, which is what's required for the oblate spheroid that everybody thinks they live on. Because if you're on point A, point B is the target distance. In between you and point B, there's going to be a sagittal, which is the hump of Earth curve. In order for you to find that out, the drop rate over the distance will tell you that you live on a spheroid, which is what you need, not sticks and shadows. You don't need sticks and shadows. You need the drop rate over the distance. That's what's needed, not Eratosthenes. For goodness sakes. Do you understand? Eratosthenes did not do that.
So I believe the shadows do take into account the curvature. That's the whole point of going to a different location. That's the point of going to another distance
They do drop over distance.
and doing the same test.
No, they did not do drop over distance is the answer. I have to answer for you because he's measuring sticks and shadows, not drop over distance.
Okay, you're not understanding the concept, I guess.
No,
I do because I know all about Eratosthenes. I know what he did. You're even saying it incorrectly. So I know all about it, but what you don't understand is a drop rate over the distance is not what he done.
So what do you mean drop rate over the distance? What do you mean? What do you mean the drop rate over the distance? What does
Okay,
that mean?
so I'm gonna tell you. If you have a geometric shape like a sphere, that the consequent of it being a sphere would mean that it's got a radius, diameter, and circumference according to geometry. Correct? Yes or no?
But don't you see how that? Yes, you're correct.
So please just
Yeah,
answer the
that's
question.
correct.
Okay, so if I'm going to measure the surface of that sphere, as we all agree upon how we should measure it, right? From point A, anywhere on that sphere, let's just use a basketball for this reference, just to make it easier. If you're using a basketball point, put your finger on one point of the basketball and your finger on another part of the basketball. In between those two fingers, there's going to be a sagittal or a hump in between them. Yes or no?
Right.
Okay, so if you're going to measure the drop rate over the distance, you're going to know how much that's going to be from where your finger is until the other finger. Yes or no?
Do you understand that's where the
Yes
shadow
or no,
part
sir?
comes in?
Yes or no, sir? Yes or
Do you
no?
understand that that's
Yes
where?
or no, sir? Yes or no?
I'm not playing this game. You're not even
It's
trying
not
to.
a
You're not even
game,
trying to have a conversation.
This is
You're not even trying to have a conversation. You're set
not
in
a
your
game.
ways,
Geometry. Please
and there are
answer
proof out there to prove you wrong, and you
Answer
just
my
don't want to
question,
look
sir.
at it.
Answer my
That's
question.
fine.
These are talking at the same time, man.
Answer my question, please. Is that not the way you're going to do it? Measuring the drop rate over the distance, point A to point B.
You're saying there's a hump in the middle, and I'm telling you it's accounted for.
No, you're not telling me that drop rate over distance was measured. I'm telling you, when you have 2 points on a sphere, that's the drop rate over the distance. So you now understand that's what's required. Now you know that's what's required. Did Eratosthenes do that?
How do you? Well, you're just saying it's required. That's what you're saying. That's
that
what
is
you're
the
saying, and I'm telling you something. No. That's what you're just
Yes,
assuming
that's the
that
consequence of the
what
Earth
you
being
say is
enclosed.
100% fact. That's all that's happening here. You're
Huh?
saying this is what happens. This is what happens, and Eratosthenes didn't do that. You didn't know. Like you don't know anything about it. You're just saying that
we
this is what
do.
happened. And so let me tell you, when I'm talking about the shadows, where I keep talking about the shadows and where that comes into
Not
play,
drop over distance.
is you realize. Shut up with the drop over distance thing, please.
That's what
Let
it
me just
is.
finish.
And you don't want to. You want to
You keep
measure sticks
repeating
and shadows.
yourself. You
That's
keep
not
repeating
drop over
yourself.
distance.
You keep
That's not
repeating
drop over
yourself.
distance. That's not drop over distance. Sorry, it's not. Your sticks and shadows are not
So
drop
you're
over
allowed to
distance.
talk over me, and I'm not allowed to talk over you.
No,
Okay,
I don't
great.
understand why
Awesome.
you
Have a good
divert.
day.
You're talking about other things.
Well,
See
Hive
how
Jumper, I mean, the curvature is assumed in Eratosthenes. If you actually read it, it will tell you that's one of his foundational assumptions. An assumption of curvature. So, no, that's not a proof of curvature, it's an assumption of it. Do you know the difference?
And on top of that, he's not even measuring drop over distance. He's just measuring sticks and shadows, assuming that.
The drop over distance is the assumption. That's what he's not understanding. Hive Jumper, do you know what an assumption is?
You get the angles. Okay, so I remember in school when you have a sphere. Would you fucking let me talk, dude?
Answer the question.
Can you address that it's an assumption?
Answer the question.
I don't think it's an assumption. No.
No, it is an assumption. It says so in the paper. Why don't you quote it?
Okay.
Get us the paper.
Silence.
Yeah, because it's like talking to a wall. That's why it's silence. I'm trying to think in my mind, how can I appeal to anything
No, you're
you guys
trying to
are
make
talking
shit
about?
up. You're trying to make shit up on the spot. That's what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to think before I speak. Is what you should do is think before you speak. That's what I'm doing.
I do.
Okay?
I have everything
I'm done with
calculated,
this.
so I know
I'm
exactly
done.
what I'm
Whatever.
saying, sir. You don't. I know exactly what I'm saying every time I speak. You don't. And I'm proving that right now.
So if you gave up, I take it you've gave up then, bro. You're not going to provide this. Did we just jump to someone else?
That'd be helpful.
Yeah. I basically give up because this is a charade.
You don't know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
I mean, it's quite simple what's getting asked of you, man, for someone who has actually done this, like that you've heard of. I mean, if you've not, you could just say that you've not heard of it. You don't know. It's just a belief. You accept it, but you're not 100% sure. It's not much of a concession.
What I will say is, smarter the people than you guys have figured this out,
Those people don't
and
agree.
you're all
Who
fucking
did?
stupid.
And when did they figure it out, bro? You
He
what? Just
left
keep saying
already.
that. Oh,
He already left. Don't worry.
oh, for fuck's sake, man.
More people than you have figured it out. Goodbye.
So who else have we got in the room that wants to join in? But please, if you've got something, present it rather than just keep saying that it's there, or just say, I don't know, I believe this. This is my belief, and then that would at least we could respect that. If you're just going to be honest. If not, it's cool, man. But that's what we're looking for. Information to be presented so we can go through.
I'm used to, like, at this point, we'd hear CB's body going dun 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 dun.
I know, right?
We fucking got the busiest room in the server almost.
They're falling by the wayside.
Moist Bikini Bottom, you're unmuted if you want to ask your question.
Sorry?
You wanted to be unmuted? You have a question?
Well, I had one, but it was like a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
You can still ask it, man.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
don't remember it anymore. Like,
Oh shit.
Fair enough.
What was it regarding the motion, regarding the convexity levels, the measurements, some
would
kind
they
of
lie?
experiment for gravity?
Air pressure around the ball in a vacuum, anything like that.
Water displaying convexity over vast bodies.
Why Panto doesn't have a lot of good videos for NASA? I mean, anything.
But it doesn't matter how many videos you post, man. Most of the time they won't look at it.
You posted it for that guy. He's like, yeah. How do I know that? Show me the transcripts.
what do we know?
They need some kind of fucking forms filled in by NASA and signed to say we are scamming you signature or John Hancock at the bottom.
I guess.
So who we got?
What do we know concretely, though? Right? That's the question.
Oh, I think we know conclusively that we're not moving. Like I would bet my life on it that we're not in motion.
Well, the way
But
I see it,
beyond that, the convexity levels, I mean, they're not observed anywhere, and then they claim that they're too big anyway to see them. Well, sorry about that noise, folks.
Sounds like a TV in the background.
No, it was just a big loud fucking car because they've got a junction right there where the roadworks are, and fucking cars get stuck there, and they all start honking their horns and shit. It's fucking annoying as fuck.
So what do we know concretely, right? We know that
Water,
there's the Earth,
times level.
there's the sky.
Yeah.
We know, bro. We
When
know
you
water
jump,
takes level, and we know
you
we're not moving. So what else do you need? Like to say we're on a moving shape, but there's no convexity and there's no motion, and then most of it's covered in water. Like that's
I'm just trying
guaranteed.
to build like a common ground, I guess. We're
There-
just trying to
I-
enumerate the things that we do know. We know
Well,
that
most
Yeah,
people can't accept that Earth appears flat and stationary, and they can't even admit it. That's why I always try and force that question to get them to admit that at least apparently there's no motion and there's no curvature. That's how it appears, but most people can't. They just can't agree with that.
They're saying apparently to make a something that finds middle ground. There is no middle ground. It either is or is not what they're saying it is.
But
That's
I say,
the bottom
does
line.
it appear to be flat and stationary? Appear, even emphasize the appear, but mostly they won't accept. Like, I'd rather they went, all right, it appears that way, but this is my reason, that's my reason, this is my reason. But it's like, no, I don't accept that the Earth appears flat and stationary, even though, if they're honest, they have to.
Yep.
Wow.
So, who else needs unmuted? Moist Bikini Bottom? Strange name. Was that who's speaking?
What's wrong with my name? It's pretty funny.
What about Minberg? Oh, he's deaf.
SpongeBob? Oh.
All right, good. Guess that's it for now. Everybody's takes 10 or 15 for lunch or what?
You guys are working?
No, I'm being facetious.
Oh yes, I get paid to do this.
Yeah.
I don't know about the others, but I get a good check.
I wish I could. Man.
Okay, but like, can I guide you, gentlemen, through like a list of things?
A list of what?
Bro,
Of
if
things, a
anyone,
list of things.
bro, if
For what?
anyone needs it, there's 24/7's Discord. We've got our wiki page up there. The old dude just posted it. I've got a lot of observations, a lot of other information if anybody wants it. It's nothing to do with actually Wikipedia. It is 24/7's wiki. So if you want it, please save and share.
Yeah, thanks, Bento. Hey, we've been doing this about 9 years, Moist. So there's really nothing that you're gonna suggest or put a list of or things we need to do. We got it all locked down, brother. Thank you. By the way,
No, but I'm trying to establish common ground, right?
you don't. There is no common. I just explained. There's no common ground. It's people that just rejecting the truth. That's all there is, and we're just exposing their minds to the truth that we're rejecting. So the common ground should be people coming to the logical understanding that the Earth isn't what they've been told that it is.
Okay, but
That's
why do you
what we-
think people are not coming to that logical understanding?
Because they've been indoctrinated to believe. It's a religious belief, dude. It's just like any religious belief, right? You believe it on faith, right? It's faith. It's faith
Who's
based.
the leader of this religious belief?
But
How did it come about?
Everyone's their own leaders, man. We don't just jump on bandwagons. Like people seem to think that we just believe shit on YouTube or there's like
Are
prominent
you
flat
talking about
earthers
flat
and
Earth or
we all
globe Earth?
follow them.
Who are you talking about? Flat Earth or globe Earth? Moist.
No, I'm asking why do people came to the understanding that the Earth is a globe and not flat?
Why is
No,
it
well,
globe?
It's a psychological thing. That
They taught it since childhood, man. Before you've got the ability to think critically or objectively, your mum or your dad or your grandma, whoever sends you to school, tells you to behave and learn and get all your information and learn all your for your tests and all that stuff. So it's drilled into your mind that this place is called school that you're sent to. You have to be respectful. You have to learn. You have to fucking educate yourself. And then as it goes on, you get higher education, and then maybe into like university after, like call it high school or whatever. And then it's fucking drilled into you and reinforced by the media, especially nowadays. Everybody's got a smartphone or a tablet, an iPad or something. So literally it's just completely plugged into the machine. especially nowadays. All the generations coming up, I dread to think what it's going to be like in 5, 10 years from now.
Yeah, it's like it's well, I can't say it's a new belief, but it's been around for at least thousands of years.
Yeah, that's the question, though, right? It's like in the past, almost everybody believed in a flat Earth. That something changed, and people started believing in the round Earth. Why?
Well, I would say look at history though, because a lot of what we're gonna tell you is gonna lead you down these like little rabbit trails where you got to look at like where did the thought process originate from. You have many different actors or characters like that are in the that were in the movement. Let's say to give the globe Earth a kind of push. You know, got people that are in the occult like Galileo and all them guys. You know, Newton, like people that are in the occult, and then they tie that into a lot of stuff that they're doing. So that you have to do your research on that. But yeah, it's got its roots in Catholicism for sure. It does have that. Make no mistake. But yeah, it's propagated as like a hierarchy of learning. So the authorities were the ones that had this information, and that's where you got it from. Like, and so now that's how it's handled these days. You go to school, and you know your teacher tells you the Earth's a globe and so forth, but you can't question it. You just have to accept it as that's the true way. You know, so there's no critical thinking involved. When you learn about,
Damn. Yeah, they just show you a video on TV in class of the ball, and now that's how you know.
But you guys can show a video of the flat Earth to other people and get them the same way the globalists are getting people.
Nah, you can just go outside and look at the flat Earth, though.
We
You
show them
can't do that.
flat Earth all day long, and they don't believe it. We show them that it's perfectly flat, and they say, "Nah, that's not true. Water's not flat." We tell them water's flat and level when it rests, and they absolutely refuse to believe that, like it's a belief system.
yeah, there's
Yeah,
a guy.
and that's not something you need a video for either. You can just go outside and see that for yourself. Go ahead, Miggy.
No, I was gonna say there's a guy that was in here that said there's mountains of water. You didn't hear him earlier? He said that. You think that any logical thinking human would say that there's mountains of water? And then he shifted it towards like, well, no, I meant waves. No, you
Did
didn't.
he mean it like there's tons of water? You know, sometimes you say mountains as in quantity, not like.
Well, he never specified, but he did say that it was so.
I suppose he's claiming from like one point to another point. There is, because I've heard what's his name said it as well. Fucking, is it not Dr. Bob? It said there was a hell of water. Was it Dr. Bob? I think it maybe was.
Bob, this guy.
He said there was a hell of water in between like one point to another point. Because the other guy, there was a guy in 24/7. I think it was dogs. Gods are dogs or something, and he was saying, nah, Bob wouldn't say that. And somebody pulled up the clip. I don't know if it was Clipcord or something.
Yeah, I pointed out to them that that's what they, you know, some Globers are saying that, some aren't. So there's a lot of inconsistencies with people that what they say in here. And you know, a lot of people would say like, well, you don't know what you're saying. You don't know what you're talking about. There's a lot of feelings that are involved here because a lot of their egos are getting stung at the moment. When they come into an argument or a discussion like this, they don't know how to defend it. And basically, the claim on the table is not one that we're saying. We're actually just saying, look at the claim. It's what the people that advocate for the Earth being a globe are saying. That the Earth is a globe, it's spinning in the vacuum of space. So we're just telling you guys, how is it possible that it is what they're saying it is? Who has verified it? Because it doesn't seem like anybody in here can do that. The most fundamental, easy to answer, supposedly, right? Questions.
But what I can verify is like basic stuff on my own. Right?
Wait, what?
If I can look up at the sky, see things there, look down on the earth, see things here. Like,
But I mean, when you talk about the sky, bro, I mean that's fucking
What
a
can you
good
tell
way
us about
to
the sky?
muddy
Like,
the well. Like it's
I
fucking
mean,
poisoning
it's a
people's
place I
brain.
cannot access. Right? I can
Exactly,
fly.
that's the point. So none of that shit up above us can verify anything on the ground. Might be anecdotal or whatever, but like
I mean,
people
like you
get
can see there's
confused by
light
that.
coming from there. At least that, like.
Well,
yeah,
we see bodies of light, aye, for sure, but what these things are, and to say that we are related to them in some way, that we are one of those lights in the sky, like we're a light in the sky on Mars, for instance, like I think that's quite ridiculous to say.
yeah, or any other thing, you know. But yeah,
Yeah. I don't
Go
know
ahead.
if like they're basic things, right? Oh, what's up, Foxy? There's basic things like you know that whatever, like the sky is blue, the earth is like steady, it doesn't necessarily move, right? Like, there's barely any earthquakes. You know that when you jump, you have to come down, like you cannot just float. You know that.
So that's just common things. But what we're describing here is the reason why people have the indoctrination that they live on a globe that's spinning in the vacuum of space. So very specific to why people think they live on that globe. What you get into is basically more common things that everybody can agree upon. But that's neither here nor there. The thing on
Sure,
the
they
thing
can
is
both exist on flat or global.
right.
These things.
So the thing at hand is the reason why people are disagreeing that the physics that work on this earth work a specific way are because it's a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. That's why. The disagreement happens there. And so if you don't get them to root themselves into what they know, they're going to go all over the place with speculation. So you have to get people to actually think about what's being said. How do they know what's being said? Can they verify it? Or if they're just saying wild speculations because they just believe a story they've been told. You get me now? Like that's what it's all about.
I get the point, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So it's not just let's just have a conversation about like jumping up and down. Like we know why we go down because we just do. Like that's not going to be useful or helpful in this scenario. Or getting somebody to critically think. We want people to engage with the conversation. How do you know you live on a globe?
I think that like people need explanations for phenomena, right? Like some people think it's God, other people think it's theirs. So people just come up with some explanations using like deriving everything from some sort of logical system, right? Like the laws of logic or
Philosophy. I mean, it's philosophy when you think about it. But like, what more can we know other than what we can discover? You know, like if you jump up and down, you will come back down, right? On Earth, if you're on Earth. But the thing is, though, like you can call it gravity, you can call it whatever you want, but the effect will remain the same, right? I can say that magical fairies are pulling you down, or whatever the case, right? But it's still the effect that you see. It will still remain the same. You'll jump up, you'll come back down.
Sure, yeah.
Whatever explanation I give, it's not going to give it merit. The only thing that matters is how the effect, what we see happening. And then when you think of the cause of that, what gives things the propensity to move in a directionality, that is a whole other subject. That is the cause for the effect you see. And that is why people have this mindset that they can say, I know what gravity is. And then when I ask them, well, what is it? Well, just drop a pin. I'm like, yeah, that's the effect. What is the cause of that effect?
I don't think people know, even scientists don't know exactly what generates gravity. Like the claim is mass attracts other mass, but why exactly? Right? Like,
That's not the claim. That's a rhetoric that's been outdated for over 100 years. The current rhetoric,
whatever it is, just
well, it's specific. See, the thing about words and what we use here, they have to be specific because we get okay. So in this arena, you're not very used to this, but we have to be careful for what we say because we get called out for every specific thing we say, and then they're going to be like, remember you said that? No, you said. So we have to be careful. You might use your words colloquially, kind of more freely. We can't afford to make a misstep. When we do, we get called out on our missteps. And believe me, the people do catch them. Oh, you said globe. What do you mean? But you believe in the globe? You said globe. Like that. Yeah, it's super. And when you say things like experiment, when you say level, like all these words have these fundamental understandings, right?
Did someone said globe? Nonsense.
Yeah, nonsensical. Hey, what's up, Jemsy?
The sky is up.
I thought you were
heaven above that.
Usually say heaven.
Yeah, the sky, the ceiling, heaven. Yeah, go ahead, bro. My bad.
Well, yeah, but I'm just showing Moisture the importance of that. So we have to specify things that we say, and specificity in this arena is really important. And so that's why we can't just talk about just random things and say let's just find some common ground as if there's no disagreement amongst us, and there is. The disagreement is.
Hello?
He's gone.
Well, I was just saying in the sense that, like, we all
He cut
believe
out.
in. We all believe
you cut
in. I think you did.
Are you the
May
guys
I?
for the Flat Earth server? Have you guys like moved over here?
No, this is just an outpost for 24/7, bro. I was coming over here, me and Heretic, maybe two or three of us, just coming over and sitting having a chat, taking people back over to the server. But we got this. The bot allows you to make rooms. You can basically go down, create your own room. So we done it for a few days, and we were quite busy. So they gave us the ability for a permanent room. So yeah.
Yeah, for some reason they just never give me a room. I do the theist experience, and they just hate me.
I just
Maybe
go
because
to the
I'm
bottom.
associated with Darth or something, but
No,
it's
bro.
crazy.
Just scroll
But
down
yeah,
to the bottom and it says create your own.
Foxy,
I
nobody
do that. I'm
associates you
allowed to
with
do
that.
that. But yes, they do, because me and Darth
When?
were chilling yesterday. So I had Darth in the room yesterday. I brought Darth back to the politics server. I brought Darth to PNR. But yeah, Darth's gonna come to Twitter with me. He's not following you guys around, is he? So
Wait,
anyway,
what do you mean, you guys?
Who are you
he's
even
not
talking
going
about?
around following you flat
What are we
earthers
listening
around,
to?
is he? Darth
Who are you
doesn't
even
I'm
talking
not a
about?
flat earther. I'm not at anything.
What do
Who
you
are you
mean you're in
talking
the
about?
flat earth server? Who's the flat earth here? I've got a question to ask.
What's your question?
What's your question? Go
Have
ahead.
you seen the sky maps idea? Have you seen this idea that they've got all cameras looking at the pan of the sky all over the world, and you can essentially map out a sky map that's like a 3D replica of the sky that sits over the Earth, and there's like, you know, you can see that it's a full sphere. It's an all-encompassing, you know.
You can see from the
ball.
sky that round as a ball.
If you look out into space from the Earth in every direction, then actually it forms a sphere-like image. It doesn't form like just one flat thing.
So
basically,
post one of your maps in the text chat or send it to one of us and we'll drop it.
They don't believe in
Wait,
space.
so you're
bro.
saying if we look up, we can
So-
know that we live on a spinning ball?
You mean if I take a picture of the sky and I get everybody around the world to take a picture of the sky and then we map that onto a ball and we look up on the ball, it'll look like a ball?
No, it would look like there's like, so from the central point there would be if you look up in every direction there'll be something directly above you. So like essentially there's something surrounding us that has a greater circumference than like the spherical shape of the
Okay,
Earth. Like
so
in a
the
similar
Earth has
kind
a
of
spherical
way,
shape. You can see it in the
something
sky, but
around
what
us
shape?
that we
What
can
does
look
it have
out
if you
at.
look at it directly?
If you look straight up from everywhere on the Earth,
Yeah, you can,
basically,
Elijah. Just one second.
and you're going to get a slightly different image. And if you composite all of those images together into like a 3D model,
Can you share
then
one?
it's going to be round.
Can you share one of these images, these maps?
I was just asking if it really, the question was, is if you heard about this theory. There was this guy, his name was called G-Servative, and he was following this guy around who was saying that he believed in the flat earth. He was going crazy. He was like, you're making black people look stupid, man. Look at all of this stuff. And he's like trying to convince this dude that the earth is round. And honestly, I've never really been that into flat earth stuff, but I think it makes sense that there's the pan of the sky from different places in the world. I've seen a live demonstration of this. And basically you can essentially form a picture of what the surrounding atmosphere is above the earth, essentially. See that.
Okay.
Love.
I understand how. I understand exactly what you said. You want to know why that doesn't matter to me? It doesn't make me
Because
definitively
space
state
doesn't
like
exist.
assuming, not even assuming. I know how we map the sky. I know how we transpose that back onto the ground. I get that. I'm still a flat earther, though. Do you want to know why?
Yes, I do. Definitely.
Because space doesn't exist.
I'm ready for that.
We
Honestly,
don't
I
need
think that
any
they
of we don't
some
need
element
any of that,
of space.
guys. And we don't need the side commentary. We don't need 5 different people trying to talk to the one person that's like, please let me know why the hell you guys are flat earthers. Okay, so check it out.
Yeah.
A
I
lot of
share one of
people,
those maps, though.
Elijah, I don't know if you remember me. I brought my girlfriend in one time. Do you remember that? We ended up leaving because she got bored, but you promised me that next time I come in, you're not going to give me the whole, oh, you're just taking the mick out of us thing. You're going to seriously try to explain to me why you think the Earth's flat. And I'm ready. I'm not even taking the mick. If you've got a great argument, I'm ready to hear it. I'm ready to be converted into flat Earthism.
Inverted. Come on, bro.
Let's
well,
go.
Wait, what?
now here's the thing. Do you know? What do you know about the globe? Like when I say
Not
globe, I
very
mean
much.
the
I don't
geometry
really like
directly.
geography. I learned
Okay,
everything I know about geography from medieval Total War 2, and I've sort of tried to interpret my way to an understanding of geography in modern times
yeah.
based on that. So
So
that's
that's where
where
the
I'm at.
problem lies. Most
Can
people
we get
that
one of
believe
these
in the
maps?
globe don't. Yo, fam,
I've been asking for
fam.
ages, man.
Yeah. Has he given it to you? I already started another conversation.
Oh, I keep asking, man.
The
I've fucking
second
been
of all,
asking
you
for a
can
few
just
minutes.
Google a map. Like
Well,
any
Matt,
map
he's
will
talking about a
do.
sky map.
What do you? But that's what. That's what. That's what.
No, he
I've never
actually
heard
said
of
he
a
knows
sky
what I
map.
was
I don't know what
talking
the
You
fuck
know
it
how
is.
maps are made, fam?
Elijah,
Or
before you even
other than
started
the
speaking, I've
terrestrial
been
map.
asking him. I'm asking him for the sky map that he says he made. I've been asking since prior to
Yeah,
you started
they
speaking, man.
I never
exist.
said I made
They
it.
exist.
I thought that's what you're talking about, for fuck's sake.
But
Elijah
they
actually
do
knows what I'm
exist.
talking
Jesus
about better than
Christ.
I
Okay,
do.
but
Well, if Eli is keen to
and
take it and this guy wants to talk to him, we should just let them have it back and forth.
acknowledgement
Exactly.
would have been helpful.
How the hell do you
No?
think they celestial navigate? Using a map of the stars, dude. What's wrong with you?
Bro, I thought he had some kind of new thing that he was
Oh
talking
my
about.
God.
Fucking hell, man. If I'd had an acknowledgement, I wouldn't still be asking. You don't have to keep going on about it.
Look, there's levels to this, right? You're obviously a newbie to flat earthism, but although I've
What the
not
fuck are you
really
talking
engaged
about,
with
man?
the flat earth community, I have been floating around for a while talking to people that claim the earth's flat or it's not round or whatever, you know? So,
Right, man. All I was doing was I thought he had
The
a sky
Bible
map.
claims the
Initially, I
Earth is
thought he was
flat, by the
talking
way.
about the moon map. So that's what I thought you meant. Those maps on that say the Earth's continents are on the moon. I thought that's what you meant. But then, as you elaborated a little bit, I thought, well, that's not what you're talking about. And I kept trying to get in between the conversations, just say, "Can you share one of those maps, please? Can you share one of those maps?" I say it like 15 times. This is the first acknowledgement I got, and you're fucking bitching at me about fucking nothing. I'm
look,
just fucking
I
asking,
think that
man.
Elijah, is that the correct way to pronounce your name? Elijah. Bro, hello.
I ain't got the time, bro. I'm sorry. Hit me up
These guys,
personally or something.
you've not got the time. What? So
Grow
you're
up, man.
not going to be able to
I
talk
don't
to
have
me
the
about?
time because even though they'll promise me that they won't interrupt, they won't say something dumb, they
Bro,
won't
I just,
stop the flow of the
bro, I only
conversation.
asked a
He's
fucking
doing it
question,
now.
Elijah.
I
Aye,
don't have
mate.
the time.
Yeah, mate, because I was only asking for a fucking. All right, I'll just post it for you. That was it. That's all I wanted. You could have continued. All I was asking for was acknowledgement of whatever the map you were
We've
talking about,
acknowledged
man.
it, bro. We're not
Aye,
doing it.
now,
Me or Elijah, neither of us are doing it. So that's
doing
where
what?
you're at.
Doing
Take a
what?
look
You
online
mentioned a
yourself.
map. I wasn't
Find
sure what
it.
the fuck you meant. What
Good.
the fuck,
Great.
man?
Well, Elijah
You
does
mean
know
good?
what I mean. I'm trying to have a conversation with him, pal.
Aye, well, mate, I'm
So
allowed to
that's what's
fucking know what
happening
you're
right
talking about,
now, okay?
bro. What the fuck are
You're
you on about?
stopping that. You're
Oh, was
Bro, let
that?
the
preventing a
guys have a
Listen,
back and
conversation.
you're
forth for
going
a
on
few
at me.
minutes,
I'm only
bro.
asking
What's
for the
wrong?
map.
Let them
Stick
talk
the
for a
map
few
up your
minutes.
fucking arse. I only asked for it.
What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.